For the past few years, I've made quite a few videos on FNAF fan games. What started off as a bit of a passing interest soon morphed into an odd obsession with some of the most niche and interesting games I've ever come across. I've turned most of them into videos, and I thought what better way to commemorate some of them by making a large supercut of my absolute favorites. While this is more so a large compilation, I did go back and make a few changes. Most importantly, corrections to things I got wrong in the original videos. I also cut some sections to make things a little bit more concise. Anyway, we both know what you're here for, so I'm not going to delay any further. Enjoy. About 8 months ago, I posted a video talking about Project Readjusted 3, a Five Nights fan game that at the time I truly believed to be the most underrated fan game. Surely enough, after I posted the video, I would receive multiple comments asking if it was my favorite fan game. Although it was good, I would put it in my top 10. I just feel like there's better out there. My top 10 list is full of fan games that I'm confident in saying aren't underrated. However, my current top 1 is one that I haven't heard much about. I've mentioned it to some people before, and most haven't heard anything about it, which is pretty odd considering how popular of a series it's in. 5 Shows at Wario's is my current favorite fan game, and I believe it to be perfection, or as close as you can get to it. So I wanted to talk about it. For the 2 people who have never heard of Five Nights at Wario's before, let me give you a quick rundown. Five Nights at Wario's is one of the most iconic Five Nights at Freddy's fan franchises. Its simple design and presentation combined with iconic Nintendo characters made it an ideal candidate for a successful fan game. The developer www Wario recognized the success of his fan games and continued to release sequels on a near monthly basis. Despite being rushed out so quickly, they still hold up relatively well after all this time. www Wario kept up his pace until the release of Five Nights at Wario's Origins, where he would begin to slow down. He still continued to create fan games, but at a much slower pace than before. It was clear that with his much smaller presence in the community, he wasn't as enthusiastic as he once was. On November 26, 2020, a short teaser for a new mainline Five Nights at Wario's game titled 5 Shows at Wario's was uploaded to his YouTube channel. www Wario would post frequent updates on his Games World page for a few months before releasing the game on February 16, 2021. That brings us to today. 5 Shows at Wario's is still highly regarded in the fan game scene. But why is 5 Shows at Wario's so highly praised when its predecessors are often overlooked in the bigger picture? What does it even do differently? At face value, 5 Shows at Wario's is eerily like the other fan games out there. That is, basically the same Five Nights formula with 1 or 2 minor differences. However, this isn't the case. There is one central theme in 5 Shows at Wario's: risk and reward. In quite literally every fan game out there, you're doing your best to survive, and while playing risky can be a strategy later down the line, it's never at the forefront of the player's mind. 5 Shows at Wario's, however, forces the player to be conscious of their choices and to recognize that everything comes with a risk. You might be sitting at home right now wondering, what the hell is this guy talking about? So let me properly introduce you to 5 Shows at Wario's. 5 Shows at Wario's begins with the player finding themselves in a theater. A loud voice tells them that they are going to partake in a massive interactive show. However, in order to prepare for said final show, it'd be best to try 5 easier shows. After the opening cutscene ends, the player finds himself staring down 5 almost identical tunnels. In the bottom left resides a lives counter. This is where the risk and reward comes into play. Each time you enter one of these shows, you risk losing a life upon getting jump scared. However, winning the show will grant you multiple lives depending on the difficulty. The 5 shows are essentially small minigames with the Wario's cast. Playing them normally is easy if you have more than 2 brain cells, so for added reward, there are 2 harder difficulties to play on, Hard and Insanity. While playing on Hard presents a slightly harder challenge, playing on Insanity makes massive gameplay changes and completely changes the game in some cases. Playing on such a high level will always net you around 5 extra lives on completion, which you'll need later. Going from left to right, the first show is The Cellar. In The Cellar, your only real threat is Virus Wario, who will kill you in 5 minutes if you don't complete all your tasks. On the right side of your screen will be a checklist of 4 simple tasks to complete. Only once you complete them all will you be able to leave. These are all relatively self-explanatory. The only one I'll talk about is the brick wall. Choosing this task makes the player look at a brick wall. I know, just super innovative. On the wall is an outline of 4 bricks. Your goal is to find a similar brick on the wall with a mark on it to indicate what order you push in the outlined bricks. This was super confusing at first, but quickly became my favorite task. The second show is Cooking with Emma, and it can be either the easiest or hardest show depending on how patient you are. Your goal is to get 15 ingredients into a bowl by doing small tasks to collect the ingredients. In the bottom right is a patience meter, which slowly depletes over time. The only way to refill the meter is by collecting ingredients. This show is simple if you take your time, but panicking and rushing in will only net mistakes. If you fail a minigame, Virus Waluigi will drop down from above, where you must hide under the counter until he leaves. This will only waste more of your precious time as he takes a little while to go away. The third show is the closest FNAF related segment in the theater. Playing with power leaves you in an office waiting until 6 AM whilst defending yourself from Virus Luigi. He will slowly make his way towards you. When he does, you have to shock him, which will send him back to his starting location. However, shocking him uses power. The only way to regain power is by playing small minigames where you have to collect batteries. Playing with power is a really fun resource management game, as you also have to devote some of your power to charging your computer, as letting it die will pretty much end your run. The fourth show is Safety Tower, and this might just be the most fun mode yet. You are placed at the bottom of a 3x3 grid where you have to proceed to each of the rooms listed on your map. However, before you enter a room, you need to use logic or your tools available to determine if it's safe to enter. You are given soft and hard scans, soft only giving a vague idea with a chance of confirming anything, and hard scans that will give a definitive answer. You are also given a music box, which can lure out any possible threat in a room, and a full scan which can reveal everyone's location on the map. You can move around the map in all 4 directions, but that also means so can the threats. You can see when a door is being opened on your map, if that at all helps. Safety Terror is a super fun logic mode, and it's worth playing just for that. The final of the 5 main shows is a true lie. 5 princesses are lined up in separate halls, and your goal is to find the princess that is telling the truth. You are given 4 prompts that you can ask any of the princesses. This is an issue because there are 5 princesses, so most of your attempts you narrow down the correct princess to 2 options. You still just end up guessing, and you can't ask the 5th princess any questions. This is by far my least favorite of the 5 shows. I remember there being this one question that would always end in a paradox. Thankfully, in Insanity mode, everything changes. You must defend yourself from Virus Wario as he makes his way towards you through one of the 5 hallways. If you see or hear him in the hallway, you must close the gate. You have to worry about Virus Wario while also charging up the power so you can leave. I really enjoyed this change up, and I thought it was a lot more enjoyable than the standard A True Lie. Once you have racked up enough health, you may be ready for the final show. Once you're ready, there's no going back. The final show is the theater's final challenge. All those lives you spent time saving up come down to this. Oh, I also forgot to mention, if you lose all your lives while playing in the final show, your save file gets completely reset. I love this idea, it makes the final show feel more like a final challenge. If you had no consequence for dying, then I'm pretty sure 90% of players would brute force the final show from the start of the game until they beat it. But having the lives you saved up be at stake is a great idea, as you'll need tons of them for the absolute bullet health that is the final show. You touch anything that's a projectile, that's 1 life gone, just like that. That feeling of knowing that your progress for the entire game is on the line sits and feeds at you in the back of your mind. You have little room for error, it makes you paranoid and more likely to mess up. As for the actual level itself, well, it's a basic 2D platformer. At the start of your run on the final show, you are given the opportunity to select a character. On your first playthrough of the final show, you will only be able to select one of 2 characters. As you continue to play through 5 shows, you will be able to unlock other characters to play as in future runs. Mr. Bear! Make your way throughout the level until you encounter the boss. Demon Wario is a pretty underwhelming final enemy for a level that built up so much more. Dodge a couple projectiles, stomp on his head a couple times, and you're already done. The final show isn't too bad if you just take it slow. After completing the final show, you'll unlock the Exit, the second of the 5 different game modes. That's right, after all of that, we've barely even scratched the surface. The Exit is a little bit more faithful to the Five Nights at Freddy's style by having you sit in a house for 5 nights waiting for the exit to unlock. After completing each night, you can choose to unlock a nearby room to progress throughout the house. Each room has its own mechanic that needs to be learned. On the final few nights of the Exit, the gameplay can get hectic, running through a large set of rooms dealing with all the foes. I've never really seen anything like this before, and it feels great to play. The closest thing I can say this relates to is Five Nights at Wario's 3, where you play in a different room every night. In the Exit, you will always start your run in the attic. Once beating the attic, you can choose to unlock either the bedroom or the balcony. As mentioned before, they each have their own mechanics that need to be learned. This means that your playthrough of the Exit could be completely different each time, which is something I really like as it adds some replay value to try the other rooms. For some added challenge, you can play the all max mode after completing the Exit. Good luck in advance though, it's pretty difficult. The third part of the main game is Final Days. It's the most traditional FNAF style game mode in the entire game. You spend 5 nights in the same building as the Exit, watching over the same rooms featured in said mode. The only difference here is that there are significantly less characters and threats to worry about. It's easy to get the hang of and can be beaten in less than a half hour. It's the shortest of the 5 main modes. Alright, this is where we switch to the director's cut version of 5 Shows at Wario's. This was released about 6 months after the initial game launched and served as a DLC, balance update, and the definitive 5 Shows at Wario's experience. I played the entire game on this version, but I thought I would clear up that from here on out, everything I'm going to talk about is only in the director's cut. The 4th main game mode is the Factory. You've been sent back to the original Five Nights at Wario's location to hide from the entity stalking the halls. The first day of the Factory is spent in the office, where you'll watch over Wario and Waluigi. Upon completing day 1, you'll be given 2 options where to hide next. This is like Five Nights at Wario's 3, where you're constantly switching rooms each night. Because of the 2 options, there are multiple different paths you can take which will each result in a different ending. I'll touch on this more later as it becomes more important, but before I can talk about that, I have to talk about the final main segment. Coliseum of the First is the final main game mode in 5 Shows at Wario's. However, it's completely non-canon and serves as a fun little extra. In the Coliseum, you'll have to eliminate waves of enemies using the characters you've unlocked to get money and buy upgrades. It's super fun and is in the same style as the final show, worth playing if you have some spare time. Okay, here we are, the reason I wanted to even make this video. The endgame quest. If you chose to hide in the bathrooms for day 3 of the Factory and beat the night, you'll be put into the machinery room, and once completed you'll be prompted to day 5. At the start of the day, you'll be asked to open 5 Nights at Wario's alongside your current game in 5 Shows at Wario's. Doing this will start the night, giving you 2 perspectives, one from the office and the other from the cellar. Your goal is to use the cameras in 5 Nights at Wario's to determine when an enemy is outside your door in 5 Shows at Wario's. This idea is super cool, and I don't even know how the hell this was accomplished. It's so cool to think about. That's not all. You have to use elements from 5 Shows at Wario's, such as the battery charge, to send batteries to 5 Nights at Wario's. It works well, and I absolutely love it. Keep in mind that these are 2 separate applications working together at the exact same time. It's just super impressive, and it feels amazing to play. Once you complete the day, you will unlock access to the endgame quest. Before I talk about it, I should mention that I don't know much about the story, but I value my own sanity, so I'm holding off for now. Maybe one day I'll come back to it. The endgame quest is a cross-game ARG that is meant to be the grand finale to Five Nights at Wario's. It's a 7-part quest that utilizes a different aspect of every Five Nights at Wario's game, so in order to play it, you must download the entire series. Which isn't necessarily a bad thing, it gave me an excuse to try each of the games out, something that I surprisingly hadn't done up until that point. I'm not going to bore you with the specifics, so I'll give you the highlights. The first step of the endgame quest has you replaying the theater, but in a hellish nightmare setting. The shows are completely altered to fit the theme and the tone of the endgame quest. Oh, I should probably introduce you to the main antagonist. This is Entity 01. He's essentially the devil. Okay, jumping ahead to the end of the endgame quest where you actually fight him. The fight is similar to fighting Demon Wario all the way back in the theater, but now it's an actual fight. Entity 01 has 2 phases. You are given about 20 lives for the entire fight. Your main objective is to hover your mouse over the charge button and deal damage to Entity. This is easy until the charge button starts moving around, and then it becomes a balancing act of trying to charge whenever possible, while also avoiding projectiles. After shocking Entity enough, he finally dies, ending Five Nights at Wario's as we know it. The endgame quest was definitely the highlight of the game for me. It felt like the ultimate send-off for the series, even if I don't fully understand the implications of it yet. 5 Shows at Wario's just in general is one of the greatest experiences I've had with a fan game so far. Everything this game has to offer is near perfection. There is still so much to talk about with this game. I decided to leave some of that out of this video as you wouldn't have a reason to actually play it yourself. Anyway, that's about it from me. See you in another 8 months when rent's due. Over the past few weeks, I've watched creator after creator make videos analyzing their favorite fan games from years ago. It's been nice watching all of these videos as it really gives me a new appreciation for the time that they were made and how much the developers have improved. So I wanted to do the exact same and talk about one of my personal favorite fan games that everyone seems to brush aside. I'm, of course, talking about TEALERLAND. Originally released as a demo in late 2020, TEALERLAND made a large impact in the fan game scene for its gorgeous visuals and stellar gameplay. If you watched my last video, you would know how much I value good gameplay. TEALERLAND happened to be one of the only stylized fan games to stick out in the vast sea of family pizza restaurants. In August 2021, the full game launched to an okay reception. People enjoyed the game for the most part, including me. I actually haven't played the game since my initial playthrough, so let's open the game and get started. The game opens up on a shot of Tealer, the titular mascot of TEALERLAND. As the camera zooms out, we get a full shot of his busted up face. The scene finishes out with a glowing red eye, indicating that he hasn't been fully deactivated. This is one of the many fully animated cutscenes in TEALERLAND, and I think it does a great job setting up a very basic premise of the game. The screen fades to black and we are taken to the main menu. The theme that plays is a much grander version of the menu theme in the 2020 demo, which I just absolutely adore. Pressing onward and hitting new game plays another cutscene. The cutscene starts and some text is shown on screen to give some exposition. It is revealed that we were playing as David Artell, one of the founders of TEALERLAND. Our brother Teal also helped its creation, but unfortunately after its closure many years ago, we haven't seen him since. One day we receive a call from someone familiar. A mysterious voice on the other end asks us to come find them. And that's all we get for now. I love how TEALERLAND starts off. This mystery of who could be calling and what could they possibly want is a lot more enticing than your standard help wanted newspaper. After the opening cinematic, we find ourselves standing outside the abandoned TEALERLAND. The phone call brought us back, and we need to find out why. Pressing onward and heading in gives us a couple of options where to investigate. Heading right reveals nothing except an abandoned teacup ride. However, as we head left towards the show stage, a figure can be seen moving. Before long, it creeps away. Eventually, we are led to a suspicious pile of trash bags. Moving them out of the way reveals a hatch. With nowhere better to go, we open the hatch and venture inside. This is one of my favorite sections in the entire game. We must slowly make our way down this ladder, while stopping every few seconds, as we need to check for any threats lurking in the darkness. I love this section, but I couldn't help but wonder how the hell can Tealer even be there? Like, is he floating or standing on the other side of the ladder? I like to imagine he's on a cable slowly being lowered. As soon as we reach the bottom, we are brought to the level selection screen. One thing you may notice immediately is how the individual levels are called hours. This is something not a lot of players picked up during gameplay, but contrary to the popular FNAF formula, TEALERLAND takes place over one night. Nitru knew that the typical come back every night shtick wouldn't work, as we really aren't guarding anything. There isn't a point in leaving and returning. As shown in the opening, we came to TEALERLAND with a purpose, and we aren't leaving until we achieve our goal. Another thing you may have picked up on is how the screen is structured. It's a timeline, with a beginning and a path to the climax. I like this a lot more, as it feels like the story is naturally progressing after each hour instead of a standard resume option. This also allows us to replay levels much easier. While this is a small detail, I think it's very effective in telling the story. Jumping into the first hour, already the visuals look great. Nitru went with a sepia color scheme to match the dusty aesthetic of the underground facility. However, I wish that the underground facility was this color and everything else had a more normal palette. This isn't that big of an issue and really doesn't take away from the experience at all. Again, not really an issue, just more of a personal preference. We are currently in the office of the facility, and stepping back, we have access to some controls for partial free roam. We can turn to our left to access the door, which we can either look through or leave. Stepping outside into the hallway reveals a long and dark corridor, but thankfully we don't have to go down there. Continuing to the left, we can enter the supply closet. In it resides an animatronic. Well, actually two, but we'll get to that later. This is Tealer, and our job at the start of each hour is to repair him and send him out. Looking on the ground, you may have already spotted a part for him, which we need to pick up to assemble the lure. We need 3 parts in total to fully assemble him, so we're going to have to walk in and out of the storage closet a couple times until we have all the pieces. After we assemble the lure, we can go back to the office to start the real meat of the gameplay. On the computer, we can control Tealer around this grid. This is actually the area beyond the main hall, and is also where the animatronics of TEALERLAND reside. The goal is for us to use Tealer to lure 3 animatronics into 3 separate rooms around the map. This way, they will be contained for the hour. This also means that once they are contained, they are taken out of the hour. However, 3 specific animatronics need to be lured to these rooms, while others can be disregarded. We can lure the animatronics by standing next to them on the grid map. If we stand near them for too long, our lure will become corrupted. If Tealer does become corrupt, a 15-second countdown starts, where you have to go back to the storage closet to repair him. If the counter reaches 0, he kills us. Got all that? At first, TEALERLAND throws all of these mechanics at you, which feels a little hard to grasp at first, but once you string it all together, this becomes one of the funnest gameplay loops out there. There's a couple of small details in the gameplay which I haven't mentioned yet, like the health bar. Okay, so pretty much if you get jump scared, you lose a chunk of your health. You can go to the supply closet to heal yourself with a rusty needle, which is pretty cool. In hour 1, only 2 animatronics are active, those being Tealer and Willow. We only need to capture Tealer, as it's only the introduction. Willow, however, cannot be lured. She's one of the 2 characters in the entire game that can enter through the hall and cannot be lured. She will eventually make her way down to our hallway where we need to stare at her until she leaves. She's really only there so we aren't spending all of our time in the computer, and I think she does a great job of enforcing that. Tealer, however, is the opposite. If we see him in the hall or through a keyhole, we need to avoid eye contact. So pretty much go to another room as quickly as possible, or just stop looking at him. After successfully capturing Tealer and checking everything off the checklist, the night ends and another cutscene plays.
With enough effort, you can take control of anything. An ability far more powerful than any other.
The camera fades in on the supply closet door. After a couple of seconds, the camera goes inside the supply closet to reveal a shot of a mysterious glowing figure. This guy is pretty important to the story, so believe me when I say that we'll talk about him later. After we return to the menu, it is made clear that we earned a skill point through completing the first hour. We are directed to a menu with a list of perks that we can use our points on. There are some very basic perks for only 2 skill points, and some very useful perks for 4 points. Doing the math, you're gonna get about 5 skill points through the entire game, which can only get you about 2 okay perks or 1 good one. Thankfully, the game has a solution. We can replay each hour in a hard mode to get 2 additional points. The hard modes are just a harder version of the hour you just played, so it's good to go in and challenge yourself. The only real differences I noticed between the normal and hard modes is that the animatronics have a slightly more aggressive AI, there's a password on the monitor which we have to input every time we step away, and a red filter over everything. I really like the hard modes, and I made it a point to play every one before going to the next hour. Speaking of which, we have another character to lure into storage. This time it's Frill, a character resembling a frilled lizard. Just like Tealer and Willow, he can make his way towards us by going through the main hall. Looking at him will reset his path, and we can resume work. Contrary to the other characters so far, he has one final stage before attacking. If he's in the hallway for a few seconds without being deterred, he will bang on the office door. In doing this, we can't leave the room and have to stare at him through the keyhole. This adds a lot of tension throughout the game, as his banging is pretty loud and often startled me a couple of times. After successfully capturing both Tealer and Frill, we're done for the hour. Another cutscene featuring the mysterious voice plays.
His machines have far greater potential than what they were made for, sitting in this facility, rotting away. I will put them back together.
Jumping into hour 3, there's a couple key differences. For example, there is another meter in the top left of our screen beneath our health bar. This is the building's power supply. While also luring animatronics into storage, we need to take time to find a gas can randomly put on the map. We need to take this can and find the generator. If we don't do this in time and the generator runs out of fuel, the building's power goes out. The lights go out, which makes it a lot harder to see the animatronics in the hallway. Most importantly, we can't lure anyone while the power's out. I can't say for sure, but at one point in time, in addition, the supply doors containing lured animatronics would open, forcing us to lure them again. This has seemingly been changed, as the doors stay shut when the power goes out. In addition to the building power, the final lureable animatronic has been added. This is Tacy, and she is fundamentally identical to Frill. She can make her way to us through the hall, and even block the door, until we look at her through the keyhole. After luring all 3 characters into storage, we finish hour 3. Once again, the mysterious voice returns.
They were meant to be taken apart, modified, tampered with. He should have known. One day it would all be compromised.
Hour 4 is where the difficulty starts ramping up with the addition of a new character. This is Mischievous. This is the only other character in the game that can be seen on the map and cannot be lured. His mechanic is a little different to anything we've seen so far. He'll make his way towards the hallway, and once he gets close enough, he'll wait until we move into a different room from the hallway. Once he's in the hallway, we cannot go out until he leaves, or we'll get instantly jump scared. Thankfully, he plays his music box anytime that he's there, and once it stops and he announces his exit, we can move. He also has another trick up his sleeve. When he's in the hallway, he'll place his doll in the opposite room, so if we're in the office, he'll place it in the supply closet. After he leaves, a countdown will start, where we need to go to the other room and click on his doll. As annoying as Mischievous sounds, I'm grateful that he's there. When he's in the hallway, no one else can enter. This means the other animatronics crowd around the bottom of the map, waiting for him to go away. This gives us time to get started luring, or completely lure another animatronic. This works great, especially with the increase of the animatronic AI. Completing hour 4 will give us another cutscene.
One more step, until the plan is complete. The clock is ticking.
Thankfully, hour 5 doesn't introduce any new mechanics. It's simply a version of hour 4, but a little harder. I tried really hard to think of something notable to talk about with this hour, but I ultimately decided that it would be best to skip to the end. After hour 5 is complete, the finale opens. After going in, a cutscene plays, where it is shot from our perspective. A voice tells us that everything is okay, as the camera zooms out to reveal a keyhole looking out to the supply closet. A figure can be seen running by, and then, just like that, T-Lure is destroyed. What remains is a hole in the ground. The screen fades to black. At the start of every hour on the loading screen, tips are given to help the gameplay. Now, all it reads is "They are now one." The first thing you'll notice in the finale is that we are underneath the underground storage facility. We aren't alone, however. Something will lurk in the shadows and only reveal itself with a faint audio cue. Turning around and facing the computer tells us that there are 4 generators scattered throughout. Once a generator has been fully charged, it will explode, damaging anything in the room. With this knowledge, we need to lure whatever is lurking into a room and destroy it. However, before fully charging a generator, metal scrapes along the hard ground. We turn around to reveal what has been lurking. This is the deterrent, Teal Artel's solution for David's T-Lure. It is an amalgamation of every animatronic. The deterrent was meant to lure David outside the underground facility, but clearly it didn't work. Now, the two brothers finally reunite in a face-off to survive until the morning. Somewhere in the finale, a figure can be seen. This is a hallucination of Teal, known simply as Brother. This was the figure shown in the cutscene after hour 1. It is ultimately revealed that it was Teal, sending out David's creations to attack him for nearly 5 hours now. And now, left with no choice, the deterrent wants David gone. After defeating the deterrent, we return to the surface, where a familiar voice is waiting. Teal asks that David just kill him, as he truly wants him gone. After some build-up, an audible swing can be heard, and the scene cuts to black. After, a tape can be heard playing, the same one that started off the 2021 demo. After, the camera comes back. All we see is David's mask and axe lying on the ground. It is revealed later that David is held responsible for the death of Teal, and now resides in prison, where he has no regrets. However, was this really what happened? Throughout the game, you can find lore pages scattered on the ground. They reveal a different story. David and Teal opened TEALERLAND together. Teal made the animatronic designs, while David made the robots. Teal was unhappy with David's final products, as they felt creepy and unnatural. They were made that way so they would be easy to repair. However, Teal asked David to change them. This was the first of their many disputes. TEALERLAND began to dwindle in popularity, and Teal blamed David for its lack of customers, arguing that it was the animatronics. One night after the park shut down, Teal thought that he would take matters into his own hands, tampering with the animatronics to get a better understanding of their inner workings. However, in the process, Teal damages the robots. He hoped that they would remain the same. However, he was wrong. After the animatronics were damaged, the park took a large beating in the following months. David knew that his creations had been damaged, but he didn't know who did it. One day, he ventures into the underground storage facility, only to find a deceased corpse of an employee. Only the Tealer animatronic was nearby, being repaired. David was the first to find it. Not wanting his establishment to take another blow, he hid the body in the chest cavity of Tealer. David then shut off all access to the underground facility. After the underground facility was shut down, so was the park. David and Teal sold their company to an unknown buyer. David and Teal go separate ways. 15 years later, Teal breaks into the underground facility to find the corpse of the employee, believing David was responsible. He finds blueprints of the animatronics and gives David a very important phone call. And that's pretty much it for TEALERLAND. There is some post-game content like the custom night, which is pretty fun. It also introduces 2 new characters to fend off. But all in all, TEALERLAND is one of my absolute favorite FNAF fan games. I am so glad I got a chance to revisit it for this video. If you were even the slightest bit curious about this game, play it. FNAF fan games. Odds are you've probably played one. So why is it that few of them are actually scary? The whole purpose of FNAF was to leave the player feeling uneasy long after they closed the game. But I really haven't played a single fan game that has managed to do that. That was until I replayed Jollibee's Phase 2. A few weeks back, I got really sick and was stuck inside the house for a few days. While I was recovering, I started to replay a bunch of older fan games I still had on my computer. It was a pretty fun time revisiting some old classics like the Candies and Flumpties games. That was until I found something that I thought I had long forgotten. There it was, Jollibee's Phase 2, just sitting there on my hard drive collecting virtual dust. It had been years since the game had released, and also been years since it was removed. This was the game that transpired my love for the horror genre, and also what I would consider to be the only fan game to actually scare me. I would love to tell you the story of this trailblazing game and the events that transpired because of it. But before that, we need to go back. On July 4th, 2018, Jolly series developer Ivan G released a teaser to Game Jolt showcasing a small environment in a new game he had been working on. People were quick to speculate what this new project could be. The then small Jolly community was left mostly in the dark until August 2nd, 2019, when Jollibee is released. The game was a soft reboot for the series, featuring a new cast of characters from the very real Jollibee restaurants. The characters featured in the games were real characters used in the real-life restaurants with very minimal changes made to them. That's an important detail for later on. The game Jollibee did a great job in restoring interest in the Jolly series, and quickly became one of the most popular fan games in the series, at a time where fan games weren't doing so well. To say that Jollibee's reach was large is a bit of an understatement. Of course, fans wanted more, and just how soon would we get something new was unknown. Near the end of December 2019, a new game page was pushed out for a sequel game titled Jollibee's Phase 2. As time passed, new information would surface, including an analog-style teaser trailer revealing the characters' new designs. The VHS tape was absolutely creepy in every sense. I remember not being able to bring myself to watch it when it first released. I was that scared. On April 8th, 2020, Jollibee's Phase 2 dropped, and I was all over it from the moment the game released. I even convinced my closest online friend Matthew to wake up with me at 6 AM to play the game the moment it was released. So without any further delay, let's delve into Jollibee's Phase 2. Phase 2 opens on us receiving a phone call from a man named Michael, who is literally just Michael Scott from The Office, let's just be honest here. Michael opens the call apologizing for us having to take his night shift position. We work for LBM Shipments Inc., a shipment and logistics company. A couple of days prior, Jollibee shut its doors for health code violations, after one of the animatronics started smelling up the place. The animatronics were to be shipped to the Jolly Entertainment storage facility, where they'll, go into storage. So for now, we're stuck with them until they can be safely delivered. Michael leads us to our control panel. This is the menu for everything game-related in Phase 2, and it's where you'll be spending most of your time in between shifts. On the left-hand side, there are 3 different sections. The home menu, where we can start the night shift or upgrade items in the warehouse, more on that later. The jobs panel, where we'll find vacant chores around the warehouse. These range from checking boxes, printing labels, and even operating a box transporting robot. The final menu is the shop. None of the items featured have any in-game benefit, but hey, they look cool. Also, the George plushie is absolutely adorable. You knew I blew my first paycheck on this guy. Michael then leads us into the first night. Over the phone, he informs us of our actual job. As opposed to most fan games, watching over the building isn't at the forefront of our priority. We actually have a job, and defending ourselves is more of a bonus. Our actual job is moving boxes to their respective carriers using a conveyor belt. As complicated as it sounds, it's really easy. Each box that rolls off the conveyor belt will have a letter corresponding to their destination. We need to click and drag this node to match the letter on the box. We can only drag one node at a given time, so we need to be vigilant to make sure we don't miss any boxes. If we do happen to mess up, it'll count as an error. Get too many errors, and we die. Also, you may have noticed this massive security tab on the side of the maintenance panel. Aside from the actual job, we have to watch over the building to make sure that there aren't any intruders. Okay, yeah, big surprise, the animatronics move around tonight. Thankfully, there are multiple defenses against the animatronics. First up is the motion detector. As the name implies, it scans the building for any motion. The second are the cameras. They work fine, I guess. I don't know what it is with fan games making the cameras impossible to see anything out of, but it's really annoying and kinda defeats the whole purpose of having them. The third and most powerful defense is the audio system. Trust me, this thing is super OP. We can select a spot on the map to play audio. However, it doesn't just play it in that spot. The audio starts at our location and moves towards the designated spot, meaning that it will lure anything in its path. This also means that its range really isn't an issue at all. Combined with the fact that all the animatronics will pretty much always be lured by the audio, we can pretty much just keep the animatronics in a corner. The fourth method of defense is the hack. For some reason, a shipping company has direct access to the character's servos, and we can hack into them. Pretty much, it's a slower version of audio, and we can only hack one animatronic at a time. By now, I'm sure you may have noticed the stability meter in the bottom left of the security tab. Anytime we use a security feature, the stability slowly wears down. Until about 50% is the security actually usable, then we actually have to go reboot it. There are also 2 more methods of defense located in the office. The first of which is the flashlight, which we can use momentarily until it goes out and recharges. We can use the flashlight to look through the office window for any animatronics. 2 of them can be warded off just by shining the light in their eyes. However, for the other 3, there's a little more to their attacks. If you see Jollibee, Hetty, or Twirly standing in the window, you need to hide under the desk. This is the second method of defense in the office, and in my opinion, the most underutilized. Basically, when the animatronics are in the offense, we sit under the desk and avoid any type of contact. I wish there was a little more to it though, like the holding breath mechanic if they were able to look under, similar to the Jolly games, but I digress. The mechanics are actually pretty easy to learn for the most part. It makes sense to have simple mechanics if your main focus isn't on the animatronics. Speaking of which, on night 1 the only animatronic active is Popo, and now might be as good of a time as any to discuss the redesigns. The Phase 2 animatronics are my favorite cast in a fan game ever. The designs are just so good. Ivan wanted the Phase 2 characters to closely resemble their real-life counterparts. This includes all of the awkward details and dead space you get when you design a real costume. In most fan games, the models are made to be as presentable as possible, but in making the models photorealistic, they're much creepier, almost disturbingly accurate. If I'm being honest, I think that's what made Phase 2 so scary. There's a very real element present in the game, and it left me feeling uneasy even after I closed out. My advice to character modelers for fan games: make your characters more uncanny. Upon finishing night 1, we get our first paycheck. You can earn up to $1,200 each night, but can be docked $50 for every error. Going back to the menu, we have unlocked the Jobs panel. In it, we can complete some extra tasks for some overtime pay. These are equivalent to the post-shift tasks from Jollibee's. Now you can do them whenever you want and as many times over. This can be used to farm cash, but I find it gets boring after a while. The jobs available are pretty simple, like printing labels, rearranging and checking boxes, etc. I found that by far the easiest job was box transportation, as Popo is the only active enemy and you really only have to listen for breathing. By far the hardest for me was driving, as you have to maneuver this box transporting robot, except it takes forever and Jollibee is just way too aggressive. Also, Hetty is there for some reason. So now that you have a basic understanding of Jollibee's Phase 2, what makes this game so disturbing? Skipping ahead to the end of Night 5, where after completing our shift we unlock some archive footage. This is an audio log of Kevin Johnson, the CEO of Jolly Entertainment. And I just have to preface by saying that any of this isn't canon to the Jolly lore anymore, if you even want to keep up with that. Kevin tells us that he started the Soul Captivation project to preserve human life. However, he tested it on himself, dying inside the Jolly suit. What's even more unsettling is the cutscene after.
Phase 2 will begin in 3, 2, 1.
That's where Phase 2 ends. As interesting as that was, this is only the beginning. This was to be explained in the series finale, Jollibee's As Above, So Below. Unfortunately, in early of July 2020, Ivan would receive notice from Jollibee that by making Jollibee's, Phase 2, and As Above, So Below, he was infringing copyright law. Do you remember earlier when I mentioned that Ivan made this fan game based off real characters? Well, the unthinkable happened. Ivan was forced to completely remove all traces of the Jollibee's games and stop production on As Above, So Below. Sadly, we never got to see what that third and final game would entail. From what we do know, the game was shaping up to be one of the most dark and graphic fan games ever. I plan on covering it one day, but until then, it remains a relic of the past. And that's where the story ends. As sad as it is to see this game removed from the face of the internet, it was nice to take a trip down memory lane and replay this game. It may not be perfect by any means, but it has a special place in my heart, as one of the most disturbing fan games I've ever played. As for the Jolly series, it's still going, and the finale, Jolly 4, is still in development. To hear me talk about an underrated fan game, click here. Thanks for watching!
I don't think any FNAF game could ever top Five Nights at Freddy's 2. I don't know if it's possible.
FNAF 2, I think, is one of my favorite FNAF games to play. I can still play this game and still enjoy playing it. I could play it for hours. I played it on my Twitch streams. And
I think the best game of the FNAF games is FNAF 2. I think Five Nights at Freddy's 2 is one of the scariest in the series and has probably the best gameplay of all the FNAF games.
I'm always put FNAF 2 on S tier for now because
the first
FNAF 2, to me, guys,
I don't know what to tell y'all, bro. I'm simply just better than y'all.
I'm gonna be real with you. I really don't like FNAF 2. Now before that happens, allow me to explain myself. I often find it hard to admit that I really don't like FNAF 2 because it's quite often that I hear FNAF 2 and good in the same sentence. I grew up watching people play through the game and I thought it looked fun. At the time, I never really had the means to play the game myself, so I just assumed that it truly was as fun as it looked and just moved on. It wasn't until years later where I finally had the means to play the game myself on the computer where I learned that the game isn't what I had made it out to be. You see, FNAF 2 did a lot for the series, and I will always be eternally grateful, but I couldn't help but feel underwhelmed. About 80% of the characters can be dealt with in the same way, using the mask, while the other 20% need to be treated differently through the flashlight and music box. This normally wouldn't be a problem because in the first FNAF, 100% of all characters need to be dealt with in the same way. So, what's the issue? The mask just isn't a solid enough mechanic. It's essentially the game's door replacement, except it lacks everything that made the doors good. You can't do anything while you have the mask on, and to top it all off, each animatronic takes forever to leave. The two other mechanics aren't that great either. The flashlight, while being a solid mechanic, feels a little bland, but that just might be a personal preference. The music box as well is more or less of a personal grievance. Okay, I hear you ask, why does any of this matter? The game is over 8 years old. And to that I reply, it really doesn't. But what if I told you that a fan game made years later went back and made FNAF 2 actually bearable? I would love to tell you about Fazbear Entertainment Storage and how it resolved all of my issues with FNAF 2 while still being its own standalone game. The date is September 14th, 2019, and game developer DeMichael shared what appeared to be a teaser for a brand new project he'd been working on. Only 2 months prior, in early July of 2018, would he release his first indie project, Fazbear's Fright Storage. For what was presumably a first game, it was received pretty well as it made its rounds throughout the FNAF community. What made the game stand out so much was the ideas that it brought to the table. DeMichael wondered why the toy animatronics from FNAF 2 hadn't been seen since their feature debut, so he explored this further, creating what he believed to have happened to the animatronics. Unfortunately, after the game was released, there was one issue. DeMichael knew he could do better. Thus, 3 days after the original teaser was the official announcement for Fazbear Entertainment Storage, an official remake. This was huge news for the small but dedicated community he had built up over the years, as the game page hit 300 followers in the first day of being public. Over the following weeks, DeMichael would share small snippets of his progress, as well as taking user feedback. It's just evident in how active he was that he was truly dedicated to making a standout game. This rate of progress would continue until early 2020, when the world changed forever. Progress was slowly dwindling, until early March of 2021, where the unthinkable happened. Cancelled. In a very heartfelt post, he explained that his motivation wasn't there anymore, and he was spending his time coding a game that he really didn't know how to code. And just like that, DeMichael disappeared from the FNAF scene entirely. Not really. When Security Breach released, he found himself slowly getting the motivation to get back into development, and officially uncancelled the game. Development would start back up again until finally, on July 9th, 2022, Fazbear Entertainment Storage released for the public. Nearly 3 years is what it took for this game to be developed. I know that's nothing compared to today's standards, but back then, taking that long to finish a passion project was just unheard of. Even with all the cancellations and revivals, the game released in a finished and mostly polished state. So enough of this backstory, let's get into the actual game.
Damn, Daniel!
Jumping into night 1, we get a phone call from a man named Henry. Let's just be honest here, it's really just Henry from the actual FNAF story, but for the sake of storytelling, pretend it's some other Henry. Other Henry tells us that we got the job watching over the storage facility because we're in fact the only one to sign up. You see, Henry here is a mad conspiracy theorist and believes that someone is coming in after hours and tampering with the decommissioned toy animatronics. But that's not important right now. What is important is the fact that the animatronics are known to walk around at night, and we need to keep them as far away from us as possible. We are given a couple of tools to help us do so. The camera panel, which can view every room in the facility as well as shut the vents. The mask, which is the same as FNAF 2, but with a slight caveat. Because the animatronics are so worn down, the mask only works on a select few of them. You see, that's literally all Scott would have needed to do. Just make the mask not a foolproof method of defending yourself. It now takes actual brain power to identify which threat is currently present and which defense to use against it. Speaking of defenses, you were also given a flashlight with a much weaker battery than in FNAF 2. You can use this on certain animatronics to send them back into the darkness. You were also given a vent door and a maintenance panel. The vent door is simple, just close it when you see an animatronic. The maintenance panel is where things get interesting. At this current moment, its only function is to display the time and fan status. It's not really that useful in the earlier nights, but that's okay because we need to worry about the animatronic that's in the vent. I don't think I can even do this animation justice, it's just so smooth. As you just saw, Toy Bonnie is deterred by the mask. one of the only ones to do so in the game. Something of note is how quickly Toy Bonnie leaves after the mask is put on. He comes into the office immediately and doesn't wait around like in FNAF 2, making his inclusion feel a lot more fair to the player. Toy Chica is the only other character active, and she makes her way through the vent at the top of the office. All you really have to do is shut the door. However, you have to be a lot more careful here, as there isn't a way to tell if that she's gone except for a faint audio cue. And that's really it for Night 1. Already the game is at a much faster pace than FNAF 2, and I'm all for that. Night 2 picks up the pace a slight bit with the inclusion of Toy Freddy and a new mechanic. Henry explains that the building is on a power generator that is known to be unstable. An effect of this are common power outages. So you guessed it, the maintenance panel finally has a purpose. When a power outage does happen, you're pretty much dead. The only things you can use are the flashlight and the mask, and those can't even save you in most situations. Something that wasn't explained fully in the calls was how little power you actually have. Like seriously, I died multiple times to power outages throughout my playthrough. They really want you to be as power preservant as humanly possible. Toy Freddy is the other addition to Night 2, and his mechanic is a little different from the other animatronics. He will slowly creep around the building and eventually show up in the hallway. When this happens, we need to shine our light in his face to make him go away. It's a simple mechanic, more reminiscent of Foxy from the original, but I think it works better as we aren't shining a light in his eyes for the majority of the night. Aside from the usual increase in difficulty, that's really it for Night 2. So far this game is pretty simple, hopefully it won't change going into Night 3. Hey look, it didn't change! Night 3 only adds 2 new characters, and they're pretty easy to deal with. Mangle will leave the parts and service room and hang out in the vents. They will eventually make their way to the vent intersection at camera 11. Mangle can go through any of the 3 nearby vents. It's best to keep the vents sealed and Mangle and cam 11. Just like in FNAF 2, once they're in, they won't leave. So all we need to do is look for Mangle and seal the vent that they're in once they make noises in the vents. Henry also briefly talks about building temperature that can be viewed through the maintenance panel, but I never really had to worry about this because I never actually kept the vents sealed for too long. It probably does something, I'm too lazy to check. The second and by far easier character is Balloon Boy. He shares the exact same mechanic as in FNAF 2, where he'll give his usual hello when he moves. After 4 hellos, he'll be in your vent trying to sell you insurance. So far, this game is really handling its mechanics very well by introducing them at a slow enough pace where it feels like you can pick everything up, but not slow enough to the point where it's boring. Moving on to Night 4, and I'm gonna be honest, I tried to find something to think of for Night 4, but there is literally no change aside from the usual difficulty increase and Henry's conspiracy theories. But Night 5 though, stuff happens! Henry finally decides that he should just disassemble the animatronics, something he should have done as soon as there were any reports of movement. Henry says it will come in during the morning and personally disassemble them, so this whole animatronic movement theory of his can finally be laid to rest. He asks us to come in one final time tomorrow to make sure that there's no more movement, and that's where he leaves us for our penultimate shift. There's only one new character, and their mechanic is easy enough. The puppet finally makes their debut tonight, and I'm just thrilled to say that it doesn't involve a music box. So occasionally the screen will flash with a "find her" or some similar message, and your job is to look through every camera to find the puppet. Once you do, all you need to do is look at her and that's it. Aside from that, Night 5 is your typical FNAF Night 5. Difficulty is at its highest, and it's by far one of the funnest parts of the game. After completing our shift, that's it. We can rest easy knowing that the animatronics that we've been looking after for the past 5 nights have finally been disassembled. Nothing could possibly go wrong. Oh yeah. Welcome to Night 6, the boss fight of sorts. Okay, good news and bad news. Good news, all of the animatronics have been disassembled and they're no longer a threat. Bad news, 2 animatronics now replace them. Fredbear and Spring Bonnie are the only 2 animatronics active on Night 6. I know it's kind of cliche, but I'm going to give it the benefit of the doubt here, because this game came along way before the craze of Night 6 boss fights. Anyway, each character has 2 different mechanics. We're going to start with easily the most complicated, Fredbear. He starts out by wandering around the building and eventually ending up in camera 7, where he'll quickly enter the office. We need to put the mask on as soon as we see him in the camera. I didn't actually know that for a long time and just ended up dying way too frequently. Fredbear can occasionally try to disable the building's power by doing something in one of the rooms. It's never actually explained what he's doing, but I'm sure he's fucking something up. To counter this, we need to use the maintenance panel, which is now equipped with controls to shock the animatronics. It has a super long recharge though, which is why there's a lot more planning as to when to shock an animatronic. but we'll get into that a bit later. Spring Bonnie, on the other hand, is a little less sporadic than Fredbear, but their mechanics are roughly the same. Spring Bonnie will mosey around the building, eventually ending up in camera 8, where they'll try to get in through the overhead vent. I never found that they'll actually attack very often, and will usually just end up wandering the building for most of the night. However, Spring Bonnie's second mechanic makes up for it. Sometime past 3 AM, they'll have a chance to wander into a camera and disable it temporarily. This is where some pre-planning comes into play, as the only way to avoid Spring Bonnie from permanently disabling the camera is by shocking them. I actually didn't even know you could do that for a little while, and I spent my first couple of attempts letting them completely disable my cameras, which is less than ideal. Overall, I really love this night and how well it meshes all the mechanics together, both old and new. It isn't perfect, of course. I wish there was a use for the flashlight, because it's quite literally not a concern for the entire night. And that's it for Fazbear Entertainment Storage. This was a fun little experience, and I'm glad I finally took a chance with this one after all these years. I think it does a way better job at being what FNAF 2 was trying to be, you know, trying to overwhelm the player and such. I definitely believe that the added mechanics actually help alleviate some of the issues I had with FNAF 2. I'd love to cover more modern FNAF remakes in the future, but who knows. Anyway, go play this and not this. Thank you, good night. Hey all, Scott here. Have you ever thought about how even after 9 years, FNAF has never had to dive into real-world issues while also conveying heavy plot points? Yeah, me too. I'm glad that hasn't happened yet. Holy shit, never mind. Odds are, if you've been around long enough, you've seen this brown bear before. No, not that one. This one. Grizzly has definitely made its rounds throughout the community for its incredibly odd story direction. It's more so known as the political fan game due to its random jabs at the political system in the US, which is an odd choice for a FNAF fan game story. I really wish I was joking. With a concept like that, I was all on board. I mean, how could a concept that is so inherently goofy like that be turned into a fan game? Well, I was asking the same question weeks ago. You know, back when I was still sane. Unsurprisingly, a lot of people have asked the same questions about Grizzlies, saying that it seemed like a way for the creator to vent his political beliefs. Hearing this, I was more interested than ever. So I did a bunch of research on the series and its creator to really get to the bottom of this. And what I found was, well, it was something. I played through every single Grizzlies game to see what all the fuss was about. But before we get into it, I must warn you, it takes guts. I actually had a lot of help from the game's developer, Lester Tellez, so if it weren't for him, this video wouldn't have happened. From 2 separate remakes, a VR installment, and even to a sequel game in the works, the Grizzlies chronology has undoubtedly gone through a lot of development. So join me as we go through everything this strange series has to offer. Crazy enough, Grizzly's first appearance wasn't in a Grizzlies game. Instead, this other game called Devious Minds. It was still developed by Lester, but this game is so different from Grizzlies, I debated even talking about it. But since I'm doing the entire series, I felt that including the game that started it all is worth mentioning. Devious Minds takes place at Gordon's Robotics Incorporated, where we just got the job watching over the place at night. There are very few similarities to Grizzlies, but the primary one is that Grizzly is one of the threats. Other than that, the story is completely different from the one told in Grizzlies. Again, really debated even including this one because it's not at all that important to the story of Grizzlies, but at least you know it existed. Well, here it is, Grizzlies. When I first opened the game, I would sit with the menu music and my only real thought was, this doesn't fit. But the more I think about it, it fits only because the game is so incredibly random. Something as minor as the menu music choice really doesn't even seem that crazy. Oh yeah, randomness is a common theme in Grizzlies. Loading into the actual game, there's a couple things I want to talk about immediately. First of which is this weird ass scrolling. I don't know what it is, but this scrolling is just too sensitive for my liking. Anyway, we get a phone call from our friend Tyler, who's concerned after our recent breakup that we had. I do not care about the story implications here. This call is so funny out of context.
John, if she really loved you,
What the fuck are you guys talking about?
The only character active on night 1 is Grizzly, and he'll wander through the halls until he ends up at one of the 2 doors. All you have to do is shut the door using the handle. I also want to take a moment to mention how terrible the door hitboxes are. Paired with the scrolling, I had a hard time finding where I was supposed to click. Especially with a certain character in the later nights, this was terrible. You really need to be able to accurately find and close the door, especially when the skill required gets higher each night. That was my only real complaint of the main nights though. The office looks great and I love the ambience, even when you can hear it loop. A detail I found really neat was the clock in the office. I always love when fan games take parts of the normal UI and implement them in smart ways into the environment. The clock is no exception here, seriously good stuff. After finishing night 1, a small cutscene plays showing Grizzly in this weird N64 style logging onto a computer installed with GrizzOS, my favorite. The scene goes black and we can see Grizzly's eyes just out of the darkness before the cutscene ends. These analog-styled cutscenes are a staple of the Grizzly series and they'll continue to make an appearance every night. Night 2 kicks off with arguably one of the best phone calls of all time. John's friend Earl calls, talking to John about an incident they had with a friend that landed one of them in the hospital. John uses this opportunity to mention his dissatisfaction with the country. They then talk about how it's election year, but John won't vote because the elections were rigged. John proceeds to go on a 30-second ramble about elections and electoral votes and how the whole system is rigged. I can't, this game is too much. Anyway, Grizzly is still the only character active, but his AI has increased a little bit. There is genuinely nothing else to note for Night 2, but that's okay, because I spent that entire time wondering what I had just listened to. Finishing off Night 2 and seeing the VHS tape doesn't help either. It's your standard analog horror tape with loud noises and plenty of jump scares. Night 3 though, some stuff actually happens. We get a phone call from a mysterious person. They claim they know who we are. The person on the other end tells us that the government is after us for some reason, and it takes guts to do what he's about to do. Alright, let's address the gut-sized elephant in the room. It takes guts is a line from the game that gets repeated way too much. To be honest, it's actually kind of funny hearing it in game. For this reason, we'll be counting every time "it takes guts" is said. On Night 3, we are also introduced to 2 new characters. The prototype, who is this game's Foxy replacement, will run down the right hall and needs to be stopped when you hear his audio cue. The other character is Silly Willy, who, might I add, has the funniest name I've ever heard for a character. Like, I'm sorry, how are you supposed to get behind Silly Willy? Anyway, he's pretty much like Grizzly, but he will only come down the middle hallway. Both of these new characters definitely spice up the gameplay loop in a nice way, as there's more to worry about other than Grizzly. I also want to point out that these are the 2 final characters added, and there still isn't a use for the cameras. There's actually a separate character who I haven't even mentioned yet that can affect you through the cameras, so for the entire game they are pretty much irrelevant. Since the gameplay loop is pretty much the exact same here on out, I'm gonna spare you boring details of each night and just summarize the rest of the game. Got it? Cool. Night 3's VHS tape features Grizzly, but spooky. Also, another "it takes guts," put it on the board. Night 4, John's mother calls asking where he is and why he hasn't come home. John says that he ran away from them for a reason. Some of the dialogue possibly alludes to John's father abusing him while growing up. I actually did put in my notes that the gameplay speeds up tremendously on Night 4, and that I almost died in the first 30 seconds. So there's that. Night 4's VHS tape is a little interesting. It depicts John's girlfriend leaving him, claiming that he spends too much time working on the Grizzly robot. It then cuts to Grizzly seemingly hunting her down. Yeah, I really don't understand what's going on here. On Night 5, John gets a phone call from the fucking president. Yep, let's all take a breather and let that one sink in. He calls John to try and discredit what he's been saying about him over the previous nights. He tries to convince John that he doesn't stuff ballots and he knows what John did. Another "it takes guts" later, and the president says that he'll be at Grizzly's at 6 a.m. It's then implied through the VHS tape after that the president straight up murdered John. I could be wrong about that, but that's what I got from it. Surprisingly, that's really it for Grizzlies. There are some more cutscenes that further push the story, but I think this is a game that you should actually play, so I'm not going to get into that. Seriously though, I really enjoyed my experience with Grizzlies. As much as I shat on some things here and there, I do think this is one of the strongest FNAF games from pretty much every standpoint, except gameplay. The series only increases in quality from here. Shortly after the launch and sudden gain in popularity, Lester started to update the assets on the game page. No one thought much of the changes as they just looked like re-renders, but we wouldn't have to wait long for Lester to make the official announcement that Grizzlies was getting an official remaster, titling it Grizzlies Update 2022. And just like that, Grizzlies news was coming at a frequent pace. New renders of what seemed to be new models of the game's characters surfaced, and from what it seemed, all hands were on deck for this official remaster. Not even 2 weeks passed until we got our first actual glimpse of the game's improvements, via the Grizzlies teaser trailer. While not too much, we did get to see the new Grizzly model in action, and oh boy, better lighting! In all seriousness, the teaser maintained the analog tape feel that had at this point been made a staple for the series, while still feeling pretty new and refreshing. Lester knew that making a convincing analog-style tape is incredibly difficult, so he brought on Baddington, who is infamous for their analog horror tapes. I personally believe that bringing on some new faces like Paddington really helped sold the concept to a lot of people who were skeptical after the first game. And I mean, the support was really there as people started noticing the vast differences. Not only in the visuals, but the overall tone. I mean, this teaser was really the first time that I can safely say that Grizzlies and horror even belonged in the same sentence. July 2022 was the perfect time to be a Grizzlies fan. From the overabundance of Grizzlies Remastered and Grizzlies 2 teasers, which we'll talk about later, it was clear that the small team Lesser had built was driven to push Grizzlies along. Not even 5 days after the original Grizzlies teaser trailer would Lesser drop the full trailer, and my god did it look incredible. The trailer starts out with an animation of Grizzly reaching out while playing a song. Do I even need to say anything about the animation at this point? I think it'd just be a given that it looks so much better. One of the things I really enjoyed from this trailer was its emphasis on its story. I think we can all say with confidence that the way Grizzly's story was presented in the original game made it seem more goofy and lighthearted than it needed to be. But now it seems like there was actual care and thought put into making the story make sense and feel not like a shitpost. Speaking of improvements, we finally got our first look at the newly improved gameplay. Take it as you will, I think this is a vast improvement from the original Office. I mean, do you know how sensitive the scrolling was? From what I could see, my issues with the odd perspective and hypersensitive scrolling seem to have been fixed, which is a more than welcome change. About halfway through the trailer, the eerie tone crosses into more horror territory. After the trailer released and all was said and done, that's all we would hear for the Grizzlies remaster. Sure, we did get a couple of updates here and there confirming that yes, indeed, it was still in development, but that's the extent of what we got for a long time. So what happened? The team was working at such a rapid pace for weeks, and then just silence. Was it done? Were they waiting for a specific date to launch the game? These were the questions that a large portion of the fan base were asking. With the turn of the new year, the update would be called Grizzlies Update 2023, which although seemed promising at first, later turned sour with the fact that there weren't many updates following this. Finally, in mid-March of 2023, Lesser confirmed that the game had entered the beta testing stage after nearly 8 months of development hell. Although we can't say for sure what was going on during those 8 months, we can say that we were finally about to play the Grizzlies remaster. But as soon as we got this news, everything went silent. What happened? Well, I believe it to be because of a little thing called Grizzlies VR. In late September of 2022, Lesser announced that he would be partnering up with Euro to create a Grizzlies virtual reality experience. As soon as I heard about this, I just knew it had potential to be really good. Grizzly's main gameplay sections are set up in a way that would translate perfectly to VR. There's barely any movement in the office aside from looking back and forth, and to top it all off, the environments themselves would be way scarier. To say that I was hyped was a bit of an understatement. One problem: I don't own a VR. Well, didn't, but we'll get there. One of the many things that separated Grizzly's VR from both Grizzly's and its subsequent remaster was that its lore was told through VHS tapes instead of the goofy phone calls each night. We'll talk about this more in detail later on, but these VHS tapes were to be animated by Spectre, an animator who specializes in analog horror tapes. You might have seen their work recently blow up, for good reason too. The reception for Grizzly's VR was overwhelmingly positive. From all corners of the community, people were coming together to see what this was all about. And as soon as it was announced, nothing. Lesser and Euro made small updates showing their progress here and there, but that was pretty much it. There was one trailer which did showcase some gameplay, but aside from that, the marketing for Grizzly's VR was pretty much non-existent. However, on May 5th, we did get a small cinematic teaser trailer with a June 25th release. But wait, isn't that today? Well, yes. A couple months back, in late April, Lesser actually reached out to me and asked if I wanted to play Grizzly's VR, to which I responded no. I didn't own a VR, and I really didn't feel like buying one to play Grizzly's VR of all games. And that's where my involvement with Grizzlies ended for a bit. Over the following weeks, Lesser would send me unreleased footage and screenshots of the game to get my feedback, and while it looked great, I couldn't help but feel a little bad. I mean, this guy was sharing his work with me for the past few months, and I didn't even have the means to help support. So I did the very responsible thing and purchased a VR. I actually bought it for Help Wanted 2, which was announced a little earlier, but it's way funnier to say that I bought a VR for Grizzlies. Anyway, with VR in hand, Lesser sent me an early copy of Grizzly's VR. Loading into the game was an absolute nightmare. This was my first time using a VR, let alone Steam VR. And trust me, the setup process is way more involved than it needed to be. Like seriously, it took me at least an hour to set up all the software, only for me to find out that I didn't have the right cable. So after 2 days of waiting for the right cable to arrive, I found out pretty early on that my PC couldn't handle the game. Playing the game normally was fine, albeit a bit laggy. However, the second I started recording, all hell broke loose. It would be nearly 10 plus seconds before the game would change frames. Out of options, I asked my sister if I could use her much better computer to play Grizzlies. To which she said yes. So after another hour of installing software, I could finally play Grizzlies VR. Loading into the game, we're standing in front of an old television with the game's warnings printed on it. The game actually asks us to sit down while playing, which I thought was pretty neat. Looking up, the Grizzlies logo can be seen providing the only light in the area aside from the TV. The main functions of the game are actually conveyed through VHS tapes, which we need to insert into the television. This ranges from stuff like the settings, credits, made nights, and even bonus tapes that we can unlock. I really like this choice as it makes the game feel more interactive instead of having us push buttons. Maybe this is the standard for VR games, I wouldn't know, since this was literally my first ever game I played in VR. With only one real task to do, we insert the Night 1 tape into the television and begin our first shift. Loading into the office, we can already notice a few changes from the original Grizzlies. Most importantly, the layout of the office has been switched to make it easier for us to pull the doors shut. The desk was moved to the corner of the room, which I thought was interesting. It definitely took some getting used to, especially trying to find where our location was on the map in real space. Secondly, the environments are terrifying. I don't think I can describe to you how creepy the game is in VR. I mean, you really have to play the game for yourself to make that judgment. We also got a phone call welcoming us to Grizzlies. This phone guy is completely different from the one in the original Grizzlies, and serves more as a tutorial for the player than an actual lore drop. The phone guy gives us the basic rundown of guarding the restaurant. The typical close the doors only when you have to and preserve your power. However, I didn't actually learn until much later on that you can actually turn off the television in front of you. I kept it on at all times and it was just eating away at my power. I actually had to ask Lester why the power was running so fast a couple of times until I learned this. But I wish it was explained better. On the first night there are only two characters active. Grizzly, who will wander down any hall into your room, and the rabbits, who can mess with your cameras and even take away your door levers. Although the first night is usually a tutorial into the characters and their mechanics, I found it to be a nice challenge of sorts. Grizzly is super active right from the start and wastes no time getting to your office. When he inevitably does, reaching out and grabbing the door handle just to shut it is one of the most tense experiences I've ever had. I mean, the dude just comes out of the darkness and just stands there, which is creepy on its own, but in VR it's a whole different story. Considering how far you have to reach to shut the door, I was on edge the entire night. One of my favorite details from the office segments is how the cameras can be controlled like different channels on the television. Flipping through the different cameras is very reminiscent to how you would flip through the channels on an older television. This definitely took a little getting used to, considering that the flip is a little sensitive, but it definitely feels good to use and felt like I was operating an older television. Aside from reaching out every so often, Night 1 isn't so bad. Upon returning to the menu, Grizzly is actually now standing in front of us along with the rabbits. This legitimately startled me. I mean, having Grizzly stand there is super cool, but it was a surprise I was not ready for. Especially with how on edge I was for the entire first night. After beating Night 1, we unlocked 2 new tapes on the desk. The first is just for Night 2, while the second has a scratched out name. Putting that one into the TV, a tape plays. It is a little long, so I'll do my best to paraphrase what happens. John can be seen cowering behind the desk in the Grizzly's office. He hears footsteps approaching from down the hall, when all of a sudden Grizzly shows up at the door. He briefly rambles about how John is so fragile, and how he could easily crush him. But he quickly stops himself by saying that John is his pride and joy. He then asks John if he's his pride and joy, to which John is confused. Grizzly didn't like that, and screams while John closes the door. John cries, realizing he's created a monster he cannot destroy. And that's it for the first tape. The only other thing to do is go into Night 2. There are differences from Night 1. For starters, Silly Willy is active. For some reason, he also got a rename. He now goes more simply by The Clown. The Clown has roughly the same attack pattern as Grizzly, going down either hall and showing up at the door. However, unlike Grizzly, he plays a small clown audio cue whenever he's in the hallway. The second active character is Prototype, who got a serious glow up compared to the original game. He actually has a face now, which is super neat to see. His mechanic is the exact same as it was in the original game, however he can go down either hallway. We need to look through the cameras to find which hallway he's standing in. This is all the first game needed. Just give the player a reason to check the cameras. Arguably one of the main differences between Night 1 and 2 is the phone call we received at the start of the night. As you may know, the Grizzly's VR VHS tapes were animated by Spectre. He also made a full VHS tape compilation on his channel, which explains every tape. In between those are segments of this guy talking. This is who gives the Night 2 phone call. I really wish I understood the story better to try to describe him, but unfortunately, all I can say is that he has a very wacky hairline. After completing the second night, you unlock the second tape, which reveals John attempting to dismantle Grizzly. The third night is the final main night of Grizzly's VR. In it, quite literally nothing changes from night 2, except for a difficulty increase. Night 3 genuinely took me a while to beat because I kept running out of power. That was until I developed a strategy. You see, just like Grizzly's, the cameras should be used as minimally as possible. I would only turn on the cameras every 30 or so seconds to find which hallway prototype was in. Other than that, looking back and forth listening for audio cues was the way to go. This strategy made night 3 and even the secret 420 night way easier. I often get these two nights confused because they are relatively similar from a gameplay standpoint. Beating these two nights unlocks the two final VHS tapes. In tape number 3, we finally witness the murder that the series has been building up to. This is the origin of It Takes Guts. Of course, I can't show the full thing in this video, but man, they really don't hold back showing detail. The 420 mode tape, however, is truly something. It starts off the same way as the Night 1 tape, but instead John stands up to Grizzly, telling him that he's been brought down a terrible path because of him. Then John proceeds to run and grab a flamethrower and melt every animatronic. Let's take a moment to breathe here. The power goes out, and as John turns it back on, Grizzly takes hold of the flamethrower and tries to kill John. John quickly runs back inside the office and grabs a grenade inside his desk and throws it at Grizzly. Oh boy, that was a lot. I like this ending way more than the ending in the original game. It actually ties the story together and gives us a satisfying conclusion to this main story. Who knows if any of this is canon, but I'm sure it'll hold some importance later down the line. Aside from that, that's it for Grizzly's VR. I must say, this was a great experience. Playing a game like Grizzly's in VR is really fun and actually adds to the horror that the first game was lacking. Not to mention how both the gameplay and story were improved dramatically between games. Seriously, I couldn't recommend this one enough. We only have one more part of the Grizzly series left to talk about, so let's talk about Grizzly's 2 for a moment. At the moment, Grizzly's 2 is still in development, so there isn't a whole lot of information I can provide right now. But from what I can say, the game seems to take place after the events of the first game. All of the characters have been sent to a warehouse, while you'll also have to fend off some new enemies as well. It also seems like the development team behind Grizzly's 2 is putting a lot of effort into the game to make it super polished. I would be surprised if it even released anytime in the near future. And that's all there really is for Grizzly's at the moment. You know, going into this, I was expecting the worst. Like seriously, if you were to tell me that a fan game that's entire premise was politics turned out to be any good, I just wouldn't believe you. Grizzly's was a pleasant surprise, blending everything I love about FNAF all into one cohesive game. It's far from perfect, but it's still great. You best believe that I will be playing Grizzly's 2 when it releases. Well, that's it from me. Go play Grizzly's VR. Fun fact, I don't play much FNAF. As much as I talk about it, you'd think I'd play it more, but it's often difficult for me to sit down and play a full game. It could be because every fan game looks the same when browsing GameJolt. So on a whim, I decided to toss 100 games into a wheel spinner to see which one I should play. The rules are simple. Whatever game I choose, I must complete in its entirety and then write a review. What could possibly go wrong? Okay, I got the wheel ready. There is about 90 different options. I really hope I don't get something stupid. I tried to put good ones in here, but I also found some really niche ones as well, so it'll be interesting. God, please don't get something stupid. Oh no, oh no, oh no, what is this? Okay, is it, okay, alright, I can deal with this. Okay, I think this is the one. This is doable, you know what, it's fine, I'm fine with this, you know, it's fine. Oh god, there's 2 of them? Which one's the right one? Okay, I don't know if I explained it in the intro, I probably did. I have to 100% the game, which means I have to just play through it as much as I can. Yeah, okay. This actually doesn't even look half bad though, that's the thing.
But before I tell you about your tools, let me tell you about the place. This is the 3rd establishment of Sonic Hero Pizza Palace. Our last 2 got closed years ago due to,
his face!
Readings. We don't really talk.
Okay, so if I remember from the original Five Nights at Sonic's 3, that I played nearly 5 years ago, the nights are 8 hours. They are super long for no reason. I'm gonna assume this plays like normal FNAF 3 but with just the Sonic characters. I know these guys get added later. They kind of just walk around and there's a mask that you use at some point. I don't know where the mask. Oh, okay. Come on, we're almost there. We're almost there. That is an annoying 6 a.m. 8 a.m. Oh my god. It was at this point in my playthrough where I had to set the game down for a bit, as I had some other things to take care of. A couple nights later, I decided to resume my playthrough, which you'll see now. I was also joined by my two good friends, Matthew and Gamers, who sat with me while I played through this mess. How do I do this? We're on night 2 now, right?
Try the YouTube thing.
What?
Glad to see you still want to work here.
Why is he British?
We never even if we used to use old clothes and animatronics.
Stop! I'm trying to play the game.
Really?
Oh, hi. Do I mask now, or do I mask? Does he come in the office?
He comes in the office.
Oh, does he? Hottest Mario character, go. Okay, yeah, that's fair enough.
Hottest guy Mario character, go.
Toad. What the hell was? Oh!
I forgot about that.
Bro just fucking ran at me. Oh, hi.
Like Mario and Luigi standing together. I'm Mario, Matthew is
Oh, fuck. Am I supposed to steal that? Oh, I'm dead. Wait, was that too slow?
Yeah, you noticed the flashing?
Oh, that's what it was. I thought it was like the vent sounds. Oh, whatever.
I doubt
Can I mute the call? Oh, I just closed the game. I tried to... I keep forgetting escape like closes like every application for some reason.
I just realized this game is slept on. Final Fantasy 3 is dope.
2?
No, 3.
Yeah, this one's really good. All I remember is like Taste Gaming would make like videos like every like...
This game is so fire, bro.
Taste Gaming, oh my god. What an absolute legend. I still watch him. Oh, so you just kind of just wait for him to break it?
Today I'm cutting hair.
Oh, it's you! Oh, I thought someone was in the vent.
Oh my god, that's dope. He actually walks consistently. I thought he just moved up 1 every time. But...
I put it on! I clicked it! I'm literally dead because of that. It's fine. Dude, insane timers, by the way. Insane timers. Look at the... Oh, he's gone. Look at the Sonic drawing on that one. That's just great. Oh, fuck off. Wait, that's actually sick, though. He only does it when you have your monitor up. Oh. So you can stall him out. So where's Tangle or whatever? Oh!
What the fuck was... The fuck is so goofy.
It's not even a bad game though. It's kind of good.
Oh my god, this is fire.
This is gas, dude. I'm not even joking. If I was still into Five Nights at Sonic's, dude, I'd be all over this.
I don't understand the lore of this game, I'll be honest.
The lore of Five Nights at Sonic's is so stupid. All I know is that like they made clones because the main guys were too busy.
Yeah.
That's literally all I know.
Then the clones became evil.
Night 5.
Me too, man. Me too.
Oh. Oh.
Taste gaming.
The goat.
I think at one point you can take a boss fight. I'm not sure.
Oh no.
Yeah. Hold your mouse down to shrink the light.
Which is effective against enemies that dislike light. If the mouse isn't held down, the light will be ineffective against foes who fall for it. Turn off. What do you mean? I am not reading all that.
Sorry for the long call. Things are just very different right now, especially with this unexpected blackout. Stay safe. Good night.
Okay, I'll be the first to say, what?
Turn off the light for ghosts and Toad. Keep it on and like click to like shrink it.
Off. Oh, okay, that's a ghost. Okay.
Yeah.
Oh.
It's like the Phantoms.
Okay, that... Fuck off! What do you mean? Oh, fuck off. Dude, why are... Okay. That can happen, apparently.
What's that?
That's like a boo.
It said, look at the boo, right?
I don't know. What? What do we do? What am I doing wrong?
I think you have to find the boo and look at it.
What do you mean? Oh. Like that? Oh shit, what was I supposed to do with that?
not put the flashlight in his face?
it's so vague. It's like if there's a dark figure, use the flashlight. If there's not a dark figure, if it's not real, don't use the flashlight. Like, what does that mean? Am I just suffering some skill issue or something? So I'm constantly looking for booze. Is that essentially what I'm getting from this?
Shit.
Like, what do I fucking do?
Like, what is this music?
It's for this in the camera. Oh, when it jump scares you, you have to. That's stupid. When it jump scares you have to look in the cameras.
So you just have to get jump scared by that?
You have to get jump scared every single goddamn time.
This shit's so obnoxious as well.
I flashed him. What do I do?
Still a mask?
There's no mask. There's no mask. There's no maintenance panel.
I swear, if you flip down and there's a mask.
There is no mask. I can promise you that there is no mask. I don't like getting jump scared by Boo every time. That's also like a pain in the ass. Can I just mention that like straight up?
Loud. It's so fucking loud.
And it's so obnoxious for no reason.
It just fucking like split second. Oh, hello. Who the fuck?
Oh my god, that is creepy as shit. I'm gonna be the first to say that's actually creepy as shit.
It was creepy as shit. I'm not gonna lie to you. That Boo shit was kind of funny at that time.
No, like the Sonic shit is so, that's so fucking loud. Like, fuck off. This is actually kind of nice. I wish it was just explained. I hope that we don't get to like the end of the night and they throw like a curveball at us.
Like, oh,
like, oh, look at this. We got a new character. Just throwing him into the mix. You know, you guys like a golden Sonic? Okay, what entered? Did anything enter? That entered.
Fucking Christ.
It's so obnoxious. Like, why do you gotta do that? Okay, do I just let him come in? What the fuck? Do I?
Turn off your light, I guess. What the fuck?
It's fine. What do I do with him?
I don't fucking know.
What do I do with you?
Just don't
this is the fucking curveball.
Don't flash him. Just don't flash him. Don't put the light in his face.
Uh-oh. What do I do with this asshole, though?
Oh, fuck.
Okay, it's fine. Oh, am I supposed to flash him?
Maybe.
I think that's what he means by if it's real. If he's like in your office, he's real. Okay, that makes a bit more sense. Let's throw another curveball in there. Curveball number fucking 14 at this point. Bro, you are not the thinker.
What the fuck is the hat? What's the hat?
What's what?
Over the hat.
I don't know what the hat is. I think that's there always.
No, it's not. That's new.
I'm like 38% sure that's there always.
Yeah, see, he's coming up.
What the fuck? The lore. The lore.
Like, if you have the light off, the more you have the light off,
oh, he does. It's like Grunkfist. That's actually kind of gas, though. I'm not even lying. That's actually a sick mechanic.
Where's his pupils, bro?
Oh, there we go.
Oh, fuck.
That is so cool, though. Okay, if that was explained, like, maybe even a little bit better, that would be, like, easily, like, the best night.
Alright, 6 night.
6 night? What is that? Is that Mario? Oh, it's Mario. Yeah, okay, cool. I thought that was, like, Golden Sonic again. Like, doing something. Is that... Oh, that's the end of the night! Wait, did we die? I thought we got fucked over by like bad RNG at the last minute.
Same. I thought we said Golden Sonic and then boom, bro just appeared.
Or are you going to join them? Oh, and you're gonna. I can't read. And you are. No. No.
No.
And you're gonna join them. No.
No. No.
That's what you get for trying to hurt me and my friends.
F is for friends.
Oh, but this looks like one of those like sad, depressing like Simpsons edits. Okay, how do we get the good ending? What?
The fuck?
Smash Bros? Okay, we gotta beat Night 1 again. And then there's like hints down at the bottom apparently. Okay, we gotta step on the wires. Okay, so from what I watch in Taste Gaming video, it's this one. Yeah, there we go. 1, 0.
Hey, you're back!
9.
Glad to see you still want to work here. We don't get people like you
3,
around here.
4.
Anyways,
5.
the staff found out that there are these loose wires hanging from the walls.
I think that's a good sound. Okay, step on the wire. What's next? Oh, find the pieces. Man, fuck, I'm not doing that. So it's cam 1 right here, cam 5 right here, cam 6, wait no, cam 10, cam 11, cam 12. There we go. Okay, step on the wire. Take them before it's too late. Okay, Taste Gaming, please help. So, yep, we go get the matches on the desk. Okay, now that I understand Night 5, I think I'm gonna have a better time with this. We're fine. Dubs. Wait, why is it so quiet now?
It went silent, bro.
Yeah, to stay silent, because we up. Yay, we did it! Because the night ends right now.
Ventilation error.
Cutscene! Oh, he's dead.
Ventilation error. Ventilation.
What the fuck? Okay, let's do it. Can I hide?
The desk.
Wait, how do I get under the desk?
Click.
I clicked under the desk. How do I get under the desk? What? Where's the hitbox for under the desk? I'm clicking under. What do you mean?
Double clicked. I think you went under and then you didn't.
I clicked once.
Just spam.
Let's go. Yay. What happened? What was different? Oh, did we burn down the restaurant?
Yeah, so you're free now,
I guess. Okay, I'm skipping that. Oh, that's nice. That's real nice.
Damn, this game's fun.
Salvage Tales has joined the fray. There's so many stars we have to do. Oh my god. Okay, we give all max one shot.
Sure.
Please. I beat the all max first try.
Bro, Boo was on your cheeks though.
Dude, Boo kind of... Mario.png has joined the fray.
Excuse me?
Yay, all max mode done. Oh, there's another one? Okay, so we're gonna do Blackout Darkest Hour because that's like the only max mode, other max mode that I haven't done. Let's do it, why not? I don't know exactly. Oh, cool. It's a trophy. Like, I don't remember exactly how to play this, but I think I should be fine. Okay, there we go. Pretty easy, actually. Not too bad. What is this? Third Wario has joined the fray. Okay, that's just great. Five Nights at Sonic's 3 Reburned was an interesting experience. When I was younger, I was a big fan of the FNAF series, even if I knew it had some flaws. Thankfully, most of my complaints were fixed in this unofficial remaster of a classic fan game. Just like in the original FNAF 3, there is more than one animatronic to deal with, as it's not just the one character to keep track of as seen in FNAF 3. I like this change because it gives the player something else to think about instead of focusing all their attention on Salvage Sonic. This is accomplished by having the withered toy animatronics, seen in FNAF 2, still be fooled by the mask, which means they aren't an insta-kill once in the office. The simple loop of keeping Sonic in place and dealing with the wizards as they approach you is paused for Night 5, when the power is out for the whole city and you're left to guard in the dark. As I'm sure you saw in the highlights, at first I wasn't a big fan of the switch up as it felt unnecessary and was too different from the core gameplay to fit in with everything else. But I have to say that after fully understanding the gameplay loop and what each character does, it was a very enjoyable experience. The same strategies can be replicated on every attempt, which is something that often gets overlooked when discussing gameplay. You can pick up the blackout mode on any difficulty and the same strategy still applies. By far my favorite part of the game. Night 6 was also a lot of fun, as the gameplay finally picks up the pace and you have to make quick decisions. Some of the Night 5 characters get added, most notably Shadow Sonic, who requires you to shine your light on him when he's in the hallways. The max mode was also a really positive experience. Although I can't speak too much about it as I fluked both of them on my first try, I can say that they were pretty frantic, especially towards the end where you start to lose track of everyone. The gameplay as a whole is just really solid, which leads me into talking about the story. I understand that this is a remaster of the third FNAF game, which means that it still falls into place with the FNAF story, which I happen to know nothing about. I remember being intrigued by the series in the early FNAF days, but I can't recall much about it. But because FNAF 3 is the third game in a series, it's hard to understand what exactly the narrative truly was without playing through its predecessors prior to this one. From what I could pick up on, the story was there, but really needed the background knowledge of the previous games to fit into place. And that's about it for Five Nights at Sonic's 3 Reburned. This had every reason to be a dumpster fire, but it wasn't because of the enormous amount of care that went into this game. Your eyes do not deceive you, the title is correct. Playtime with Percy is a masterpiece. I don't take that lightly either, but we should probably back up a bit. Playtime with Percy is a new FNAF fan game made by my friend Fazzy. It's been in the works for a little over a year now, and it should be out now if you're watching this video. He let me play it a full week early to get my thoughts, and I ended up loving it. Although I had seen multiple work-in-progress recordings, screenshots, and concepts, I had never actually played any of it before. So this is my full first playthrough of the game. I'll try my best to explain things along the way, but for right now, it's time to play with Percy. I can't believe I just said that out loud, oh my god. Ooh, cinematics? The first part of Playtime with Percy is an opening cutscene introducing you to Nick, our protagonist. He gets a phone call from his boss, John Johnson, asking him if we could return to Percy's Playhouse and watch over it before its demolition the following Friday. We agreed, and we started the game. Ooh yeah, we're gonna view the tutorial, I don't know what I'm doing. Ooh. Oh, this is nice. Hello. Okay, so this is our pal Percy, and it looks like we have to take care of him. Kind of as a Tamagotchi kind of thing. And so there's different mini games as well here. Through the tutorial, we are introduced to the main mechanics of Playtime with Percy. If you didn't know, the length of the night segments is entirely determined by how long it takes you to satisfy your pal Percy. This Tamagotchi knockoff is the main gimmick of the game, and is what you'll be focusing your attention on when it's not on the animatronics. Okay, that's it for the tutorial. Ooh, and we're right in. Oh gosh. Okay, oh, they're already moving. I don't like that. As you can probably tell, with the ambience kicking in almost immediately, I was a little overwhelmed. One thing you'll notice while playing the game is that it's a lot faster paced than most fan games. This is something I didn't think I would appreciate as much as I do. I mean, like, every other fan game has their night 1 be super slow. What game have you played where the threats are already hauling ass to your office 20 seconds in? Oh, I can hear him right next to me. I don't like that. You gonna come out of the vent? Yeah, there you are. Oh, I gotta keep something up. Okay. So it looks like for the moose character, you have to keep your thing up, but for the cat, you have to put something down. Okay. Dude, these guys are really active. This is only night 1. Nice. Just about 2 minutes too. After each night, you'll have some other duties to attend to. These vary throughout the game, having you face different threats or attend to some maintenance around the building. And I was about to experience them for the very first time. Click anywhere to exit sleep mode. What? Oh. Match the selling price of the animatronics to the same as the offer below it. If you hear anything, use E to hide until whatever is out there goes away. Oh, so we're selling the animatronics now. That's interesting. Oh. Okay, we can sell him now. Nice. Okay, we got 2 soul already. Oh, we gotta get this guy up so far. Okay. So it only every time you reject it, it only goes up 100, which is kind of annoying, but especially when we got this guy wandering around. Okay. Oh, gee. Why there's 4 digits now? Oh no. Oh, he's waiting. He's waiting. Nice. Okay. All right. I win. How did I get an F? What? I did it in 2 minutes. How did I get an F? Okay, so we have another person we gotta worry about. We have to match the color to the color of his eyes. Oh, what color are you? Red. Red. Okay, I think that's what we do? Not entirely sure. Where are you? You're red as well. Okay. We also got it at red. Nice. Haven't found a real use for the cameras quite yet. Oh, shit. Yeah, this is intense. We're only in night 2. They've already showed up like 5 times. What are you? Yellow. Nice. Okay. I'm getting the hang of it. This feels really fun to play, actually. Now it's time to play. Oh, how naive I was. Tuesday's post-shift task really would begin to test my patience with the game. Attack of the Space Dogs, what is this? Beat the high score to win. Controls, left, okay. Left, right, up, okay, to shoot. Pause / camera flash. Uh-oh. Haven't heard anything yet. Oh. Okay, we're good. It's just 1 camera flash, it looks like. I don't like this. Dude, I'm... Oh, okay. So, you die instantly if you... Oh. Total deaths 2. Why am I at 2 deaths? Wait, what? Okay, wait, how do I beat this? Okay, I'm actually confused now. Wait, okay, what am I doing? I am really close to dying. I don't like this. Yeah, this is hard. This is hard. This is... Dude, I am spamming the WP. Wait, how am I at 1? How am I at 100? How? What? What? I went from like 5 to like 1 in like a second. Come on, we're almost there. Please. What? What? Crash. Stop. Crash. Click anywhere to dismiss. Oh. Oh, I thought we had to do like a boss fight. Hey, we got a D this time. After what had just happened, I stepped away for a moment and got some food before throwing myself into Wednesday. There are a couple differences, primarily 2 new characters, Percy and the Poodles. Percy will wander the hall and eventually end up at the door while you'll have to hold it shut. The Poodles, however, are a little more annoying. There's 3 of them that will either affect the door, the Pal Percy, or the cameras. If they're not attended to quick enough, they'll disable whatever system they can. They're annoying, but I didn't know how they worked quite yet. Or for a while. What the hell are you? Oh, you actually have to hold it. I thought it was like a toggle thing. So what happens when the moose comes in and Percy comes in? Oh, you're there. I don't like you. God, you stop looking at me like that. I don't like that. If I remember from the promos, they'll like bang on the door a bit. So it's not like I actually have to be super concerned. Oh, you're getting closer. I don't like how close you're getting. Stop. I don't like that. Stop. You're getting really close. Down. So what happens when the moose shows up and he's at the door? Yeah, like that. I'm gonna hold it shut now. Yeah, piss off. Thank you. Nice, did we do it? Oh, piss off. No! Well, preparing for a jump scare. Oh, that's it? I thought they were gonna pull like Mary's Arcade on me. Click on the screen to start repairing. Solve a puzzle. Oh. Oh. You were really loud. Oh, it's kind of hard to miss you. Oh, it's turning into a bullet hell now? Really? Is this what we're doing? Oh, I don't like that. Oh, I don't like this. I don't like this. I don't like this. Oh. I thought I should have died way more. What? How do you get your rank up? On your way out of the building on Wednesday, you run into a CD on the ground and are prompted with the opportunity to pick it up and take it home. I think we're gonna take it, yeah. Oh, he's got your IP now. Percy is not messing around. Call notice. Support message. What? It poses a dangerous threat to children if left on for an extended period of time? What? What? Okay. So they're like haunted, I think. So it looks like we're just gonna have to wait for him. Just kind of appear, I guess, is what I'm getting from that. I don't like you. Stop with that face. Dude, stop. Piss off. Don't look at me like that. I hate this. We're fine. We're fine. We're fine. Barely. Dude, stop looking at me like that. I don't like that. Okay, I think that's it for Thursday. Nice. Wait, I have to... Oh. Oh, he died. I thought we were still playing for a moment. Okay. To start your task, unscrew the bolt in Farmer Felix's head by hold-clicking them. Once completed, start the repairs by clicking the inside of his head. Nice.
Success.
Okay, reboot, because I can't. Nice. Okay, we did it. I think.
Success.
Jeez, okay. There's another F? Yeah, how do you get anything higher than an F? Maybe you have to speedrun it, I don't know. Going into Friday, I still didn't fully understand how to deal with each threat. And I spent a lot of time exiting out and asking other testers and team members how to deal with certain issues. I'm gonna spare you the details of my confusion and move along to where the run comes together. Oh my god. Okay, so you just have to look at them, you don't have to shock them, I think. Oh, check the bonuses for a special reward. Okay. Jesus, that's like way too much time for me. You know, I might actually be pretty stupid. We got a call from our boss asking us to make sure Percy is ready to be sold and that we must do one final inspection of him. We find out that Percy's battery is no longer functional, and our boss instructs us to find any type of replacement. And well, we find a replacement, and after that, the game's complete. Well, that's it, guys. That's the game. Oh, what's this? Uh-oh. This isn't credits. No, this can't be. Oh, it's so cool. Jesus. Ooh, 3D. Alright, this is the boss fight of Playtime with Percy. This is by far the coolest part of the game, at least for me. I wish I could experience this game for the first time, but if you couldn't tell by my impeccable acting, this wasn't my first rodeo. So basically, we're up against Pal, a hybrid of Percy and the Pal Percy, in this new 3D environment. Which, might I add, is so cool after being adjusted into a 2D environment for so long. This boss fight has a lot of moving parts, so I'll try my best to explain as we get to them. Okay, so we're up here, and... okay, so this is the furthest away from us, this is the closest. Okay, alright, so... Pal is needs to ever find him first, and then find what he wants in the caves. He'll be in one of the other rooms. Okay, so this isn't terrible, and it even says on the monitors when you have to. I'm really focusing here, because I don't want to mess this up, because this is kind of difficult. Okay, that's one charge. If you hear something banging on the walls, drag an office cart, and hold it. Oh, so we just killed it. Okay. Pal has devised a new tactic. If you hear him approach, hold the door shut until he goes away. If you hear anything else, check the cameras. Oh my god. What do I do with you? What the hell just killed me? Okay, what do I do with you now? I'm dead. Yeah, that was really unfortunate. I should have checked the cameras way earlier. You're probably wondering what that was and why I have died to it twice now. Essentially, every so often it will appear in one of the 4 corner cameras and try to mess with the systems. You must find it in the camera and shock it whenever it plays a certain audio cue. And I had not yet figured out what I was listening for. Nice. Maybe I try to attach you, just don't worry. What? I can't drag. I can't drag. What am I doing? Yeah, what? It's not even like... okay, it could be one of two things. One, I'm just really bad. Two, there is so many sound effects going on, it's like impossible to like know for sure what you're supposed to be paying attention to. Especially when the sound effects sound all the same. I mean, obviously I've not been developing the game, so maybe they all sound different, but like, when you're just focusing on one single thing at a time, it's hard to distinctively know what sound effect to look for. I have 8 seconds. Oh Christ, do I die immediately? Oh yeah, I did it wrong, crap. Are we waiting him out? Holy shit, dude. Oh my god. That was fun, but holy hell. That was actually like impossible. Yeah, 18 minutes for the boss. Jesus, dude. That is actually a lot of fun to play, but I think just getting down the mechanics is just my issue. Especially since like everything sounds the exact same. It's just... you really have to listen out for like key differences in the sound effects. Oh no, are they gonna deconstruct the building right now? Oh. Yup. There we go. Okay, is that really it for real this time? Okay. That was really good. goes, "Hey, there's me! I'm on there. I know that guy." You survived Percy's playdate. You've earned some rewards. Bonuses, custom hour, endless mode, free play. Interesting. What is free play? Okay, I want to get my name on the scoreboard. I think I can do that. I'm gonna let him in. I'm just gonna let him in. Oh god. Yeah, I can't get any further because they took my Percy away. Wait, 64? Okay, so I will be on the leaderboard somewhere. Okay. Good. And that's really all for Playtime with Percy. There is so much more to this game that I purposely left out details for this video. I really want you to play this game because it is the culmination of years worth of trial and error perfected into one standout game. Seriously, don't sleep on Percy and his friends. This game is worth your time. I know during my initial playthrough of the boss, I got frustrated, but after failing enough, I started to learn strategies that worked, and it slowly became one of the best gameplay loops out there. It never got to a point where it felt unfair, but I could take something away from each death and use that to be better next time. Playtime with Percy, while not perfect, is a high quality product. I'm having a hard time forming complete thoughts for this game since it's way better than any expectations I had for it. On a serious note, go play it. Or at least support the developers. It has been an honor watching the team pour their souls into this project, and I hope it shows. Anyway, that's it for me. Go play with Percy.
Good luck on your Jolly 3 review, Sir 55. Hopefully this time it doesn't take more than a year!
Will Sir 55 make a Jolly 3 review? Yes.
Hello, Sir 55. If you don't make Jolly 3 review right now, I'm going to find you, and I will be nice. I'm going to kill you. I will hurt you.
Welp. Hey kids, Sir 50 Fan Game Review here, talking Jolly 3. If you've snooped around my channel, or have just been here forever, you may know my first 2 video essays were full reviews of Jolly 1 and 2. Since then I've adapted my style quite a bit, and my videos have become less review and more showcase, if that makes any sense. However, that changes today, as I'm reprising my role as the worst fan game reviewer to talk about Jolly 3, the best worst fan game. Okay, so what do I mean by best worst? Jolly 3, created by Ivan G, is the 3rd installment in the Jolly series, releasing a little over 9 months after Jolly 2, which, if you remember, released way earlier than it should have, which is most likely why I, and many others, don't like it as much. Ivan listened to this criticism, thankfully, and gave us Jolly 3, a complete return to form in what feels like a proper sequel to Jolly 1. I mean, it even looks like the original, even down to the color palette. You still got it. However, even after Jolly 3 was released with a mostly positive reception, more hardcore fans of the series still had the same old issues. Years following its launch, and fans are still divided on its quality. Some regarding the game as a highly innovative sequel, and others not.
I was always told, play this game. I was always told to play this game. It was one of the only popular FNAF fan games I hadn't played, and everyone told me it was great. And they fucking lied to me. This game sucks.
Personally, I regard it as the best worst fan game. Simply put, it's good at being not good. Jolly 3 was released at a time when there really wasn't a quality standard for most fan games. If you knew how to make a rough model and could use ClickTeam, you too could make the next hit fan game. Don't get me wrong, we've received some of the most influential games because of this period, but at the same time, I can't think of a fan game that was made before 2017 that's held up. Jolly 3 was one of the first fan games to bridge the gap between what a true passion project was and something that could be taken as an official product. In that respect, I think it's why it stood out so much. To many, it felt like the sister location we never got, which is a huge compliment by the way. Jolly 3 attempts a lot of never-before-seen gameplay variations. It has mini-games reminiscent of sister location, a full office section, which the game lacked, a few fully animated cutscenes, a better general story, and George. He's George. Alright, I've stalled long enough. Here's my honest review of Jolly 3. Before I start ripping into Jolly 3, there are some things I need to mention. Jolly 3 is split into 2 games. Chapter 1, which I'm about to go over, and Chapter 2, which was released about a year after Chapter 1 and follows the events directly after. For the sake of this video, I will be covering both chapters, as it's important for the story to be covered at once. Secondly, the story of Jolly 3 is incredibly confusing. The team behind this game and its in-progress sequel, Jolly 4, have created a full lore document with everything currently known about the series and its story. There are a lot of details in this document that aren't mentioned at all in any of the games, so if you've played the game and don't recall certain story beats, it's in this document. There, that should clear up any confusion. Jolly 3 takes place in 2017. Shortly after conspiracies of Jolly Entertainment have surfaced, two friends and investigators Jack Carson and Theo Murphy investigate an abandoned Jolly factory. One's co-owned by Fazbear Entertainment. In Jolly 3, we play as Jack Carson, a silent protagonist. Throughout the game, we are accompanied by Theo as he more so commentates and helps guide Jack around. This is all you really need to know going into the game, as the cutscene at the start doesn't explain anything. Speaking of the opening cutscene, it's another element that made Jolly 3 stand out. Not a lot of people implemented fully animated cutscenes into their free fan game. Even today, this cutscene looks great and serves as a decent amount of energy going into the game. Anyway, after it ends, we're loaded into the main night. And hey, this office looks very similar to the control module from the sister location. Anyway, this is the main office, and it's our job to survive until 6 AM. And that quickly, I already have an issue with this. The main structure of the night seems to have us sitting here for 6 hours with no real goal in mind. We don't have to sit here. We just do it because the animatronics are supposedly active. This section of the game could have easily been replaced with something like Sister Location, with multiple objectives per night, like rooms to search or something to find each time. Even if there needs to be a sit and survive section, why not use a different room each time? It just doesn't make a whole lot of sense to have a sit and survive part be the core focus on gameplay when the story's goal is to have us explore the facility. Regardless, we're here for 6 hours each night, so we better get used to the gameplay. We're given access to a camera panel where we can do a couple of things. We can view the cameras of this level of the facility, do maintenance on our gas supply, and repair any offline fans. Each of them thankfully has equal importance. The main gameplay of this section consists of watching the cameras until the animatronics get into your office. Once one of them does, we must pull the giant lever in the office that exerts gas into the room, which makes them leave. You heard that right, we have to hotbox the office to survive. That's a sentence I never thought I'd say out loud. This gameplay is fine, but everyone is dealt with in the same way, which is unfortunate since there really isn't a way to differentiate between characters. So each of them equally don't stand out. It doesn't really matter anyway, the two you should really care about are George and Jolly, they'll come back later. The office gameplay isn't just waiting for animatronics, it's also waiting for systems to fail. Occasionally, a fan in the building will go offline. When this happens, you must search through every camera to find the room with the disabled fan. If there is one part of the main gameplay I absolutely despise, it's this right here. So much unnecessary time is spent searching through every camera to eventually find the one you need. On top of that, there are multiple camera threats that you need to be careful of. That's right, Jolly 3 has its own phantoms. Since the building was co-owned by Fazbear Entertainment, it makes sense that the 4 phantoms are the core 4 from FNAF. The main camera threat is Metal Chica, who will randomly appear in one of the cameras, like Phantom BB. Unlike BB, you must stare at Chica until she goes away before you can change cameras. I don't think this change in mechanics would have been a terrible thing, but there's another threat on top of this that makes it so annoying. Meet Metal Foxy, the only phantom that can end your run instead of inconveniencing it. Anytime a fan goes out, a sort of timer starts, where if you wait long enough without repairing the broken fan, Metal Foxy will kill you. I'm not exactly sure how this one got past any playtesting. Wait, actually I know why. There wasn't any. If I had to guess, Ivan wanted to give the player a reason to take time to repair the fans, and as a result, we got Metal Foxy. While it works, he for sure needs a rebalance. I feel like I die to him way too frequently. Alright, we've talked about 2 of the 4 medals, so the other 2 must be Bonnie and Freddy. Surprisingly, they're just as forgettable as the main cast. Metal Bonnie has a chance to appear in one of the window lights. Notice the problem? I'll give you a minute. Yeah, that's right. The window lights serve 0 purpose, so you never need to worry about Bonnie. Ever. Ivan could have still had Bonnie in the windows, but if he reversed it, the mechanic would actually be so much better. There's already no need to check the light, so why not have Bonnie start to materialize in one of the windows? Then, after some time, we need to use the light to get rid of him. Something as simple as this would have been infinitely better than what we got. I can't say that Metal Freddy is any less forgettable either. Occasionally, when flipping the cameras down, he'll spawn in the office. As long as you flip the cameras up and back quickly, you should be fine. Okay, I think we've covered the main mechanics. While the office segment of this game is often forgettable and generally boring to play, I don't think it's that bad. This is genuine progress from Ivan. Might I remind you that Jolly 2's gameplay loop was arguably worse than this. After the main night segment ends, we can finally venture into the building. Theo usually guides us around and each night has a new objective for us, usually locating a safe with classified documents. This only happens 3 times throughout the game, and the other 2 are completely different elements of the game. But these sections follow a pretty similar path. Locate a room, locate the safe, and then before unlocking the safe, we're thrown into a small survival minigame. For example, the sections with Tweety and Maxie. I have no problems with either of these. They both build tension effectively while also requiring a decent amount of focus outside of surviving. They both work a lot like the Night 2 minigame from Sister Location involving Funtime Freddy, but each character's attacks are well choreographed through their movements. One of them involves creating paths, another typing. The typing one arguably being the weaker of the 2, since the game's core audience probably hasn't learned to type quite yet. I really wish I could say more about these 2 sections because they're genuinely a blast to play, but I have way more to say on the other nights that aren't as straightforward. After night 2, we're led to the far back of the building to locate another safe. Everything goes smoothly until it's time to leave, when the lights suddenly go out. Silence fills the room for a moment until a voice begins to speak. This is Tony, a grieving mother possessing Antoinette, a puppet-esque animatronic. Tony wants us to find the truth behind her and her daughter's death, and by doing so, allows us to live. This is continued into night 3, where as soon as we leave the office, we're jumped by Antoinette. What seems like minutes pass until we reawaken on a conveyor. Tony and the spirits of the murdered children possessing the Fazbear entertainment characters are less than impressed by Jack's attempts at retribution, and strap him to a conveyor with the intent of killing him. For the next 2.5 minutes, we struggle to escape our restraints until the machine eventually shuts off, courtesy of Theo, finally doing something useful. While I'm not the biggest fan of this part of the game, it is really cool to finally see some story implemented into the actual game. Although not the most believable nor interesting idea ever, it's still refreshing to get something else to think about than the typical find evidence get out idea that we're so used to. After all that, would you believe me if I told you there's still more to each night after the main shift and the post-game task? Enter the 8-bit sections, by far the most forgettable part of this game. In all fairness, this game was made at the time when these sections were still cool to make. This section of the game tells a different story, however. Circa 1980, and William Afton is giving the grand tour of Freddy Fazbear's to a newly hired employee, Eric Smith. Remember that name, he's very important. William shows the building off, eventually ending the tour by telling Eric that he's not allowed in a certain back room. And I'm sure you know where this is going. William gives Eric a stern talking, saying that no one talks about the back room, no matter what. Cut to a few days later, and it's bring your daughter to work day. Eric brings his daughter Zoe, who he asks to wait in the car until he clears her to come in. Bored and tired of waiting, Zoe ignores her father's request and enters the building anyway, where she's immediately jumped by William Afton and killed. Eric witnesses the murder and tries to convince William to think about what he's doing with some of the worst persuasion skills I have ever heard. Some time passes after Zoe's death, and Eric is trying to sneak onto a heavily guarded cargo ship. He avoids all detection and hides in the back of a truck. For what purpose? I don't know. This is where Eric's story for this part of the game ends. Everything I've mentioned thus far has been focused on nights 1 through 4 of Chapter 1, and while nothing huge changes on night 5, it's worth focusing on separately. Thea is understandably upset that he and Jack have come up with nothing of interest, so Thea comes up with the idea to bring an animatronic out of the building. While arguably one of the dumbest ideas ever, Jack silently complies, and so it is. After the night ends, Theo gets a signal reading from an animatronic, which leads Jack to an elevator to a secret level of the facility. End chapter. Just like that, we're through only part of Jolly 3. While not terrible so far, there is definitely room for improvement on Ivan's end. For sure a step in the right direction, however. From a world building perspective, Ivan absolutely nailed this game. He further expanded upon the lore of Jolly Entertainment, while not a strong or compelling idea, has now completely split itself apart from the very generic evil corporation shtick that many games seem to reuse. To be honest, in every way that isn't the actual game, this installment is incredible, and it's no wonder the series gained so much traction. That and the 6 million views on the Markiplier video definitely helped. Jolly 3 Chapter 2, if I'm being honest, is not any better than Chapter 1. In fact, I think it's worse in almost every aspect. I don't think that it's necessarily Ivan's fault though. Chapter 2 was meant to be a DLC to the pre-existing Jolly 3. It was meant to be something small, like what Ruin is to Security Breach. So it's at least a little understandable why its efforts fell short. Ivan tried to make a full new game based off a small idea. He started his work on Chapter 2 with the pretense that it would be an update to Jolly 3 to expand its story. hence why it was called Update 2 at the end of Chapter 1. Chapter 2 attempts to pick up the torch that Chapter 1 left for it, but instead of feeling like something new, it's exactly like Chapter 1, in the aspects that don't matter. That's not to say that Chapter 2 is a bad game. A sincere attempt was made, and that's all I'm really looking for with this series. However, I'd be lying if I said I was itching to play this one. Chapter 2 is monotonous, boring, and generally unsatisfying. It checks all the boxes for the shit you don't want in your game. The only thing off the top of my head that I can give it credit for is its story. Speaking of, where we left off in Chapter 1, Chapter 2 picks up immediately and throws you back in. However, that's not to say it's all straightforward. Chapter 1 finished off with Theo pushing Jack towards an elevator that leads into the underground facility. We start Chapter 2 in that exact elevator going down to the new facility. My only issue with this setup is it doesn't feel fully connected to Chapter 1. I know that sounds strange, but hear me out. Some time has clearly passed since Chapter 1 ended. Jack's boss is clearly pissed off with him and Theo, and since we're about to start off the first night at 12 AM, it doesn't make a lot of sense playing these two games back to back. From the lore document, it's implied that Chapter 2 starts a day after Chapter 1's Night 5. So that means Jack was led to the elevator, took one look at it and said, "Nah, I'll be back tomorrow," and then just walked off. What was the point of that? Why can't we continue off Night 5? It's not like people are going to be showing up for work soon. The building's been closed for 16 years. It's just a game. Breathe. The elevator reaches the bottom of the building, and with a click of a button, we finally arrived at the underground facility. Some very riveting dialogue later, and Theo has found what is possibly a decommissioned animatronic. We're also introduced to a night vision mode using our phone's camera. I think it's really cool how the focus is occasionally distorted when moving around. You know what, the whole mechanic is cool. I really hope it's used more than once. Theo marks the signal on our map, and we're off. I think now is as good of a time as any to fully discuss this game's free roam. Given the limitations of ClickTeam, it's near impossible to create a full 3D environment. A couple of games have attempted to use ClickTeam's own 3D, namely Juniors, but if I'm being honest, it looks like complete shit. I think the way Jolly handles it is infinitely better. The way the player is always blind and can only see when they're still sells the illusion. I don't know if anyone finds it at all interesting, but it's cool to think about. After wading through the darkness, we find the room that the signal is coming from, and wouldn't you know it, it's locked. This is where the main gameplay of Chapter 2 starts. The locked door tells us that we need a keycard to enter, and it's only given to interns that pass the 5-day training test. As we enter the office, the power turns on, just in time to hear Kevin Johnson, the CEO of Jolly Entertainment, be this game's exposition. Kevin tells us that the higher-ups have placed 2 deadly robots to watch over, to stimulate a real threat that we could encounter on the job. Those 2 deadly robots are never actually explained, nor do we ever see them. But don't fret, 2 new deadly robots are here instead. According to the lore document, Jolly and George followed us to the underground. I don't exactly know how, but I like to imagine they both took the elevator. Regardless, Jolly's mask falls off somewhere in this, and he's now walking around without it. Oh yeah, I should also mention that there's for sure a dead guy wearing the Jolly suit. This is Eric Smith, the Jolly 2 protagonist. See, I told you he'd be back. Quick rundown. Eric Smith was an employee for Fazbear Entertainment during the 1980s. Eric made both the Jolly and George animatronics in his spare time using company property and funding. Eric was then fired, and the Jolly and George animatronics were then gifted to Jolly Entertainment after they claimed the rights to the characters. Surprise! Jolly and George are both smash hits with the kids and Jolly Entertainment's bank accounts. Eric was rehired by Fazbear Entertainment after showcasing Antoinette, a cool robot made while unemployed, and it's also that thing we're killed by in Chapter 1. Also around this time, William Afton goes on a killing spree, one of the victims being Zoe Smith, Eric's daughter. This is a turning point in Eric's life as everything goes to shit for him. Not only does he lose his daughter, but he also then loses his wife shortly after when she files for divorce. And then finally his job. Things are not going so hot for old Eric. He then applies to work on a cargo ship for AJMF, the manufacturing company from earlier, under a pseudonym. Eric does this to find the soul of his daughter, which he believes is somewhere on the cargo ship. Afton, fully knowing he's just rehired Eric, devises a plan to get rid of him once and for all, by activating all the animatronics to hunt him down. In between nights, Eric stops to visit his ex-wife. Things escalate, and she secretly follows him onto the cargo ship, where she finds all of his old belongings from when he worked for Fazbear. She attempts to destroy it all, including the Antoinette, but what she doesn't realize is the mess of cables and exposed wires she's created, and accidentally electrocutes herself, killing her near instantly. Eric, rushing to save his belongings, watches as his ex-wife is killed and ultimately using the Antoinette as a vessel. Eric, panicking considering he just inadvertently killed his wife, hides in one of the spare Jolly suits as the other employees find the body. Eric is killed when the spring locks fail. After the incident, Fazbear and Jolly Entertainment split up, and all the cargo was dumped in the old warehouse. You know, for a series titled Jolly, there sure is a lot of death. Okay, so not so much of a quick rundown, but it helps to know who this guy is and why he's a threat. Wait, why is he a threat? Eric and Jack would have never met considering Eric was killed 32 years prior, and odds are Jack would have been very young. Whatever, we need a marketable character for this game, so he'll do. Oh, and there's George. He's George. I never really understood why George of all characters was in this game, and not just Jolly, since he already has such strong parallels to Springtrap. Not the biggest issue ever, but it's really off-putting since he doesn't contribute much to the story. The main gameplay structure of Chapter 2 is really simple all things considered. Jolly will start from the bottom of the map and work his way around to the top and to the door to your office. It's important that you look for him in the oddly segmented cameras to know when he's at the door. Once he's there, you must spin around and use the jammer, which should send any threat back to where they came from. I'm not going to even attempt to question how a jammer will stop a corpse in his suit, but whatever works, I guess. George is fundamentally similar, but he has some minor differences. He'll start at the bottom of the map and work his way to a boiler room where he'll mess with the building's temperature, repair the temperature before the building gets too hot, and you've got yourself an otherwise worthless character. After the heat begins to rise, George will make a beeline for the office. You see what I did there? Beeline? Okay. Only when you see his eyes in the right doorway do you need to use the jammer. Like I said, the gameplay is very straightforward. There are two other characters in the form of Shadow, Tweety, and Maxie, who more so act like a phantom than an actual character. Tweety will start to materialize in the office if you stare at an animatronic for too long, and Maxie will mess with the ventilation if you look at him in the cameras. Both characters aren't that much of a threat, but they can be a bit annoying if you get sidetracked. If there's one thing I can say with confidence that I like about the gameplay loop this time, is that this is way easier to understand and replicate as opposed to Chapter 1, or any of the previous Jolly games. All things considered, Chapter 2 is on the easier side. Don't get me wrong, this game can be difficult at times, especially on the first few nights when everything is thrown at you. But I'd be lying if I said this game took any actual brain power. Again, not really an issue, but a hard mode or some difficulty challenges would be pretty cool. After completing the main night's gameplay, we move on to arguably one of the worst parts of this entire game. If you remember at the very start of Chapter 2, Jack's boss tells him that he needs to gather data from the servers for the facility, meaning that the main gameplay each night isn't even what we're supposed to be doing, it's just a distraction to eventually get the keycard. Anyway, this section is what we're supposed to be doing, and it isn't great. We're in Jack's home, I think, as we gather data from the servers. This data is usually an audio log or two from employees. It's not much and usually feels straight out of a cheesy analog horror tape. Regardless of its quality, this is what we do every night. The gameplay in this section, while simple, is incredibly tedious and not very fun. The goal is to decrypt 10 sets of data by clicking and waiting. During this process, you may hear a sound effect like a door creak. This is the cue to turn around and face the three entrances to the room. There's the hallway, the bathroom, and the window. The way to tell which entrance the sound came from is to notice if any door is opened. If a door is opened, you need to run to the door and shut it. An animatronic will only be on the other side of the door if you can hear breathing. So if this is the case, giving the threat a good dose of flashlight will repel them. And what better threat to assume this role than the core 4 from FNAF 1? Remember them? They're back, in metal form. The gameplay loop that I've just spent the past few minutes describing is the majority of Chapter 2, that is, until Night 5. Just like Chapter 1, the night carries out the same way until after 6 AM. Jack has finally completed his 5-day test and is now granted access to any of the locked rooms thanks to the keycard. Before we can enter the once locked door, we have to fix the oxygen, which just so happens to have gone offline. We're led back into the free roam section again. The only difference is that Jolly and George are still active. We finally get to use the full capabilities of Jack's limited moveset by walking around, using night vision, and even holding breath when an animatronic is nearby. As much as I love this section, I don't think it was played very much before launch. Because of the newly added threats, the free roam feels clunky, especially since Jolly and George are both incredibly aggressive. Even though this section only took me 2 tries, it still sucked at getting a feel for everything. I think it would have been really cool if in between nights we have to manage to get from the office back to the elevator, using the same free roam features, so we can slowly adapt to how they work. Instead, we're thrown back into it on a much harder difficulty. After that, Jack reaches the oxygen room. Wait a minute. This looks a lot like Jolly 1. Anyway, the goal of this section is to fully restore the oxygen to different parts of the facility before the power runs out. In a very similar manner to Sister Location's Funtime Freddy section, we must balance charging the oxygen and checking on the window. Just like Jolly 1, if there's anything there, we need to close the door. Very simple. I adore all the small callbacks, or technically call forwards, to the original game. It feels really sweet, especially if you didn't know this is coming. After getting the oxygen restored, we can finally make our way back. And with that, you've seen all Jolly 3 has to offer. While I am glad that I finally got around to covering this game, since it's always been one of my favorites, I'm mostly disappointed the game didn't hold up to the quality standard I'd set so long ago. Like I've said multiple times already, that doesn't mean Jolly 3 is a bad game, it's a sincere project that I've been cared about, and that's all that really matters. However, that doesn't mean that I can't be critical of it. I've been making these shitty little fan game reviews since I was 13, and since then, I've seen people who I thought couldn't improve make some of my personal favorites. All this banter to say that I'm super excited for Jolly 4, if it ever releases. I'm not good with closing thoughts considering that I've already laid out my problems and general opinion on these two games, so do with that as you will. Anyway, I've been Sir50 Fan Game Review, thanks for sticking around. I uploaded one of my first video essays onto YouTube 2 years ago. It was called The Most Underrated FNAF Fan Game, a video centered entirely around Project Readjusted 3, a small game with a ton of polish that flew under the radar. To this day, it is the most proud I've ever been with a video, and it's definitely shaped how I make videos today. I really didn't know if that video would do well. In fact, I had planned on it flopping pretty hard, so in my writing, I did what I could to put the game in the best light possible. So if someone with more publicity than me wanted to give the game a chance, they'd be more inclined to play it. Against all odds, it worked, and Project Readjusted 3 made a massive surge in the community. However, there was a minor issue. The way I wrote that video kept me from going too deep into the game's story and post-game content. I intended to get as many people to play the game as possible, while also saving its best moments to be uncovered. So, because of that odd writing choice, I never fully immersed myself in the series, and also because I really didn't need to. You can play Project Readjusted 3 without playing any of the other games since its story is so straightforward. You can piece together quite a bit of the series' lore from what you learn in PR3. However, the usual issues arose when trying to form a complete narrative with only a third of the content. I was sitting on this absolute goldmine of a story, which I found upsetting as I never took the time to understand it fully. So that's what I did. I took a deep dive into the Project Readjusted series to learn as much about it as possible. And what I found was pretty shocking. A whole catalog of projects, some unannounced, some unreleased, and some scrapped entirely, never to be seen again. So today, I want to take you on that same deep dive to get a closer look at what we've been missing out on. I want to look at everything this series offers, from its games and lore to its odd development. And because of that, I hope this video is the ultimate look into the Project Readjusted series. Alright, enough waffling. I've wanted to talk about this series for the past 2 years, so here we go. Before we can talk about any of the games, it's essential to establish the series and the prominent people involved. Project Readjusted is a Five Nights at Freddy's fan series created by indie developer Mechless. It's a mostly original series, using only the essential elements that originated from the FNAF series. There are 3 main games. A failed spin-off was released before this, which technically makes the main game spin-offs. You know what, it is complicated. All you need to know is that Mechless is the primary developer, and all the games have been made up almost entirely by him. Occasionally, Mechless will bring on a small group of people, usually at most 5, to help out. That is only the case for the main entries, as all of the other side projects Mechless has done on the series have been entirely solo. For a series that has been around as long as this, having a series maintain almost complete independence from one person is rare. That should be enough context to finally talk about the first game in the series. Believe it or not, the first game in the Project Readjusted series is not Project Readjusted 1, nor is it a game that shares the same name. This is Project Adjusted, a short but sweet game created by Alazbal sometime between 2016 and 2017. But wait, I can hear you ask, you just said that Project Readjusted was an original series by Mechless. Who is this Alazbal? Well, this is just Mechless, but under a different name. It's interesting to see him at the time going by something different. In fact, Mechless had a ton of name changes during his time developing the Project Readjusted series. For simplicity's sake, we'll just call him Mechless from here on out, but I'll be sure to add each name change to this newly established Mechless name counter, because my hyperfixation on this series is more dire than you may think. Anyway, Project Adjusted is Mechless' first game, or at least the first documented one, so credit where credit is due, it's a functional game, something my first game was far from. So now that I've established one thing I like about the game, I feel comfortable telling you that this game kinda sucks. Project Adjusted is very rough around the edges. It reminds me a lot of the first build of Five Nights at Treasure Island. This game was so inherently far from functional that a whole fleet of indie developers have thrown their hand in fixing it. Unlike Treasure Island, however, Project Adjusted has never been finished, or at least brought up to fill its potential. It's always been this awkward starter game that even its own developer swept under the rug. I'm not trying to be disrespectful, but I would sweep this under the rug too. There isn't even a single redeeming quality about it. That's a sentiment that a lot of other people share too. The game opens up on this weird sister location-esque cutscene as the camera slowly pans upwards towards the face of an animatronic. It's important to note that literally none of this is canon. I probably should have mentioned that earlier, but I was reminded by the flashing date in the bottom left that this game takes place in 1978. Dates have always been super weird in the Project Readjusted series, but as we'll come to find out much later, most of this series takes place in the late 90s into the early 2000s. After the cutscene finishes, we're put into the main menu with a pretty decent theme playing in the background. Menu themes have always been this series' strong suit. It's just banger after banger, and they always get better with every new entry. We also get another look at two of the animatronics. I'll save some time by telling you that the blue one is named Glancer and the pink one is named Glossy. What exactly they are is unknown, but it's revealed that Glancer is a candy alien, whatever that is, so I would assume that Glossy is of a similar species. After pressing new game, we are thrown straight into the night. No title card or transition. This game wastes no time getting to the point. We're put in this FNAF 3 inspired office. This giant glass window gives us a good view of anything coming through the entrance on the left side of the office. Speaking of the doorway, there's a button near it to close the door. It works the same as any other door in a FNAF game, the only difference is that the door will open back up after a short period. In the original FNAF, Phone Guy mentions how the doors will open automatically when the power goes out as a safety feature. This never made any sense to me. If the power went out, wouldn't they stay closed since there's nothing to power the doors? Having the doors open automatically after a period of time makes much more sense if you're designing an office with safety in mind. While I like to believe that the door functions this way because it logically makes more sense, Mechless probably did this so he wouldn't have to program a power system. And it's not like I can blame him much. I may be stupid. We get a phone call voiced by none other than Mechless, who gives us all the exposition we need. Glancer is the only character active on night 1, and he maintains a set path as he makes his way to the office. He also refers to Glancer as Glance Trap a couple of times. I couldn't tell you what this means because it's never mentioned again. I started looking into it and was eventually led to the Project Adjusted wiki, which might actually be the funniest wiki page ever written, probably because Mechless made the majority of it. The page reveals new information about Glancer despite never being mentioned in the game. My favorite has to be the random stab at anyone who died to him. It's also revealed here that Glancer was created by Mixless, the same guy who made Tekken Sons. He also made the models for this game, which I was surprised by solely because these models look terrible, and the improvement from this to Tekken Sons is insane. Back in the game, Mechless also explains that there is a way to see out of the front window by introducing this new mechanic called the Zap. You have limited zap power, and each time you light up the hallway, it takes away 10%. It does recharge over time in increments of 5%, so it's not like there's a real risk of using the Zap too frequently. Also, while Mechless is talking, a power generator starts losing power in one of the rooms. It's never explained at all in any of the phone calls, which is odd seeing as there was so much emphasis on it. I definitely think Mechless should have explained it during the call because it's up to us to figure out what it does. Thankfully, an indicator similar to FNAF 2 shows the power generator is losing charge and we have to go wind it. While all of this is happening, you have Glancer, who should be nearing your office. You can die before the phone call ends, which happened to me. Twice. I think that warrants a quick discussion on how awful the game's balancing is. Glancer moves from the stage, to the dining area, a service hall, and then in front of your door. The service hall is a pretty good distance away from the office, and there's only one camera on his path before he gets to you. So you have to guess whenever he shows up at the door. And even then, if you somehow manage to get the timing down and prevent him from entering, he doesn't leave right away. Sometimes he'll take longer than the door can stay down for, so instead of taking time to do anything else while waiting, you have to sit there and press the door button the second it's available to ensure that he won't get in. And sometimes that doesn't even work. I died once because he got through in that sliver of time between door presses. The balancing is an absolute mess, and nearly every death I had in this game can be attributed to something that wasn't even my fault. Another point I want to briefly mention before I move on is Night 4. In Project Adjusted, there are 3 main nights. When you download Project Adjusted, it comes with a README document. The document gives a basic synopsis of the game and a small guide for anyone willing to make content. It mentions what I just said, 3 main nights and an extra 4th night. The thing is, it stated how Night 4 is straight up impossible. Why? 5 Nights at Chuck E. Cheese's Rebooted is a good example. Its proper max mode, True Nightmare, can be completed consistently if you give it a lot of attempts. Its ultimate max mode, True Nightmare All Challenges, can be beaten, but more practice is required. Both of these are good examples of final challenges in a FNAF game. Both of these were at one point considered impossible. However, the amount of care put into them sets them apart from Project Adjusted's Night 4. True Nightmare and its challenge mode were constructed to push the player's limits to what one can do given enough time and dedication. Every mechanic comes together to form this ultimate endurance test. Night 4, on the contrary, takes an extreme amount of luck. If you were to sit down and grind this out, you would not improve in the slightest at the game. It just shows how no thought and care was put into it. It's all artificial difficulty. Difficulty is something I have super strong feelings towards, and it was the perfect example of what not to do. Spoiler, this is the only time in any of these games that I've had a massive issue with balancing, so hopefully it's comforting to know that Mechless quickly learned from this. Anyway, if you somehow manage to defend yourself from Glancer long enough, you should be able to move on to Night 2. Mechless calls again, and explains that since the restaurant has gotten incredibly popular during the day, they've brought in a new animatronic. The animatronic in question goes by the name Balloon Baby Bill. I wish I was joking. Balloon Baby Bill is a baby version of a Nightmare Balloon Boy, but with hollowed eyes and wearing a diaper. His model is just atrocious. It reminds me of that hideous looking baby from the Tin Toy Pixar short from the late 80s. I was wondering how a name this goofy ended up in Project Adjusted, and it's for the same reason Glancer is in the game. The character is also Mechless's, so I'm guessing that Mechless just used everything he could get. Balloon Baby Bill resides on the far left side of the office, slumped over. Mechless explains over the phone that he's connected to some wires in the office. At the same time, the staff works on getting him suitable for the customers. I don't know who would willingly pay to see a half-naked robot baby, but the 70s were a different time. Occasionally, Balloon Baby Bill will laugh and look up at the player. When this happens, he'll slowly drain power from the zap. If all of the zap power is depleted, he'll kill you, so there's another reason not to run out of the zap power. You have to click on him to temporarily disable him. Not much else happens for the rest of the night besides Glancer still being a pain to deal with. Night 3 adds Glossy, the Robin to Glancer's Batman. Glossy straight up sucks. I got nothing better to say. So, Glossy, very much similar to Glancer, will advance until she's at the office window looking in towards you. When she laughs, you have to use your zap. Glossy is arguably the biggest missed potential in the entire game. Let me explain. Besides the 4 main cameras that Glancer can use, multiple unused cameras exist. One is a vent camera, and by looking around, you can see the vents have numerous entry points into the office. So, if that's the case, why is this not utilized? That got me thinking, how could you rework Glossy to use some of the cameras? Here's what I came up with. I'm essentially rehashing Redeemer's mechanic in Project Readjusted, but stick with me here. Why not have Glossy crawl through the vents? I know, crazy. When she eventually makes her way in, you must either stare at her or leave your monitor up depending on which side she enters from. It's a simple enough mechanic to program, and it utilizes the vent camera in both entrances to the office. What annoys me even more is that Glossy's wiki page states that at one point, her mechanic would have been the exact mechanic I just suggested. So why remove it? Many of Project Adjusted's faults come from the fact that Mechless needed to be more experienced with Click Team at this point in time. He would later turn this into his biggest strength, but for right now, it's his most significant handicap. And my biggest handicap is how annoying Night 3 is. The game increased in difficulty again, and it felt worse to play than ever. It did take me a couple of tries, but I eventually finished it. All you unlock after completing Night 3 is the Extras menu. It gives basic character descriptions and insight into the game's paper-thin lore. There's also a challenge mode up above. I don't know if this is Night 4 or something else, I've yet to try it. However, from the only YouTube video covering it, it seems to be the max mode. Judging by the fact that they died to both Glancer and Glossy at the same time, I took that as my sign to not even attempt playing it. And that's really about it for Project Adjusted. I'm shocked I had this much to say about this one. I really wanted to rip on the game for a few minutes and move on, but surprisingly I found myself getting highly invested in this awful game. Really goes to show how deep the Project Readjusted brain rot is getting. This is the one game in the series I strongly recommend you refrain from playing. I don't think my words can even convey how awful an experience this was. Okay, let's finally talk about a Project Readjusted game. I didn't realize it until I played this, but I remember seeing screenshots and small snippets of gameplay when I was a lot younger. This game somehow slipped into my subconscious for many years without me knowing. So, at least for the time, this series wasn't as underground as I thought. I mean, there clearly was a demand for the game considering it garnered much more support when it was announced as opposed to Project Adjusted 2. Let's take a step back for a moment. In the time after Mechless released Project Adjusted, he would begin work on smaller projects with other developers. He would start teasing Project Adjusted 2 in May of 2017, and development would be stable for a few months until that August, when Mechless announced a remake of Project Adjusted, titled Project Readjusted. The game was initially teased as a remake, but also a sequel. All that was known at the time was this game's new primary antagonist, this dog character. Also in the same image, we get to see Mechless' second name change to Mechlazalis, but it would be later abbreviated to Mecha in future posts. From what we know, the development for Project Readjusted went without much issue, as a release date was given only 2 months after the game was announced in a teaser with this weird Ennard-esque character. And just as the teaser said it would, Project Readjusted was released on October 16, 2017 to a considerably larger audience than what Project Adjusted launched with. Mechless would update the game a couple of times throughout the month, even showing off a custom-made Project Readjusted hoodie. It's not really important, but this was too funny not to include. After around Halloween, Mechless went silent on the Game Jolt page, which was odd considering how he had a habit of posting something new every few days. He mentioned how he wanted to expand his horizons by throwing his hand at a non-FNAF horror game, in favor of a third Adjusted game. Those plans were evidently aborted shortly after, because he actually spent most of that time updating Project Readjusted, improving it slightly with each update. This went on until April 2018, when Mechless couldn't update the game any further due to ClickTeam's memory limit. This is a massive factor for most fan games banning ClickTeam, especially those that are super ambitious. So for Mechless, running into this issue so soon was demotivating. He decided that his best course of action was to completely rehaul the game. This would include a pretty sizable gameplay rebalance, visual improvements, and a better story. When this version of Project Readjusted went on to release a month later in May, it was deemed the official version. This made the version that had been released previously that past October the Legacy Edition. For this section, I want to talk about the new version. This is not only because its story is canon, but also because it's a much better experience overall. Right off the bat, this game, while definitely dated, is a massive step up in quality from Project Adjusted. Everything I pointed out as a flaw in that game has been improved. However, even if it is definitely a better experience as opposed to Adjusted, it still manages to create its own unique set of problems. Project Readjusted opens up on its menu, which, in all honesty, is pretty good. It's pretty standard for me to rip on these games whenever I have the chance, but credit where credit is due, this menu does a good job of setting the tone for the game. There's also a lot of really cool additions, like how on the menu's upper right hand side is a button to view your game statistics. These include your deaths, times you have successfully defended against an enemy, and a lot of cool stuff like that. Come to think of it, I don't think I've ever seen this before, so I'm glad in a game like Project Readjusted, there's something else to make it stand out. In addition to all the new menu features, we also can see Mechless' third name change to Mechlolin on the main menu at the bottom right. Put it on the board. With not much else to do on the menu, starting a new game is our best option. We load into this cutscene, which seems to take place outside the restaurant. A shadowy figure lurks in the background. We hear a phone ringing just before we can make any assumptions about what's going on. This is not a cutscene. It is instead where the phone calls will take place each night. The shadowy figure is the character we're going to encounter that night. This was a change made in the new version. Initially, the phone call would occur during the night, but in this version they take place before, as if someone's informing you ahead of time what you're going to encounter. This also serves as an excellent way to build ambience and tension in the first night, not having anyone keep you company, but instead being left in complete isolation. It's a great idea in concept, but in practice, for a game like Project Readjusted, it doesn't work well. You see, these phone calls can get really long. A game like this would benefit the player if they could adjust to the new environment while listening. It also makes the earlier nights more interesting so they don't have to wait for the characters to move around until much later. That alone is one of my massive complaints about Project Readjusted. There is so much dead time that could be used more effectively. This really isn't much of an issue later on, but it's very noticeable in the first few nights. During the phone call, Mechless reprises his role of phone guy to introduce us to our new job. You can tell he recorded these in one take with the amount of ums and uhs. So we applied over the phone to be a night watchman at an abandoned Buster's restaurant. The people we are working for are investigating the place to find a computer chip. What this chip does isn't explained at the moment, but it has something to do with the animatronics. Phone Guy also describes briefly how to deal with Buster, an animatronic dog who is the main star of the restaurant. He works fundamentally similar to Glancer from Project Adjusted. He will go from the stage to the dining area, a hall, and then your office. This time, the way to deal with Buster is by holding a light on his face when visible in the doorway. It's a more interesting mechanic than just shutting a door, however, it's simple enough for anyone to grasp for a first night. In fact, nothing else very notable happens for the rest of the night. It's just getting used to Buster and this weird work schedule. Can we talk about this for a moment? In Project Readjusted, for some reason, instead of a typical 12 AM to 6 AM, it's instead 9 PM to 3 AM. Even if it makes no difference to the gameplay, I find it strange that you start at 9 and leave at 3 in the morning. For some places it's a typical workday, but I get the impression it's another case of Mechless trying to make his game stand out by altering the formula slightly. It's just odd enough to get people to differentiate it from other games. After the first night ends, an actual cutscene plays. It depicts a conversation between two people. They seem to have a rocky relationship as they seem untrusting of each other. One of them then mentions something inside the Buster's diner. They then say they need to lure whatever it is out. The other suggests hiring a guy to enter and lure it out for them. The only issue is they only have 5 days. The cutscene ends and we're put back on the menu. I don't need a PhD to tell you that these two are the ones investigating Busters and you are the person they hired. It's a little to go off of to form a complete picture, but it's enough to give us the impression that we shouldn't completely trust our employer. The second night begins with another phone call. This time, Phone Guy explains a new character known to crawl around through the vents. This is Redeemer, easily the most unique and underutilized character this series has seen. Redeemer is an older version of Buster. It has missing eyes and a torn suit, but still works. In general, Redeemer has a bulkier and more threatening presence than Buster, which makes a lot of sense since he is older. What doesn't make sense is how little importance he actually has to the story. For a character with a name like Redeemer, you would think there would be more relevance surrounding him, but no. He is just an older version of Buster, and that's about it. Maybe he would have been crucial at one point, but since the story has changed quite a bit in between games, those plans most likely have changed a bit. Redeemer will crawl through the vents and eventually end up in your office on the floor near the bottom right. We need to keep our monitor up until he leaves. What I like about Redeemer's mechanic is that while you can see him enter the office, he isn't visible to the player when the camera is up. You must listen for a faint audio cue to suggest that he's crawled back into the vents. Come to think of it, audio cues play a much more significant role in this game. Buster, for example, will play an audio cue each time he's moved. It sometimes works, but when it does, it can be super beneficial, especially in the later nights when you can't focus entirely on Buster. Overall, Night 2 isn't the most challenging night, but it's these small steps in difficulty that Project Adjusted was lacking. The post-night cutscene confirms our earlier suspicions that these two are our employers. Also confirmed is that our name is Hayden. Other than that, there really isn't much else in this one. Which is fine, because on Night 3 a lot more happens. Firstly, Phone Guy introduces us to another oddly underutilized character. This is Ned, an animatronic take on an alien bee and wasp hybrid. He's got arguably the weirdest design out of any character in the series. Paired with the bright yellow color scheme, he sticks out like a sore thumb. While making my PR3 video 2 years ago, I remember while researching, I kept seeing photos of Ned pop up. I kept wondering how Ned would be implemented into the story. I don't think Mechless knows what purpose he serves either, as his character is wholly abandoned after this game. Phone Guy says that Ned was the original entertainer of the diner, which makes no sense considering the place is named after Buster. Why would they switch names to accommodate a new character? And if they didn't, why even name it Buster's in the first place? I actually asked this question, and the response I got was that Ned was the main antagonist of Project Readjusted before Buster. Still, he decided to implement him in the game despite no other real reason than just to fill a roster spot. Ned's mechanic is probably my favorite in the entire game. He'll move from the parts and service room, almost doing a lap around the building before ending up at the hall on your right and sneaking in. Once he gets too close, you're dead. There's really nothing you can do at that point. You're supposed to be proactive in the cameras and use the replace machinery button. This will send him back one position. The button will work every time without fail, but it's not entirely risk-free. I should have mentioned thus far that the camera panel has a stability meter that is constantly taking down whenever it's in use. If the stability reaches 0, it would shut off and would only work once sufficiently charged. This has never really been an issue up until now since Buster has always been the primary focus on the cameras, and Redeemer only requires the panel to be up for at most 5 seconds. The problem comes in when you're trying to track Buster and Ned, who are on opposite sides of the restaurant. The replace machinery button takes a couple of seconds after it's pressed to send Ned back, and once it's pressed, the camera panel is essentially useless until it's done. So Ned's addition becomes this balancing act between finding good times to send him back while occasionally looking for Buster and finally finding a few seconds to put the camera down to recharge. It is only the third night, but I'm glad that arguably the most resource-intensive character has been added now and not later on. The Night 3 cutscene only adds a little bit to what we already know. We accepted the job because we needed the cash, but from the conversation between the two, it seems as if they knew the job would be dangerous. If only they were a workers' comp. Night 4, shit gets real. Kind of. Phone Guy tells us that there are 2 new animatronics that we have to deal with. The first is this clown named Greg. Greg is your Balloon Boy equivalent because he's really only there to mess you up. And if you don't click on him in enough time, he'll move up to the light button, preventing it from being used. He's never really that much of a threat, but he has messed me up a couple of times and even caused a death. The second character is Glancy. If that name sounds familiar, it's because Glancy is a fusion of Glancer and Glossy from Project Adjusted. Like almost every character, Glancy is an odd addition to the game. The only real explanation that Phone Guy gives for its existence is that both Glancer and Glossy were sitting in the back room, their suits incomplete, and someone decided to sew them together. Besides that, Glancy does not need to exist. They had a minor cameo in PR2, but other than that, they were promptly forgotten. Anyway, Glancy will start off in the backstage alongside Ned. Every time they move forward, they'll make a pretty loud noise. They aim to make it to the supply closet to disable our camera panel. Once that happens, they'll rush into the office. We need to turn off the lights in the supply closet once they're there. This will confuse them, and they'll return to wherever they started. Glancy isn't really much of a threat once you have your cycle of dealing with Buster and Ned down. He only shows up to the supply closet once, maybe twice, and he only falls into place when Buster and Ned are gone. The fourth post-night cutscene finally shows the two going inside the restaurant. Well, saying that we're shown this is a bit generous. Still, it's implied that they finally go inside. Most of it is spent in the perspective of one of the guys as he sets up the office. Also confirmed is one of the guys' names, Andrew, who is revealed to be the phone guy. Somewhere in all of this, they split up. Andrew goes outside to record the phone calls, and the other guy is inside setting up the office. After Andrew comes back inside from recording, the two hear something approaching. When it does, Andrew is instructed by the other guy to run and leave him behind. The two split up once again, and the cutscene ends. Night 5 starts with Phone Guy, now confirmed to be named Andrew, telling us about the sixth and final character to watch out for. Their name is Vinard, and it's the animatronic housing the chip he and his friend want. Vinard is this goblin-like character with a Funtime-esque look. He was suited with wheels because he was intended to be this super interactive entertainer who adapts to his environment. However, he was found to be hostile during testing. Spoiler, it's probably from the chip, which is essentially why Andrew and his friend are after it. Vinard now resides in the control module and can only mess with your camera panel. Occasionally during the night, a blinking warning sign will appear on the minimap. We have to turn off the lights in whatever room we're on. This is supposed to stop Vinard from making his way towards you, since he can't adapt to an environment he can't see. Once you've adjusted to fit Vinard in with every other character, which takes like 10 seconds, Night 5 is a cakewalk. My general strategy that worked pretty effectively was to cycle between the party hall, supply closet, and office corner. This cycle is beneficial in dealing with pretty much every threat. The party hall works well for dealing with Ned since he has two positions in that camera, so the majority of the time he'll be in that hall. Considering that Ned isn't the primary focus in most cases, you can judge more effectively whether or not you need to take time to deal with him. He also has one more frame after he leaves, so while keeping him there is a priority, it allows you a bit of breathing room if you need to focus on someone else. The other two cameras are self-explanatory. Check the supply closet for Glancy, and check the office corner to know when Buster will be at your door. Besides that, keep the camera down for most of the night and quickly act on Redeemer, Vinard, and Greg. The entire game, including the max mode, can be beaten fairly easily with this strategy. And believe it or not, that's really about it for Project Readjusted. What, you thought there was more to the story? Yeah, surprisingly not. There isn't a cutscene after Night 5, nor is there one for beating Daredevil or any of the custom night challenges for that matter. As it turns out, the endings for this game are programmed, but the event to fire those cutscenes isn't. What we roughly know from a screenshot shared by Mechless is that Andrew does, in fact, come back inside the restaurant, presumably after a bit of time has passed, and sees that Vinard has been disabled and the chip has been removed. It also implies that what Andrew's friend did was a little bit more than just disabling Vinard. It sounds like Andrew found something, but it's never confirmed or brought up again. So I guess we'll never know. My guess is that it has something to do with a murder, like someone's body was found near the Vinard suit, if that at all makes sense. It'll make sense later when we get to a point in PR2, but for now, we don't even have a clue aside from a cutscene images found within the game files. That's really where the story ends. Andrew's friend disappeared, leaving Andrew wondering where he went. There is still more to Project Readjusted, like the somewhat recoded Night 3 of Project Adjusted, and even a bit of a scrap build of Project Adjusted 2. But even with those extras, Project Readjusted is still a solid game, even if it is buggy and somewhat incomplete. Still, it's better than what I was told it was going to be going in. But you know what I wouldn't hold off on? Project Readjusted 2. Yeah, amazing segue, I know. Jumping ahead a few months, after the successful re-release of Project Readjusted, Mechless would set out for another project to readjust. Project Readjusted 2! Teased almost exclusively as this massive announcement, Project Readjusted 2 was first revealed in July 2018. The game would undergo numerous iterations before finally landing on a final design and releasing on February 23rd, 2019. Even if it was a couple of months after its announcement, Mikolas was hard at work at the time making sure that this game was undoubtedly his best. And while now that sentiment doesn't particularly hold up, this project stood pretty firm on its own at the time. He has been gone for so long, it's only a matter of time before he shows his face, but I cannot wait any longer. I need answers to my questions. But where did he go? The description reads. It's a simple synopsis, but one that perfectly captures what the point of Project Readjusted 2 is. It's not some cheap sequel that, let's be honest here, was highly prevalent at the time. This game is an actual continuation of the story that's starting to get interesting. Opening up the game for the first time is a vast improvement over Project Readjusted, which also happened to be a vast improvement over Project Adjusted. Improvement is a common theme with this series, as each entry, hell, each update feels better to play. A great example of this is the menu theme itself. This time, this catchy and intense piece that perfectly accompanies the other elements on the menu. I know the menu theme is something I've brought up before, and I will bring it up again, trust me, but nailing the small details right from the start makes this series feel so good to play. To the far right is an animatronic. It's entirely random which one is on screen, but it shuffles between a messed up looking version of Buster and this other blue character. The text in the top left reminding us what game we're playing, spazzing out to the beat of the song, also helps contribute to what is generally an intense looking menu. At the bottom left is a button for a shop, something that you don't see very much in fan games. It offers cosmetics for the office, as well as this box. We can earn tokens after completing a shift, and the amount you collect increases with the difficulty. It's a neat system, and it's probably one of the first instances that something similar has been made in a fan game. It shows that the game was created by Mikolas. But hold on a minute, any video playthrough of PR2 when it was released will show something different. That's right, it's Mikolas' fourth name change, this time to Mech 13 Games. To be honest, I like this change a lot, even if having numbers in your name is pretty stupid. Wait a minute. After pressing new game, a cutscene plays in a similar style to those found in the first game. We're playing as Andrew, the phone guy from PR1, who is still on the hunt for his friend that mysteriously left him at the end of that game. As we'll come to find in greater detail later on, Andrew is pretty resourceful. We can even see some of that character trait in this game, as Andrew whittles down the possible places for his friend to be at. He deduces that they're hiding in the Buster's location that is currently being renovated. We see that there's an open position as a night guard, and the cutscene ends as it fades to black to start the first night. We load into the office, and since most of the game takes place here, let's take some time to get used to it. We are at Diner World Supply and Storage Facility, which is being renovated into a Buster's. This is all revealed to us through a phone call from someone who isn't Mikolas this time. The voice is of Najepson, who I'm relatively sure that this is their only voice acting role. Regardless, they do a pretty decent job here. It's nice to have a new voice in this series. Phone Guy also gives us the basic rundown, where we are, what's happening, and what characters will move around. He cuts right to the chase after implying that we worked previously at the old Buster's location. The one character active tonight is Cable Buster, whom Phone Guy calls an older version of Buster. Cable Buster is old, but most of it still works, as the company is trying to restore it for use when the restaurant opens. He isn't to be confused with Redeemer, who is another old variant of Buster. Cable Buster will wander around the building in two paths, splitting up to either go to the west or east hall once he leaves the supply room. Which way he goes doesn't necessarily matter, as there are two cameras between you and him in either path. Once Buster gets to his closest position from your office before killing you, his voice box will activate and he'll say a day of the week. We must input that same day into the speaker back in the supply room. It will call him back since he's attracted to noise. It works pretty well if you can hear Buster, which is sometimes an issue as there'll be other things going on in the background that could distract from Buster. Other than that, Night 1 is more of an introduction to the new environment and tools without the difficulty we'll experience much later. After our first shift, we had another cutscene from our perspective. We found that in a newspaper, a missing person was last seen at the old Buster's location. It said that the missing person is the spy that Matthew took care of. There are a couple things to mention here. First, we have a name for Andrew's friend, so I can stop calling him that. Matthew had seemingly killed and taken care of a spy. This is who I believe the person in the true ending of Project Readjusted was. Since we don't have a visual, I assume that the spy showed up at the Buster's restaurant, and Matthew told Andrew to run. Matthew kills the spy, takes the chip out of Innard, and leaves. That's entirely speculation, by the way. It's never really confirmed what happens at that moment, but it's probably my best interpretation of it. Now that we've established Matthew as a character, it's crucial that you remember that name. Not only because it's undoubtedly the best name, speaking from experience, but he's also the single most important character going forward. After the cutscene fades to black, we load into a minigame. This minigame is interesting, and not in a good way. This was scrapped in most versions of the game and was only brought back with the very recent patch, so not a lot of people actually know how to play it. I am not one of those people. I'm sorry, I tried to learn how to play this, but I just couldn't do it. And since you have to replay the first night over and over again to get another shot at it, I figured it wasn't entirely worth it. On top of that, this minigame is still pretty bugged. There's about a 75% chance that this section will soft lock your game, leaving you stuck until you restart. The minigame is intended to have you secure the building in exchange for 10 tokens. You're supposed to charge your security meter up to 100%, but every time you turn to your left, it resets. Looking to your left is only really important so you see how close Buster is to attacking. Other than that, you have to use your resources given on the computer to survive. Again, I couldn't figure this out. If someone wants to give this a try, please let me know how you complete this. Moving on to night 2, there's a new section on the camera panel for the air ducts. Phone Guy explains that he's enabled it in case a rat enters. Likely story, because the real rat is Glancer. He's back, in infested form. Glancer is kind of a weird character to add if you really think about it, but he oddly makes the most sense for a reason the game will tell us in a little bit. Right now though, Glancer will get in through the air ducts through a backstage area. Once he's in, where he goes is pseudo-random. I want to talk a little bit more in depth about Glancer's mechanic, more specifically how he moves through the air ducts, but for right now, all you need to know is that he can come from any of the 3 openings that are above the office. Glancer moves in silence, so tracking his movement can be especially difficult. The radar, however, allows you to see his exact location for a few seconds before taking a little longer to recharge. We have to seal off whichever side of the vent he's coming from to prevent him from getting in. You can only have one door down at a time, and by having a door down, you have to worry about its power. Thankfully, it can be rebooted at any time, but it's still incredibly sketchy. Glancer's mechanic to me feels like they want you to stick with your gut instead of knowing if you're safe. It leads to that anxiety feeling that the game does exceptionally well. Glancer is for sure the most challenging character to learn, so I'm glad he's introduced early into the game so there isn't this absurd difficulty spike later on. The third cutscene we get essentially confirms that Matthew did kill the spy. He put it inside a spare Glancer suit, the same suit that's crawling through the air ducts. In this context, the name Infested Glancer makes a lot more sense, since the body and the suit are probably infested with mites and maggots. Gross. This makes Glancer the Springtrap of the Project Readjusted series, which is fitting since Glancer is one of the original characters. Andrew reasons that since there's very obviously a body in the suit, if he's caught anywhere near it, he could land in jail. With the suit, however, Andrew has more than enough evidence to get Matthew arrested. However, instead of turning in what he's found, he decides to keep quiet in hopes that Matthew will turn up. On the third night, we're introduced to the Wraiths, which are Project Readjusted's version of the Phantoms that everyone loves. There are 3 Wraiths in total, each of them with their own new mechanic. Starting with Wraith Ned, after 8 seconds of being on the camera panel, he will materialize on the screen. Dealing with him is easy as long as you look away immediately. The second Wraith is Vinard, who actually isn't enabled until night 4, but I thought it'd be a lot easier to mention him here alongside the others. Vinard will occasionally make a sound indicating that he's been activated. You can find him in camera 8 staring at the floor. You have to stay on the camera until his eyes look up at the camera, and if you stay too long, I'm sure you can guess what happens. The final Wraith is Finn, a completely new character. Finn is a cat, I believe, and was intended to be a character that would be on stage alongside Buster, almost as a sidekick. Finn's actual existence is debatable considering we never actually see him. His presence is sort of confirmed in PR3, so whether you consider him an actual character or not is up to you. After a short period of time on the monitor, Finn will spawn in one of 3 spots in the office. Hovering the mouse over him will make him go away. If any wraiths were to get to you, they temporarily stun you. Once you regain the ability to move, we'd need to repair the lights on the maintenance side of the air ducts panel. Other than introducing the wraiths, Night 3 feels essentially the same as the previous. In the post-night cutscene, we once again hear from Andrew as he accounts for the previous night's issues. Andrew believes that the wraiths are forming because of toxic fumes in the restaurant's air supply. Andrew also finds a tape that reveals the Glancer suit had constructed itself in the back room. This idea of it seemingly being forming itself from almost nothing goes nowhere, and it's never really brought up again. It's just another case of an interesting detail. Night 4 adds the final character to the game. Well, the final 2 characters if you count Wraith Vinard. Magic Suit is an old character from the Project Adjusted days that now resides in the secondary supply, a room whose camera no longer works. Magic Suit is constrained to the floor by 3 plugs that will slowly lose stability over time. These 3 plugs must be recharged, as losing them will cause a pretty slow but inevitable death. Magic Suit is technically explained on Night 3, but I never really had an issue with him until Night 4 because his plugs barely lose any stability. Magic Suit is another interesting character, as it seems that Mechlis is setting him up to be incredibly important, only for him to lose any relevance pretty quickly. There are way too many characters like this. You have Ned, Redeemer, and Vinard from Project Readjusted, and now Glancer and Magic Suit from its sequel. I'm curious if Mechlis retconned this much of the story so it'd be easier to follow, and in turn, make games for. As I'm sure you're aware, that's not entirely uncommon because FNAF will do similar things when it introduces new characters. The only difference is that FNAF has had time to let these characters grow and take on their own roles. In Project Readjusted, we have 3 games with a ton of characters and scrapped content. It almost felt as if Mechless was just adding these characters as a means for fan service, but then realized that he could do it better as if adding more characters could do that. I would say that's my one massive gripe with the series. There's not enough time to let things develop. There was a version of the series going forward after PR1, but it's also clear that that wasn't the plan. I think Magic Suit embodies that very idea that plans can change abruptly, and the series can go in a very new direction quickly. Instead of changing or removing characters, they're left in the game. I can see how some would argue that it adds to the charm, but I think it makes the series feel very disjointed in some spots. I love this series for what it's worth, but it seems like a massive oversight. But then again, I guess it could also be material for people to speculate on years later. It was almost as if Mechless wanted someone to cover the series in a massive multi-hour YouTube video. The 5th cutscene sheds a little bit more light on Finn. He was a character that was never finished, but as I mentioned earlier, was meant to accompany Buster on stage. Andrew also notices how its head and hands are missing from the suit, almost as if someone's been trying to dismantle it. The cutscene ends after Andrew makes another remark on how weird the place is. Look, I love Andrew as a character, but I couldn't help but notice that a lot of his oddities are entirely due to the poor writing. I don't get the impression he would actively care this much about a scrapped character while he's looking for his potentially killer friend. Night 5 doesn't add anything new, but serves as the game's unofficial climax in difficulty. I say that pretty loosely, considering that there's 2 more nights arguably harder than this, but for a lot of people, Night 5 is where they stop playing. And yeah, Night 5 is incredibly difficult. A lot of the difficulty comes from the inability to form a reliable gameplay cycle. Since Glancer is incredibly random in how he moves, you can't really plan around him, instead planning around the others and hope that in the time in between is enough to find him and take a guess at where he's headed. Difficulty, more specifically balancing, is something that I've relentlessly preached many times before. It was the basis of my original PR3 video because of how important it is. There should be time for every threat to be dealt with without overlap. Night 5's difficulty feels as if it should be Night 6, which is odd because for the only time in Project Readjusted history is there a 6th night, where I argue there really isn't a need for one, both narratively and logistically. If I were making the game, I think I would make Night 4 a little easier and add a new Wraith each night. This is just so the player doesn't feel overwhelmed. Overall, Night 5 is a pretty large step up in difficulty, partly because both Buster and Glancer are at a higher AI than ever, and also because the game up until this point had been a little too easy. In retrospect, Project Readjusted 1 had way better balancing. For my initial playthrough, I only died twice, on nights 4 and 5, and unsurprisingly to Buster since he requires that you plan around him. It never felt unfair at any point, I just knew I had to be a little bit more quicker next time. However, something that PR2 did a lot better was give the game a proper ending. After completing Night 5, we get one more cutscene. It's been 5 days since Andrew started working here. Matthew is still yet to turn up. Suddenly, Andrew hears people outside. The police were tipped off about the Glancer suit, being told that anyone inside the building was responsible. It was a setup by Matthew. Andrew gets arrested, put on trial, is found guilty, and is sentenced to death row in a fairly short period of time. This is the fake ending. Project Readjusted 2 has 2 endings, one fake and one true. The true ending, much like FNAF 3, is pretty complicated, but before we can unlock it, we have to go back for one more night. Return Night, as I mentioned earlier, is the only instance of a 6th night in the entire series, and I would argue that PR2 is the only game in the series that would benefit from not having one. Return Night is a much harder Night 5 in pretty much every aspect. The wraiths are more annoying, and you have to play a lot more conservative than before. Unfortunately, there's not really much to cover on this night because it's essentially an extra, non-canon challenge. It gives an extra menu star and unlocks the extras menu, so while it is technically required, it really serves no greater purpose. The extras menu though is pretty cool. Just like Project Readjusted 1, it gives some valuable insight into how the game was made, the characters, and even scrap builds of earlier versions. We even get some cool cheats and challenges to make the game easier or harder for any replay we may want to do. Before moving on, I want to briefly talk about the custom night, more specifically its max mode, Cake Night. Let me start by saying that Cake Night is incredibly difficult. It is not an easy max mode by any means, and it really comes down to one character. Glancer is by far the single most annoying part of it all. Not only is he way faster than ever before, he's almost at a point where he's so fast it's borderline unfair. So how would you even get consistent enough with Glancer to eventually beat this? It was discovered by someone in the community named Rainbow Hype that Glancer is not entirely random. Let me explain. When Glancer enters the air ducts, his AI will choose which door he's going to come through from the very start. On top of this, Glancer takes only one route for each of the 3 doors. So by watching his first 2 or 3 movements, you can accurately predict which door he's going to be at. There are some automatic tells, like if Glancer starts off by going down instead of up, he'll be at the middle door. Once he's in the top middle section, if he goes further left, he'll be at the right vent, and if he goes down, he'll be at the left. Knowing that Glancer is more pseudo-random right from the start is what makes Cake Night a lot easier. Otherwise, it would more or less play out the same way as Night 6. I wanted to save that discovery until the very end because it's not only when I discovered it, but it's also the most useful here as you may only get 1 or 2 radar uses before having to make a decision. This strategy does work for every night before this as well, which made replaying the game over for the true ending much easier. Speaking of the true ending, it's a bit more complicated. There is only one video that I know of someone who actually gets it on camera, so if it wasn't for JPG Zecker, I probably would not have ever found it. Just like FNAF 3, you're going to have to replay the game from the very beginning. On one of the cameras, the room name text will flicker a little bit. Clicking on the text will briefly show us a vision in the form of an 8-bit minigame before fading out and taking us back to the night. The visions we see range from inside a Buster's restaurant, outside looking at a dumpster, the backstage area, the same dumpster but with a Glancer suit next to it, and finally another look at the dumpster scene, but with Buster there sitting next to Glancer. Doing all of this gives us a new ending. The minigame. It spoke the words I couldn't find myself. Matthew died with his baby. A tape left on him. I can't explain what I've experienced here. I can't go on with this sudden guilt. This damn children's entertainment change should have never happened. This outcome was not proper, and I can't handle it. I don't know what will happen next. I'll report the death of him and the corpse to the police. At least I can get off with no charges. I can't put myself to do it. I can't go the route my gut wants me to go. It's revealed that shortly after, that same evening, Andrew had a heart attack. The evidence never made its way to the police. After a week, police received complaints from pedestrians. Without making an official statement from the police or any company official, the building would be demolished. Diner World Entertainment closed its doors, with the hope of re-entering the children's entertainment industry someday in another way. This is the true ending. As much as I love to rip on the Project Readjusted series for having pretty much meaningless lore, I have to give credit where credit's due. This ending is very solid, even if it's debatable how much of it is still canon after PR3. But for the time, this was the definitive conclusion. Especially considering there wasn't really any talk of a PR3 ever happening. We know now that even as this game suggests that Andrew's story is complete, we know that's not all the case. I think that perfectly summarizes the main portion of Project Readjusted 2. It's a satisfying game that really brings the story full circle even if there wasn't anything meant to come after it. In retrospect, I don't know if that makes the game better or worse off because of it. However, before we move on to that, there's one last thing I want to talk about. If you remember from earlier, when I was talking about Project Readjusted 2's shop, I mentioned a box. The box is the most expensive item in the shop. It costs 50 tokens to unlock, so for many, it's never justifiable to spend that much on it. But the box is oddly Project Readjusted 2's most interesting piece of side content. When you download PR2 off GameJolt and extract the original zip file, you'll notice two things. First is the actual PR2 exe, and another zip file. This one titled The Box. Attempting to extract the file, however, only results in an error as it's password protected. An odd choice, especially considering that the file itself is almost as big as the main game. Extracting the file is currently out of the picture, but what if you run the file as is? Opening the folder leads to 6 separate executables, each a couple megabytes in size. Running any of these is also out of the question since they're still under the password protection. So what gives? Purchasing the box gives you a code, and inputting the same code into the zip folder unlocks it. So what's truly in the box? No, it's not Matthew's severed head, I thought so too. But extracting the file gives us access to these 6 exe files. All of the files are named content and then a number. These are early builds of Project Readjusted 2. I want to talk about each of these individually because they aren't just separate test builds with the same characters. These are practically 6 new games, each with new characters, environments, and more. So join me as we briefly look at the 6 versions of Project Readjusted 2 that never made it to release. Opening Content 1 presents us with a black screen. In the middle are instructions on what seem to be a bonus night of sorts. Pressing enter to begin the alpha night throws us into this strange office. Definitely one we haven't seen yet. If you took a look at the extras menu in PR2 before opening the box, you'd notice that this is one of the same offices listed in the scrap content section. In fact, all 6 files are those versions. Figuring this out for the first time was a massive surprise, as a lot of developers hide their early game builds from the public. I mean, rightfully so, most of them suck, but in this case, it's really cool. Back to the files, this version of Project Readjusted 2 would have taken place in a Capture the Flag arena as a gimmicky birthday attraction of sorts, with the main portion of the building holding the actual arena and the outskirts being hallways and a break room. There would be 2 entrances into the office, the massive hallway in front of you and another hallway behind you, which you can't see but is conveyed on the map. The way you would defend yourself would have to do with some sort of decoy that you would have to put up on either side of the office. I'm assuming that would also have to do with the 2 cameras on either side of the office. Speaking of which, they have an interesting mechanic. Only one camera can be used at a time, and the way they're activated is by clicking and holding to charge them. These are the only two cameras that can be seen directly outside the office. So it's a high risk, high reward for being able to use them properly. As for threats, the game would feature the Bygone animatronics. The group would have included Buster and Ned, but also someone new that goes by the name of Circa Pup, who would activate on night 5. It's implied that Circa Pup was made by a different company from the ones who made Buster and Ned. That company would eventually go bankrupt, and all properties were given to Buster's. The whole deal with the Bygone animatronics is that they've been abandoned for years, so it makes sense why they're all grouped together like this. The word Bygone actually refers to an earlier time. There was supposed to be one more character added, named Morphin. If this version was ever completed, he was supposed to be the only character active on night 7. I think it's safe to assume that Morphin would have been a hybrid of all the Bygone animatronics in the form of some hallucination. He greatly resembles aspects of each of the characters: the head of Buster, ears of Ned, and limbs of Circa Pup. As much as hybrid characters have been done to death in recent memory, it's really cool to see how the style would have been interpreted in 2018. And as far as I can remember, this is one of the earliest examples of this. The name Morphin could have also referred to how the characters have morphed into one being, but my interpretation is that the name is actually referring to morphine because no amount of it could have suppressed the absolute pain that this guy would have inflicted. I mean, his character description is just 3 question marks. When have question marks ever represented anything good in FNAF? Anyway, this build was super interesting. It reminds me more of the style that Five Nights at Wario's had, with those super grungy environments mixed with what, assuming were to be placeholders, look to be low poly characters and designs. However, the second build of Project Readjusted 2 is where things get a little bit more interesting. There's an actual character coded. There's a version of Ned that will occasionally wander into the office, where you have to be completely still if you want him to leave. While he is coded, it's inherently clear that there's still more work to do, as my game would crash randomly even if I was completely still the entire time he was in the office. I'm assuming this version of Ned is also Bygone Ned, as he looks almost identical to the one from the first build. This time, the location is in an actual restaurant, the size of which looks to have been scaled down dramatically to accommodate the fewer animatronics, only featuring a few party rooms, a main area, and a backstage. I mean, it's definitely cool, don't get me wrong, but I think paired with the mechanics, it's easy to see why this game was canned. In the cameras, there are buttons to toggle the camera light, which would also allow you to use the light in the office. I'm only assuming that's what it would have been, but there's no clear indication. It seems as if Mechless also didn't have a clear vision for this mechanic, which isn't great because it's referred to as one of the main mechanics in the synopsis in the extras menu. There's also one more mechanic in the form of a camera connection status, which will slowly deplete. I'm guessing this mechanic works almost the exact same as something like the air duct controls in the first build. Overall, a weird direction for the series, but if there's one thing Mechless learned from this build, it's that he wanted Project Readjusted 2 to be dark. For sure visually, but somewhat thematically. Content 3 is a smaller build, but easily the most interesting so far. This version of Project Readjusted 2 would have taken place in a warehouse of sorts and would feature a threat that really isn't an animatronic. The player would be sanctioned in the back of the warehouse, monitoring the outside of the building for possible intruders. If one is spotted, the player is instructed to call 911 to have them dealt with. I don't know who or what could be outside trying to get into a warehouse, but someone clearly important to the story. This concept is interesting by itself, and it's even more interesting to see how in retrospect this would have been sort of retconned in Project Readjusted 3. But I'll talk about that a little bit more in depth soon. Something else that I found out a little later is that the only actual threat in this version of PR2 would have been Cable Buster, who finally makes his first appearance. There would actually be multiple Busters that you could lure around. Not jumping to any conclusions or assumptions, but it would have been really cool if you could sick Buster on one of the intruders if the phone line went dead or something. The fourth variant of Project Readjusted 2 is surprisingly more complete than the last 3, which is interesting because according to the extras menu in the final PR2, it's regarded as the first build, being traced back to as early as 2017. Only the menu and some of the basic office functions were ever finished, but even so, there's still a lot to cover, especially on this menu. I love how Buster looks at whatever button the player has their mouse over. While the menu is mostly finished, the only button that actually works is the button to start a new game. Immediately after loading into the office, it's obvious that even super early into development, Mechless wanted the game to be as dim as possible, and I don't think anything demonstrates that better than its office. It's so dark, and you feel the impact right away. This version of Project Readjusted 2 takes place in an abandoned daycare. Wait, where have I seen this one before? Jokes aside, this environment is incredible, even if it is a little hard to believe that this is actually an abandoned daycare and not just some underground research facility. And to think that this was modeled and constructed in 2017, a time where very few games could replicate an environment that detailed, is unbelievable. I mean, you have everything from the wires to the ambient lighting, and to think that this never saw the light of day is a little odd. I think this would have been extremely popular given the time period. Even compared to the office in the final version of PR2, it feels like a considerable upgrade in ambience. That's of course not to say that the version we have is bad, but it surely feels underwhelming compared to this. While we're in the office, we can look left to what is presumably a hallway, and how one could ever argue that this is one point of daycare is beyond me. I mean, this is more resemblant to Outlast. You can also turn to the right wall in the office, and by clicking you can enter a safe room. This concept is really cool, and I've only seen it done ever in Five Nights at Wario's 2. Nothing can be done in the room, so I would assume the mechanic that's tied to it would have been something to do with waiting out a character. Going back to the main area, there's two panels. One that hasn't been coded, which I would only assume to be a camera system. The other panel is surprisingly functional. It's called the config mainframe, and is used to control all the moving parts. The main component is the temperature manager, where you can change the building's temperature to pretty much anything. There's a warning below it that says if the temperature is below 65 degrees or above 85 degrees, an emergency alarm will trigger. I'm assuming that there would have been a character that would require the temperature to be either extremely high or low, and the only way to get rid of them would have to trigger an alarm, potentially triggering someone else. It's for sure a unique idea, even if I don't have the best idea of how it would be implemented. At the bottom is a space to purchase upgrades to your equipment, such as better Wi-Fi and a faster cooldown. All of the upgrades cost money, so I'm assuming that there would have been a currency system similar to the final version. Overall, the fourth file is super interesting to see. I don't think that a game like Project Readjusted would have gone in a direction like this, especially considering how the first game ended. The fifth file is another surprisingly competent early build. This time, red is the primary color used, and it's paired nicely with a new character on the menu. I'm unsure as to who this is, but from what I can gather, it seems to be another early version of Cable Buster, or this new character called Scrapster, which seems to be Project Readjusted's Springtrap equivalent before Infested Glancer. From the extras menu in PR2, it's revealed that even though this version of the game was short-lived, there was a working AI. Exactly who it was is unknown, because from my playthrough and looking at others online, no one can get it to activate. However, we do know how two of the characters would work. Buster would wander around like normal and eventually end up at the door on the right side of the office. We then have to pull a lever that activates this decoy, which is essentially an animatronic on a stick that's used as a door. Magic Suit would also be a part of this build, and they would behave similar to Buster, except we'd have to use a jammer to stop them when we see them in the cameras. The jammer itself is hooked up to this panel on the far right of the office. It allows us to jam any camera that we input, which would seemingly deal with Magic Suit as well as potentially freeze anyone else that was in the same room. At the bottom, there's a section to enter a staff exit key. I'm assuming this would have been the objective of each night, having to either complete a certain task and only being allowed to clock out once it's been completed and we obtain the staff key. I actually like this idea a lot. As you'll come to see when we talk about PR3 and its task-based system, the night ends almost immediately after you finish the task, but adding a whole other thing to do on top of that would have created some pretty intense situations. The final build is the most akin to the original Project Readjusted. We are back at another Buster's location, one that I would assume is very close in design and structure. The office is a bit bigger than the original, but it feels more run down and thrown together, almost as if it was an abandoned room that was quickly constructed to make an office, similar to the original. The parallels between the two are very noticeable here, much more than ever, which I really have come to appreciate. Over on the left side, there's a camera panel that shows a general layout of the building. It's definitely bigger than before, the shape reminding me of a large circuit with branching paths every so often. From the extras menu description, it's revealed that the gameplay in this version was slower paced, which was the main reason for its eventual cancellation. We also get a small glimpse of some of the mechanics: a pulse level, a light projection setting, security light fixtures that could be activated, and finally a denoise function. The latter to all of those being the only one coded into the build. It works almost identical to the light switch in Flumpty's 2, where once pressed, the lights go out, but so does all of your systems. It's revealed in the synopsis that this would give some time for a character to leave. What is never mentioned anywhere is who would actually have starred in this version. My guess is a new version of the Project Readjusted cast, alongside some old Wither characters, building off this FNAF 2 feel. That's really it for this build, and the box as a whole for that matter. This was by far my favorite addition onto a Project Readjusted game. I don't think I needed to cover this, but I'm glad I did, because seeing where the series was headed at certain points in time was really cool. And besides, a lot of these characters return in an old build of Project Readjusted 3. Speaking of, in late August of 2020, Five Nights at Freddy's creator Scott Cawthon would take to Reddit to announce what he called the Fazbear Fanverse Initiative, a program that he was starting to directly fund and license fan games as official FNAF products. This was a huge deal for the community. Along with this announcement, Scott Cawthon would confirm 5 new games to be developed by some of the community's largest figures. Mechless heard about the news and decided to announce a new project of his own, Project Readjusted 3. Being a year and a half since the release of Project Readjusted 2, Mechless had allegedly hated the development process, lamenting how it was the bane of his existence. Which is fair enough, honestly. If I were to make 14 variants of what was narratively the same game, I would go insane too. But now with his new motivation and painful learning experience behind him, he was ready to start anew. The version of Project Readjusted 3 that Mechless would begin work on was much different from the final version. The only reason I'm going to go into this much detail about another scrapped version is because this was closer to completion than any of the scrapped PR2 builds. When Mechless started work on PR3 sometime around August 2020, this version of the game was not only thematically different, but most likely was a complete departure from the story that he had built up. While this can't be confirmed at the moment, from what was shown, it's hard to connect the former games to this. The elevator version of Project Readjusted 3, at least from what we can see from the promotional material online and the working file that we'd later get, was supposed to take large inspiration from UCN. While that most likely wasn't the full intention, because a full main campaign was planned, it's what we see from the latest build, so it's presumably what the game became after a while. The elevator version features almost every single character from every version of Project Readjusted. This not only includes almost every character from the scrap PR2 builds, but also a ton of new characters. The two main characters that I want to direct your attention to, Subject and Subjected Buster, were supposed to carry this game's story, but since this version's cancellation, they fell out of relevancy. There's also a couple of characters from other games Mechless was working on, most notably Honeybear from Honeybear's Fantasy and the Baby Geist from Baby's Nightmare Circus. I'm really not sure how they would have fit into the game's story, but I'm sure they were probably custom night exclusives. From the build we got, the game would have been very customizable. The main objective is never shown, but the main premise is that we're sanctioned in an elevator. Presumably, it would go further down in the building during the night and introduce new characters, but that's all up to speculation. Depending on who you added into the night, they'd make your way towards you through a map that you would create yourself, choosing where the different rooms are, which hallways connect, and where each character starts. The idea itself is extremely promising, and from what I've played, that's very apparent. Each character has their own stats and specs that make them all different. To accompany this is a difficulty meter on the side of the main screen, allowing you to control how difficult you want the night to be. Everything in this build showcases how well something similar to this would have been. That's not to say that this in itself is perfect, far from it. As development on the elevator version continued, Mechless would begin to experience a recurring problem. He would get too many ideas, and when trying to implement them, he'd experience some issue with functionality. This would cause Mechless to completely scrap the elevator version of Project Readjusted 3 in favor of the glowstick version, which he'd actually started before committing to the elevator version. It's a shame to see all this hard work being scrapped, especially since a good portion of renders were complete. I wonder if someone will take what Mechless started and finish it, considering that almost all of the materials are available, but who knows. Regardless, this is probably one of my favorite pieces of Project Readjusted history. Before we move on, there was one more project that Mechless was working on behind the scenes before finishing Project Readjusted 3. Growing tired of massive fan games that take too long and are too ambitious, Mechless set his sights on something much smaller in scope, but could still hook his audience. The Project Readjusted remake is a remake of a remake, and a complete overhaul at that too. While we don't have nearly as much information on this game as we do some of the other scrap projects from this time, we have a post, multiple screenshots, and a couple of videos. The remake was probably started because, well, Project Readjusted kinda sucks. Like, no offense, and I still stand by everything I said in that portion of the video, but compared to Project Readjusted 3, it's not very good. This remake would have also allowed for the story to be refined to fit with the new entry. So, with a couple of reasons for this to exist, let's take a look at what would have been changed. First and foremost, the game is much more appealing visually. It doesn't hurt to look at anymore, which is always nice. The building also looks to have been overhauled, not looking stale and unlived in, but rather a pretty convincing rendition of a restaurant with the same style from that time frame. From the video we get of the office gameplay, the building layout was also massively cut down. This is a change I'm all for, since the original Project Readjusted had way too many rooms and didn't use very many of them. But now with only 5 rooms, not including the office, there's practically a use for each of them. It's not like the reduction in cameras is at all a compromise either. Like I touched on earlier, it feels more realistic that way. I mean, think about it. In a real restaurant akin to those of Chuck E. Cheese's, there's one large open area with a couple of extra rooms surrounding those for storage, kitchen, repairs, whatever. This new layout resembles that greatly. Let's talk about characters for a quick moment. There's still only 6 characters, but without Vinard, thank God. Glancy has been separated to become new versions of both Glancer and Glossy. This is an extremely welcome change. I personally despised Vinard from the start. He almost has like no lore relevance and was just too different from the other characters to make any logical sense. Like, why was he there? Vinard has absolutely zero reason to exist except for the fact that he has the chip. Which makes me wonder, who would have gotten it instead? My bet is on Redeemer, but I wouldn't be too surprised if it also went to Ned. since his new model is a million times better and I would love for him to have more importance. Sadly, just like most projects so far, Mechless's expectations far exceeded what he was willing to put in, and promptly cancelled the game. However, there have been talks of other developers reviving the remake, so maybe sometime soon this version will see the light of day. Since my original video in April 2022, a lot has changed. A major content update has been released, including a new max mode, a new ending, a literal online multiplayer game, and many more improvements. For my playthrough, I played through the most recent patch, version 3.5.7. Although I don't think this game will receive any more content past this patch, that's also what I felt 2 years ago, and yet here we are. I wanted to re-review the game a few months after my first video in August, to coincide with the release of 3.0. I eventually scrapped that idea since it felt like I was regurgitating the same points I made in my original video. Now, with the background knowledge of the previous 3 games, the scrapped remake and main series entries, I think I'm ready to take the full walk into Project Readjusted 3. However, we need to do this a little differently. Project Readjusted 3 was more or less the series' curtain call. This game has 3 versions, each fundamentally similar but with minor changes. You have version 1, which was more or less the bare bones version of PR3, all the essential components and story, but lacking much polish. Then a year later you have version 2, the version I played when I made my video. And then finally you have version 3, which was released last August and serves as a way to conclude the series as we know it, removing any potential teaser material that would have been briefly used for future projects. For every game in this video, I've played on the newest patch and briefly mentioned earlier patches, such as how I described PR1's legacy build. For this section specifically, I will be referring to PR3's version 2 build on its latest patch, version 2.1.2. This is entirely because this build was the definitive version of Project Readjusted 3 for a while, and so much of what comes next for this series is directly tied to this version. I want to talk about version 3 in greater detail later on, since there are a couple of differences. I hope that's not too confusing. Where we left off, Mechless switched back to the glowstick version of Project Readjusted 3, which was less complex and more rooted in its origin than the elevator version. Development went smoother than before, and the game was finished within 3 months after returning to glowstick. Not much was said between the Switch and the release window announcement. While we don't know what the broader Project Readjusted fanbase was thinking or expecting, we know that not as much hype was present when the game was released on the 5th of November 2021. This was the basis of my original video. This game was incredible and no one was talking about it. I remember dying on night 2 and going to YouTube to look up a tutorial when I found that no one had made a single video on it. I played it in February, 4 months after the game was released, and still nothing. So that's why this game, at least in my heart, is forever underrated. Okay, enough about the introduction, I want to talk about the game already. Upon opening the game, you'll load into the main menu. In the background, a more rundown looking area can be seen with a rabbit head scribbled on the wall. Its third eye opened, and the word "us" is written multiple times around it, almost as if the rabbit head is a symbol of knowledge that can only be obtained if you're one of them. On the wall in the back, some masks can be seen hanging. These masks look exactly like the rabbit head drawn on the wall. You're immediately hit with this incredible score composed by Fefsky. I mentioned this in my original PR3 video, but I firmly believe that the soundtrack in this game is the best fan game soundtrack and what makes the game as ambient and dystopian as it is. This entire menu screen is incredible, it perfectly sets up the feeling of the game. The game opens on a cutscene with a mysterious voice calling us out by name, claiming they know who we are and where our intentions lie. The eerie voice tells us that they can provide us with the information that we want, on Matthew, still missing, and Andrew, the protagonist, who's still searching for anything that could lead him to a definitive conclusion. The voice provides us with an ultimatum. His image similarly appears on the screen to the cutscenes in the previous games, but this time more scratches are on the side of the image. While this could be a stylistic choice, I believe it represents Andrew's desperation to finish the story, or at least to forget what happened and move on. The images seem to be drawings based on Andrew's memories of his experiences in between game sections. It feels as if he's using these depictions to tie everything he knows together, only as he continues, he begins to lose sight of what he's really after and becomes too focused on just the important details. It's also more than possible that the scratches could be prefacing what's to come later in the game, almost like he's trying to forget what happened. I could again just be looking way too deeply into this, but honestly doing so is my favorite part of this franchise because it actually allows you to do this. You may have also noticed that the voice, or more so person, is wearing a rabbit mask to conceal their identity. The mask is similar to the drawing depicted on the menu, although right now it's unclear what purpose the mask serves. The voice's ultimatum is simple: keep 3 people he's holding captive alive for 5 days. These people are full of knowledge on Matthew and have agreed to tell us as long as we play along with his game, where whoever remains alive will be released. It's also important to mention that the voice switches from referring to himself to referring to himself as an us, implying that there's more people just like him that he's working with. Right now, these people aren't identified, but I think that the notion that there are more people involved in this admittedly sick game is beyond horrifying. The first night begins and we seem to be in a rundown repair shop, its age showing, as droplets of water hit the floor and echo throughout. A dense fog of darkness surrounds the player, only giving light to anything within a couple of feet. After a couple of seconds, the intercom buzzes and we finally hear the voice. He explains the basics to survival in the game, as well as how to use the tools around us. We're told that the 3 captives are held in separate rooms upstairs above us. They will survive as long as we listen to their exact instructions. The voice instructs us to open the tablet in front of us. There are 2 sections to the tablet, the security and supply modules. The voice tells us that the most important thing to focus on is the supply module. The 3 patients upstairs are locked in their rooms without food and water, and it is our job to supply them. We can send supplies to the 3 patients. Each of the 3 white squares represent a room in which supplies can be sent to. These squares can also be clicked on to change which room is getting supplies, further indicating by the arrow in the middle room. The voice reinforces that each of the white squares is also a form of life that we must do everything in our power to protect. Some odd wording for sure, considering all we're doing right now is just giving them food, but I digress. The voice then finishes by explaining the rest of the supply module. Opening the gate will send 1 box of supplies to whichever room the arrow in the middle is pointing towards. Only 1 box of supplies can be sent at a time, which also means that you can only help 1 person until they receive their supply, and then a new box can be sent out. The boxes that are sent out can either be yellow, indicating food, or blue, indicating water. There's no real pattern to what type of supply is being sent out. Some players have opted to send as many supplies to a given patient until they're entirely fed. This strategy is for the most part pretty hands-off, but it requires more materials since a patient can get more of one material than the other. The other strategy I've seen is meticulously divvying out the supplies to whoever needs them. This is much more involved, but it's more material conservative, which is what I opted to do because I found that getting more material was a much more involved process than switching to who gets material every so often. Speaking of, at the start of each night we're given a set amount of supply as well as a maximum capacity of supply we can have on hand. In the middle is a short minigame that can be played to earn supplies. This varies from update to update, but in our case, we need to slide the slider over the gray zone that is constantly moving around. If we can do this for about a second, 1 supply will be added to our inventory. I think my favorite part of this mechanic, at least for the time being, is how the conveyor and minigame work with each other. If the conveyor is running and materials are being sent out, the minigame can't be played, so ordering new materials requires you to stop the conveyor entirely. There's a reason why I love this mechanic so much, but I'll have to get back on that in a little while. There's one more part to the task-based system. The average amount of food and water that each patient has is calculated into a satisfaction meter. The average of all 3 satisfaction meters determines your grade. It will go up when the satisfaction goes up, but this is only important because it's this grading-based system that allows you to complete a night. In the bottom left, you'll see your current grade out of the minimum required grade to complete each night. You will always start off with an F, and you can work your way up to an S, which is the highest grade. This requires you to have all patients with maximum food and water at one time, which can be much harder than you'd think. Once you've achieved the minimum grade, the finished button will become available in the upper right hand side of the camera panel. Clicking it allows you to end your duties for the night, since the patients can survive on their own until tomorrow. After each night, you'll load into a small minigame that tells a different story. We're still playing as Andrew, but when he used to work at Buster's. In this minigame, the restaurant has finally reopened with animatronic entertainers. Andrew mentions how his boss made it very clear to him that he needs to hold these robots with high regard, and that Andrew needs to keep a close eye on them. We head towards the stage to check on them, but as we do, we notice slips of paper on the floor. They warn us about a lockdown protocol, and how all animatronics need to be taken off stage an hour before the protocol goes into place. As Andrew approaches the stage, he realizes that one of the characters must have already been taken backstage early. We go to verify this, but as we enter the room, we notice a kid lying on the floor, twitching, blood everywhere. A disturbing sight for sure, but the minigame ends before we can figure out any more. As we head back to the menu, we're told that we've unlocked the patient hub. As it turns out, you can actually visit the 3 patients and personally talk with them to see how they're doing. However, they understandably don't want anything to do with Andrew, since he is the reason they're here. The patient hub serves as an interactive place where all of your collectibles and information will be stored. While we don't have anything right at the moment, this room soon becomes crowded with all sorts of things that we can find. With nothing else to do besides return for a second night, we're back in the worst place on Earth. The intercom buzzes once again, and the voice returns to give us some updated instructions. He says that a small catch that's related to Matthew will be with us here on out. An animatronic that he created is with us as another challenge to overcome. This is where we are finally introduced to Busted, my personal favorite character in the entire series. Busted will roam around the building, always in one of the 3 cameras. He'll change rooms frequently, but once he can't be found in any of them, he's found you instead. The voice warns us that when this happens, we need to act quick if we want to survive. He's provided us with a glow stick, which is the only tool at our disposal, and the only one that will save our life. I've said this before and I'll say it again, the way the glow stick is revealed to us is nothing short of perfection. Prior to tonight, there was no real reason for us to flip down the camera. Even so, I and many other players did. There's this beautiful amount of uncertainty and anxiety that builds up over the span of the first night. In fact, any FNAF player should know that having the camera up for an extended period of time is just asking for trouble. So, flipping it down every once in a while to observe the cold ambience of the office is very normal, but now with the glow stick, we can give light to the area. And what a gross little space this is. If you haven't already pieced together, thanks to the bunny mask scribbled on the wall, this is the same room as the one on the main menu. It's a neat little reveal mixed in with some lore foreshadowing later on. In the office, there are 4 separate entrances, 2 on the far sides and 2 in the middle. When Busted can no longer be found on any of the cameras, it's safe to assume that he's standing in one of these entrances. Using the glow stick and hovering it around him will be enough to send him back into the darkness. The glow stick does have a limited use though, so while it can be very effective against Busted, it's also very useless once that small use period has expired. It will recharge over time, but it's much slower if you've drained it fully, so it's best to avoid doing that. The voice tells us that Busted has one more trick up his metal sleeve. So, as it turns out, the 3 cameras in our security feed all have doors in sight. These are the rooms where the patients are being kept during the night. They're put so far away from us to prevent us from harming them. However, they are conveniently close to where Busted wanders around. I sure hope nothing unfortunate comes from that. Oh my god. So, as it turns out, in an incredibly disturbing way, Busted can kill a patient. This is the first time that I can think of where it's not only our life on the line, but also the lives of people we're surrounded by. Project Readjusted 3 went very quickly from this game about surviving 5 nights and getting evidence, to surviving while also keeping others alive with you. Even if you have no morals or argue that they don't need to be saved because they're nameless, they still have evidence that you need, so keeping them alive is within our best interest. The voice tells us that we have to pay extra close attention to the camera that Busted is in. If we see him near one of the doors where a patient is in, we have to ring the bell on our desk. This will spare the patient for now, but put ourselves in immediate danger. Busted will immediately make his way to us, and the same way we learned how to get rid of him before still applies. The bell is interesting because it's an almost foolproof way of getting Busted in the office. That may sound weird, but it's actually great. Too busy ordering more supplies and now you've lost track of Busted? Ring the bell. However, just like every tool in the game, it can also be a handicap. The bell only works if Busted isn't already in the room with us. Ringing it while he's with us is an insta-kill, so finding time to get him into the office is important. The other characters will soon be added work in conjunction with the bell, so while it can be a multi-use tool, it's mostly effective with Busted. Night 2 for the most part is decently straightforward. A little side tangent, but on my very first playthrough of the game over 2 years ago, I wasn't paying attention during the intercom speech, and I proceeded to die about 5 times. In confusion, I tried to look up a walkthrough online, when I realized that no one on YouTube had even given the game a chance. So if Busted wasn't as complex as he was, I would have likely never died, and would never know that this game is so underrated. I wouldn't have made my original video, and I wouldn't be up at 2:30 on a Saturday morning writing this exact video. After finishing our shift, we load back into the same minigame from the previous night right where it left off. The kid is fine, but Andrew realizes that the animatronics in this restaurant are very similar to the previous locations. Rumors were spreading of how dangerous and unsafe they were. As Andrew leaves the backstage area to tell the other employees what he's found, he notices a large circle of workers up by the stage. Another child was injured, and this one is pretty bad. The entire building staff is understandably panicked, and they mention how a large crowd is formed outside the restaurant. We're instructed to check the office to make sure everything's still intact after the restaurant went into panic. Everything in the office seems normal, but just as Andrew leaves the room, he notices a purple figure in the hallway. The minigame cuts out before we get a good look at it. checking back in with the patients, and they're seeming to accept the reality of their situation. One of the patients mentions how the building we've been in is directly below the building we used to work at, the one with the fume problems. Another accounts that they've heard screaming throughout the night, and the final patient recalls seeing a purple figure approach her, but looking directly at it made it vanish. She also mentions that they're being a leader of the group responsible for her kidnapping. It's mentioned how he's super strict and controlling, making sure that everything's going to plan. Weird for sure, but since everything is fine here, we have no other option than to go back for a third night. When we arrive back in the office, the mysterious voice comes back over the intercom to tell us that this will be their final interaction with us until we've completed the game. He mentions that the building we're currently in is directly below the Project Readjusted 2 building. It still has its fume problems, only now they're seeping into the downstairs area, exactly where we are. I remember my first time playing through this game and having my mind blown by that revelation, not even knowing of Project Readjusted 2 that much. I mean, it's not like Andrew didn't know where he was, but the way it's revealed to us as the player, that in my opinion makes it that much more impactful. Project Readjusted 3 does that a lot, finding subtle ways to reveal massive details about either the story, its gameplay, or, in this case, its environment. Anyway, the voice tells us that because we're in the basement of the abandoned storage facility, we share its fumes. If you remember from PR2, the fumes are what create the Wraith animatronics. They make a return for PR3, but they've been tweaked quite a bit. Now there's only two of them, Wraith Buster and Finn. They work almost exactly the same as they did in PR2, only now that one of them is in the cameras and the other is in the office. They also can no longer jumpscare the player on their own, which is nice, but they're still just as important to deal with as the main threats. Over the course of a night, Wraith Buster will begin to materialize in the office. A quiet heartbeat can be heard indicating that he's spawning. We must lower the camera and use the glow stick in the office to scare him away. Wraith Finn, on the other hand, will also begin to materialize over time. The same heartbeat sound cue can be heard on the cameras. Wraith Finn will spawn in one of the three cameras, a large purple hue taking over the majority. Leaving the camera panel up and on that specific camera is the only way to get rid of him. If we fail to get rid of either of the Wraiths, then there's a chance for them to spawn in one of the patient's rooms, which will cause them to scream. If they scream, Busted would immediately find them and try to get in. Only a small window of time remains to ring the bell and save a life. The post-night minigame once again resumes from where we left off. Andrew acknowledges the figure as a hallucination of the Finn character, which I guess confirms his existence. I was wrong to deny it back during PR2. Andrew brushes it off and has to check in with his coworkers to let them know that the office is clear. We are finally allowed to leave the building for the day and go home. The minigame fades away as we leave. Night 3's minigame is pretty straightforward compared to previous nights, and that's by design. I'll talk about that in a little while, but right now the patients are finally starting to warm up to Andrew. They aren't entirely trusting of him just yet, but they are starting to drop some subtle gameplay tips, like how we can ring the bell in the office to lure Busted towards us. However, one of them reveals that their sister worked on constructing the animatronics and heard her reading some blueprints aloud. That's all we get for now, but these patients continue to remind us that they are real people too, and that our actions do have consequences that extend past our own life. Night 4 is really interesting in the way that nothing really happens. There isn't an intercom announcement from the mysterious voice, nor is there a new threat. It's simply Busted, the Wraiths, and keeping the patients alive. I do like how we're given some downtime here, which definitely makes adjusting to the new mechanics at a lot higher difficulty much easier. I'm not going to ramble too much about this night because, again, nothing interesting happens. What is interesting is the minigame that takes place directly after our shift. We don't play as Andrew, but instead as the Wraith that Andrew saw at the end of the second night. This is further confirmed by the minigame's purple hue and faster soundtrack. We aren't supposed to be here. The minigame seems corrupt. There's countless glitches and sprites of children and employees blocking the halls. After wandering around for a little while, we enter a room with another injured child laying on the ground twitching. As we approach the child, some text box opens up on the screen saying, "You can be restored. I can do that for you. You must kill them for me. Trespasser." Before getting too close, the minigame ends. Back in the patient hub, one of the patients tells us that they heard someone debugging an animatronic upstairs last night. They say that the person was altering the mascot's code because he had a similar experience when their sister brought home a pink robot. They tried fixing it, but to no avail. Another patient accounts for hearing rumbling noises outside the building during the night. Anytime an alarm would go off, they would scamper away. Without a doubt the weirdest thing we've heard so far, but I guess that should be normal by now. Heading back into the office for the final night, and nothing seems different. After about 20 seconds, the intercom comes back online.
Animatronic Performer Model Patch 3A 2001 signal detected and active. Report protocol locked. Please refrain contact with Model Patch 3A. Notes from author. No staring. Use noise to push away. Repeat.
Sharing is going to be squared.
Just like that, we have another animatronic to deal with. This is subject model number 3A, arguably the most important character. I know I've said that about 4 times already, but this time I mean it. I'll talk about them in depth a little later, but I first want to talk about how they're dealt with. 3A will be in one of the 3 cameras at all times. If you happen to be on the same camera as them, they'll reach out their hand to disable it. 3A breaking a camera is very bad for a multitude of reasons, including the fact that it's disabled for 30 seconds. Within that 30 seconds, Busted has an increased chance of attacking that patient associated with that camera, so it's best to avoid looking in the same camera for too long. Occasionally, 3A will leave the cameras and end up in your office. His loud metal clanking sounds indicate his arrival. Only by immediately ringing the bell will ward him off. Doing literally anything else before he leaves will result in you being killed. 3A is not someone to mess around with. He's the only addition to Night 5 and serves as an unofficial boss of sorts. We'll talk about 3A again shortly, but after finishing the night, we load into one final minigame. We're playing as a child, the minigame still glitching out as a text box appears on screen. They made it. This is the kid from the Night 1 minigame, presumably dead or at least in an unconscious state. We make our way into the back room where everything happened. We talk with who is presumably Wraith Finn, their head on a table. They tell us that they didn't mean to harm us. It wasn't their goal, only to make people scream. The true threats are those lurking the halls at night. Wraith Finn tells us that we've succeeded in our mission, and the patients are now free. The minigame ends before we can learn any more. Alright, I know that this is confusing, and I want to take a minute to explain what just happened. We are presumably talking to whatever spirit resides inside Finn, presumably a child that had died while at Buster's. The Wraiths don't want to hurt anyone, they're just following orders, those given to the actual animatronics. However, they just want to leave everything behind. I'll admit, this is the one part of the Project Readjusted story that's confused me. It's never explicitly mentioned anywhere that there were murders happening inside the restaurants, or even that there was an accidental death. After the minigame ends, we get to witness the ending. All patients have been freed, but the mysterious voice implies that there was more that we could have done instead, to help better our case. That's right, there's multiple endings. Playing through the game from the very start, we can start to piece together how to get the true ending. In each minigame, walking around the perimeter of the building, you may eventually stumble into a wall. Going through and following this invisible maze will lead you to a note. The notes will vary from each night, but they tell a different story. The first note tells us about the HICM, or Hyper Intelligent Computing Membrane, a giant computer that's used to control every and all robots ever produced by Diner World Entertainment, the creators of Buster's. The computer is well hidden, and an ex-employee tries to find it. The second note tells us about how the HICM will overheat and cause some of the robots attached to it to malfunction. One of the robots that was being tested seemingly left the building entirely, not to be seen again. The third note tells us that subject model number 3A has failed numerous testing checkpoints and is currently being assessed. It's also mentioned that test audiences did not like his appearance too much and were put off by him. 2 other new entertainers are currently being tested. The fourth is a clipping of a newspaper, where photos of a mysterious robot roaming the woods have been seen, but disappears quickly once the loud noises are present. The article was actually written by none other than Hayden, the protagonist in Project Readjusted 1, so I'm glad to see that he's still doing well for himself. The final note is titled My Whereabouts, so it's no surprise that it was written by Matthew. He's moved on, his plans with the HICM are complete. He's just now setting up the very game we just played. I'll explain a little bit more in depth about what the HICM is and why it's so important, but for now, all you need to know is that it's what's making Busted and 3A so aggressive. The 5 notes scattered in each of the 5 minigames are what is required to get the true ending. However, there is one more thing. On night 3, taking the true ending, a new character will be added. A human, wearing a white suit and covering his face with a rabbit mask. This is the Subjected member, one of my personal favorite characters. Occasionally, throughout the night, he'll step into the office to see how you're doing. It's revealed through this that the Subjected member is the mysterious voice on the intercom, and the one who got Andrew involved in the first place. The name Subjected member implies that there's more than one of them. Subjected member is one of the hardest characters to incorporate into a night than any other before. He'll occasionally appear in one of the cameras. Once you either change a camera or put down the console altogether, he'll enter the office. When he enters, you need to keep the camera panel up and the conveyor running the entire time he's in the office, or he'll kill you. The subjects don a rabbit mask, the same as the one on the wall in front of us in the office. The choice of a rabbit always confused me, as there isn't a rabbit character in the Project Readjusted series. The rabbit could be a symbol for many things. In the Chinese zodiac, the rabbit symbolizes mercy and intelligence. Mercy is given to the patients in the form of us, someone that the subjected brought in, but every night saves them from the horrors that lurk in the dark. The intelligence portion is a little bit more evident as the rabbit described on the wall has its third eye open, referring to how they seem to have infinite knowledge on anything that Andrew could ever want. It could also have nothing to do with religion or outside beliefs. The term "follow the white rabbit" means to follow a strange idea or situation wherever it takes you, even if the destination is unclear. We see this symbolism throughout the game. Ever so desperate for information, Andrew will follow any lead, even if it leads him and other people into countless life or death situations. It's revealed through clever wording throughout the notes that the subjected member is Matthew, ever so carefully keeping an eye on Andrew, making sure he never gets close enough to find the truth. It's a beautiful setup and execution, and one that I wasn't fully expecting. One thing is for sure though, the subjected is a cult. Their leader Matthew and their god this rabbit. And then it hit me, their leader isn't this mysterious rabbit, it's subject model number 3A, who just so happens to be a rabbit animatronic, albeit a pretty fucked up rabbit. 3A has a lot of importance in the Project Readjusted story because he's the first animatronic created by Dynaworld Entertainment. He's the reason that every and all animatronic were made and for the creation of the HICM. It's also likely that this is why Matthew wanted to work for Dynaworld in the first place. There's not much known beyond that, but that's okay because we've taken the full walk now. We found Matthew. Well, found is a little generous because he gets away in the end, but still. The patients are for sure set free by now and can tell us what they know. The information the patients tell us are small anecdotes of working for Dynaworld. These range from working on Glossy to straight up kidnappings, but they're all interesting. I'm not going to summarize them because I still want you to play this game, even if I have spoiled all of it. It's seriously worth playing the game and piecing small bits of the story together. Trust me. Other than some minor post-game content, like a full-on multiplayer hide-and-seek type game, not even joking by the way, that's all there is to Project Readjusted 3. This is my favorite fan game of all time, and will probably stay that way forever. Unless Jollibee 4 decides to release, which it won't. Who am I kidding, this is probably still better. I want to leave this section off here, because I still want you to play through the game and find all these small secrets for yourself. I'm going to leave a link in the description for my good friend Dice Game's 100% PR3 walkthrough, if you're at all stuck or lame and won't play the game for yourself. Before we move on, we need to talk about arguably the most important event regarding the Project Readjusted series. In early June of 2022, Mechless, alongside two very prominent FNAF developers, were exposed for owning and contributing to a group chat. The group chat contained several leaks of upcoming FNAF projects and sensitive personal information of members in the community. This was a massive blow to a large portion of the community, especially since two of the members in the group chat had yet to release their games, one of which was rumored to be included into the fanverse. What I can even say in this small section of a large video will never do justice to the amount of damage that was caused in what seemed like an instant. His name and any credibility he had established was ruined. Just as quickly as it happened, everyone forgot about Project Readjusted, or at least tried to burn it out of their memories. Since then, anytime Project Readjusted is brought up with anyone more involved in the community, it's often not on the game's quality, but instead how its developer is one of the scummiest people ever. I'm well aware that this feels like it's coming out of left field to praise these games as much as I have and then immediately drop this. I can't even imagine how random this would feel if you had no clue what this series was and who the people involved were until watching this video. But at the same time, how else would I go about doing so? I couldn't just start this video off with a disclaimer. I feel like that would turn a lot of people off. And I can't just ignore this entirely. That would just be disingenuous to not only you, but also the people affected. Because of this event, I was on and off about making this video, since calling a series underrated implies that it's worth your attention. I don't want to paint Mechless as this perfect image because that's very obviously not the case. I also don't want to make him out as this awful person. I want this point of the video to serve as a reminder for what happened going forward. Choose to support him or not, it doesn't really matter. I'm going to continue this on because there is still a lot of content to cover. Up until this point, this video has been in mostly chronological order, but we're going to take a moment to look back a couple of months. In late February 2022, about a month after PR3 version 2.0 released, and 4 months before Mechless was outed, Project Readjusted 3 would be updated to version 2.1.1, which was a fairly minor update, but it fixed a secret only unlocked for 100% of the game to be attainable. Going into the patient hub, a child can be found standing in the middle of the room. A strange place for them for sure, but at this point it's like the least weird thing about this game. However, when you actually talk to the child, something isn't right. They talk in third person, and it's almost immediately obvious that they aren't talking to Andrew, but instead, they're talking to you, the player. The child is what I would assume to be a stand-in for Mechless. It's how he envisions himself in this world he's created. Not someone who can control what the player does, but only someone that can observe, like any of the children in the minigames. Someone who doesn't expect the player to have taken the full walk, but instead surprised that you've stuck around until the end. Mechless knows that very few people would actually do that, and it's one of the main reasons I love Project Readjusted 3 so much. It feels personal. I probably sound like a broken record at this point, but it feels as if the game was truly made for the completionists, the people who take the time to look between the lines, or walk through walls. And for that, Mechless thanks us for our endurance, and leaves us with this. This is the first and only teaser for Project Readjusted 4, a game that wasn't even supposed to happen. Actually, let's pause for a moment. I have to come clean. This is not a teaser for Project Readjusted 4, because there is no such thing. Instead, this is a teaser for Jet Black, a stealth and escape horror experience created on Unreal Engine 5. Jet Black is in no way related to Five Nights at Freddy's or Project Readjusted, except it kinda is. Listen, coming clean again, Jet Black had probably the weirdest development cycle I've seen from a game. The project was announced as a sort of Project Readjusted 4, was then later scrapped after the pair, and then came back some time later, fully embracing the Jet Black subtitle as the project's name. And then that version was supposed to be its own original game, which would have been sold for actual money and would have gone up on Steam. This would have presumably been Mechless's big break from the FNAF franchise, as he finally can make money off his games. There's just a lot to unpack here, and I apologize if I get a lot of this wrong. A good majority of this game's development was hidden from the general public, but we do get enough to form a general synopsis. When the pair initially came to light, the three main developers in the group chat, Ultranite, Romanov, and Mechless, aborted their current projects after pretty much everyone retaliated against them. Ultranite would cancel Chompers, Romanov left the juniors team, and almost guaranteed the game wouldn't be released, and Mechless dropped a photo album of all concept art and promotional material that would have been used for Jet Black, which at the time was still known as PR4. I'm sure that almost none of what was shown in the original photo album was changed in the transition from PR4 to Jet Black, except for the removal of any and all ties to FNAF. We know that Jet Black would have been made in Unreal Engine 5, and its gameplay would center around this free-roam casino environment. Mostly all characters from the Project Readjusted series would return, donning a new outfit to match the theme. The team was greatly expanded, and even at the time of its eventual cancellation, was still looking for help. Even after all the progress the team had made, it simply wasn't meant to be, as sometime after the 2023 New Year, Jet Black and all of its promotional material was stripped from the GameJolt page and Mechless' social media. Mechless would later go on to say that he just wasn't enjoying making the game. However, this wasn't entirely true. Mechless presumably continued to work on Jet Black. A couple more updates were shared either briefly on his GameJolt or his Discord server. In an attempt to cut all ties with Project Readjusted and FNAF, as a larger subgenre, Mechless replaced Buster with a new primary antagonist. And while I did try to find an archive of the original announcement post, I think for the time being it's as good as lost. In early June 2023, Mechless finally pulled the plug on Jet Black, halting all progress. After nearly 2 years of on and off progress, updates, and supposed cancellations and rebrandings, Jet Black was finally laid to rest. It's a real shame too. I'm usually a fan of more linear free-roam games, and from what was shown it had a ton of polish. Even if it wasn't a Project Readjusted game at its core, it will always be Project Readjusted 4 at heart. It's a shame that this would have been Mechless' final hurrah in the Project Readjusted series. Oh shit. Show of hands, how many of you thought that the series, the one with the murderous cult and killer robot dog, would eventually evolve into an online free-for-all game in the style of FNAF World? If you raised your hand, I really hope you take a moment to realize what you just agreed to. Released shortly after Jet Black's cancellation in early July, Bust 'Em Up is the Project Readjusted online free-for-all experience, starring who else but Buster the dog as he fights against other Busters. When I first heard of this game, I thought it was some tech demo, and yeah, I definitely wasn't wrong, but what I wasn't expecting was how insanely content-rich this small game actually is. Like, this is the perfect game for an hour's worth of goofy, Project Readjusted related shenanigans with your friends. This game is multiplayer, and an incredibly fun multiplayer game at that. So I gathered a bunch of my close friends into a lobby, and we played Bust 'Em Up in probably the least skillful way possible. Oh yeah, I'm in lobby 2, We're in lobby 2.
Server 55. Oh no,
Seth,
yeah, I'm in server
my
2.
God.
I'm in server 2.
So once you cross that line, it's a free-for-all. So you can actually damage each other once you cross that line.
Gamers! Gamers, let's
All
kill each
right.
other. Come here.
Fucking die. No.
I killed Sir 55.
Do I respawn? Oh, I do. Oh, you fucking
What the fuck?
What?
Good.
What?
You laugh. And I'm busting it down.
What's over here?
Bro, stop fucking teleporting and then coming like.
Oh my god. Wait.
No.
What the fuck? How did that one tap to me? I haven't killed anyone! Stop!
Oh,
no,
yes!
no.
I got Seth. I got Seth.
Get away!
Oh wait, this is actually insane. Get back here, little boy. Yes, this is actually insane.
What is that? How do you
No! I got fucking sniped.
No.
Wait.
My favorite one.
Oh, we got it.
Not on my screen. Not on my screen, we didn't.
On my. Oh,
me and sir.
Oh, we got it.
No, we all got it. But hey, get back in line.
Get back in line. Back in formation.
Oh.
Dude, this shit is.
Oh my. Band for band.
You are not going band for band.
Alright, what's your KDR?
0.64.
0.66 L.
Dude, my KDR is still higher than yours. What do you mean L? Stop shooting inward. Just get in here.
No.
You are so
I'm gonna
cheap.
kill somebody.
You are so corny. Stop doing that.
I think you still fucking died. I stepped out, you still died.
You are still corny, bro. You are so corny.
Yeah.
Alright, on the count of 3, we all cross the red line and fight to the death. None of us are allowed to cross back in until there's one left, alright?
Alright,
3, 2,
1.
1.
No!
I died.
Bring it around. I be behind my girl like this.
Bro, shut up. You're so weird. You know, there are gonna be people watching this like hour-long video essay, and then halfway through this portion's gonna be in the video to break it up.
No, I be behind you like this.
Hey, stop.
Oh yeah.
Wait, watch this.
Bring it around town.
Hater.
Bring it around town.
Wait.
You're just standing on top of them.
Why am I I'm like behind you, so you should be the one doing the thing. I should be the one doing this.
No, that's like fucking.
No, I killed him. I fucked him too hard.
You killed him too hard. Now you just go on behind my girl. People, she bend over.
Shut the fuck up. And that's why me and my friends are banned in most public spaces. Anyway, Bust 'em Up was a really fun experience. Definitely give it a shot. Crazy enough, we are not done talking about PR3 just yet. For the entirety of 2023, Mechless was incredibly active, tweaking and updating the previous Project Readjusted games. In February, he released version 2.5 of Project Readjusted 2, which rebalanced the gameplay and added that busted-ass minigame that I was talking about. And then in August, Mechless released Project Readjusted 3 version 3. I initially considered talking about version 3 as a part of my Project Readjusted 3 section, similar to how I primarily talk about version 2.5 of PR2 during that section. But I figured that since version 3 of PR3 is vastly different from version 2, it deserves its own section. Also, this finally serves as the series' official curtain call. I'm not going to go too deep into this game and its changes since most of them are very minimal, but there are a couple of things I really want to talk about. In my original PR3 video, I talked a lot about difficulty and how mechanics were explained to the player. Version 3.0 fixed pretty much every complaint I had, which was nice to see. I'm just some guy on the internet who makes very strongly opinionated videos, and seeing that my advice was actually taken to heart means a lot. First and foremost, some of the main gameplay was changed. The minigame you have to play to get more supplies is the most notable change. Now you have to order these numbers from 1 to 7 correctly to get supplies. It's all based on a timer now, so the faster you complete it, the more supplies you'll get. You can get up to 3 in one go if you're quick enough. Also changed is the fact that you don't have to stop the conveyor to start a new minigame. This is a massive complaint for me, especially during attempts of a Daredevil's trial, where you had to be very quick to start the conveyor button in time. You can just leave it running for the entire time, which makes Matthew way easier to deal with. However, to counteract this buff, the patients will start to lose supplies. There's a timer now above their supply meter and it will start ticking down. Only when you send more supplies to them will it start over. Another great balance was added for 3A. He'll now make a louder sound when he's in the office. Also, when flipping down the camera panel, he'll be visible in the office for a split second. So you'll know for sure if you have to ring the bell or not. This helps out with situations where both Busted and 3A are in the office, as ringing the bell will either save your life or very abruptly end it. The glow stick was also heavily nerfed, having a much shorter battery life that slowly recharges over a longer period of time. I guess it's to prevent you from sitting in the office and waiting for Busted's audio cue and not doing anything on the camera panel. I don't want to go into every single change that was made to the gameplay, because we'd be here forever, but I want to state that overall, the gameplay was rebalanced and is a lot more fun to play. There is one more change that was added to 3.0, and it's with the max modes. A Daredevil's Trial now has a cutscene after completing it, which is short enough for me to play right now. If you remember from earlier, Project Readjusted 3 ends on a pseudo cliffhanger. While the story can be wrapped up there, Project Readjusted 4 would have explained and finished things off in a much better way. Now that it's been cancelled, this is the official end of the story. Matthew's plans laid to rest. There is one last change that I want to talk about before moving on. There is another max mode. Act of Penance is the secret custom night preset, and it's almost identical to a Daredevil's Trial, except now all characters have an AI of 30, and the office has a blue tint. It's a fun additional challenge that adds an 8th star onto the menu. I guess what I've been trying to say for the past few minutes is that this is really the last piece of content we'll ever get for something Project Readjusted related. And seeing the game go out on a relatively high note is nice to see, especially with the controversy the series has been in. But now that we've covered everything, there's still one last thing to talk about. I've danced around the story and the finer details quite a bit, so let's do this, the Project Readjusted story. Just as a disclaimer before I begin, the complete original intention of the Project Readjusted story is currently unknown. We have just enough to form a conclusion, but I doubt it's what Meklus's original intention was. He never actually bothered to write down his own lore anywhere, he had just remembered it in between entries. Now that he's moved on, he just forgot it all. One more thing, while I'm about 99% sure what I have is accurate, it's possible some smaller details were missed. Check the pinned comment for any corrections. Alright, here we go. Our story begins in the late 1990s with Diner World Entertainment, a company specializing in mascot-themed restaurants. One of Diner World's most important early works was creating a rabbit animatronic. He went unnamed for a while, but was referred to as Subject Model Number 3A. His name was likely going to be Subject, but that's unknown. What is known is that Subject Model Number 3A would demonstrate odd behaviors when on camera, and was deemed unfit for a restaurant environment. That and the fact that test audiences didn't resonate well with 3A had him temporarily disabled and isolated from the public and broader Diner World staff. Around this time, the company started work on 2 new animatronics that were supposed to join 3A on stage. Subject Model Number 3B and C were created. The original plan was that they would first accompany 3A on stage, but if test audiences liked them more and felt that they didn't need 3A, it would be disabled and placed into storage for use of parts in the future. This ended up happening, and 3A was put into storage. 3B and C, known as Glancer and Glossy, got their own restaurant and took the spotlight. A little soon after, Diner World started work on a new main character. They came up with Buster, a robot dog. They made another iteration of him in the form of Redeemer, but he was ultimately shifted out after a short period. While this happened, Matthew was hired to help design the robots. One of his first jobs was to create a brand new rendition of Buster. After some time, Matthew made his iconic Buster we know from PR1. Once he was finished with him, he was also tasked with making him capable of free roam. His specific task was to work on the night mode functionality. While testing, he made Buster aggressive to better see how advanced his capabilities were. Matthew had no plans of ever changing him back. As a result, Buster would end up in a new position every morning. On top of this, Matthew also finds himself in trouble when he decides to dismantle the old Glancer and Glossy characters and fuse them into Glancy. His rationale was that this would save space, and the leftover parts could be used to make an entirely new character. Matthew would be fired, and a couple months later, the Buster's location seen in PR1 would close its doors. A month later, Matthew had the idea to return to the restaurant and collect the chip inside Vineyard. He thought he could get his job back by collecting it and returning it to Diner World. One issue: since the building had been closed for a month, the animatronics which were still active and set to their aggressive night setting would still be active inside. Matthew wasn't entirely comfortable going inside alone just yet, so he convinced his friend and former Diner World employee, Andrew, to help him. Matthew convinced him to call up his friend Hayden, a journalist, to offer him a job looking over the place during the night. They don't ever tell Hayden that he's only being used as bait to lure out Vineyard. The plan works for a few nights until Matthew and Andrew finally get enough courage to go inside. While they're looking for Vineyard, they are also looking for documentation on the chip to see if it's compatible with any of the other animatronics. While they're looking, Matthew runs into an investigator who is there looking into Diner World. Matthew tells Andrew to run off and kills the investigator. It's never revealed why Matthew decided to kill him, but it's potentially because he would have taken documents that would have been important for Matthew to get his job back. He takes the body out back and into a dumpster for later use. When the two meet back up, they finish getting what they needed and have Hayden finish his work. Somewhere in all of this, Hayden finds disturbing footage, potentially of the murder, but it's never confirmed. Hayden tells Andrew what he's seen and how he will turn it into the police. Andrew convinces him not to, saying that he's already done so. Andrew did not. A week later, Matthew, already after abandoning Andrew, comes back to the restaurant to retrieve the body. His best idea was to stuff the body inside an old Glancer suit. He does so successfully, but damages the suit a bit in the process. He places the suit back into storage, just in time for Diner World to turn their storage facility into a restaurant. Now very concerned about Matthew's whereabouts, Andrew attempts to find him. He finds a job listing for a night watchman at the storage facility. He applies and gets accepted. His job is simple: keep an eye on the place and look for signs of Matthew whenever possible. After 2 nights on the job, Andrew discovers the investigator's body inside the Glancer suit. He opts not to report this to the police for the time being, hoping that he can find Matthew and get answers before someone else sees it. After only a few more nights on the job, he finds a tape recorded by Matthew explaining his plan and how he's already dead. Andrew gets the motivation to turn this and the body inside the Glancer suit into the police. Before anything can happen, Andrew has a heart attack. Andrew survives, but changes his mind again, forgetting Matthew and moving on. Some time later, Andrew gets a phone call from a mysterious person. They claim they know where Matthew is and have more than enough answers to his questions. All he needs to do is play the game that they've set up for him. Andrew returns to the storage facility on a lower level to play the game. He needs to keep 3 patients alive, all people who have dirt on Diner World. These people are untrusting of Andrew, claiming that a man in a rabbit mask has threatened them not to tell him anything until enough time has passed. Throughout the week, Andrew has a lot of doubt if he should ever continue pressing forward. He remembers times when he worked for Diner World and saw children injured at the restaurant. This gives him enough motivation to keep going. He finds letters and documents scattered around from higher-ups at Diner World, talking about this computer called the HICM, which controls every animatronic they've ever created. He also finds a newspaper article on this weird robot found lurking outside of an unmarked building in the forest. After only 3 nights of working for the mysterious person, they show themselves, occasionally showing up during Andrew's shift to check up on him. Their identity is covered by a rabbit mask. This is our first real look at the Subjected, a cult with Matthew being the only member. He formed the Subjected to give Andrew another reason to keep pushing forward. From Matthew checking up on Andrew to Busted lurking around, there is one more challenge for Andrew to overcome. Subject model number 3A, one of the earliest working animatronics, is back and is hunting Andrew. The HICM is being used to control both Busted and 3A, making them incredibly aggressive. Andrew survives all of this and completes his task. The patients are released and tell Andrew what they know. The story ends with another note Andrew found, confirming that Matthew is still out there, his plans abandoned, living a new life under a new identity, his plans laid to rest. And that's it. It's an interesting story, one that I felt was way too complicated by its details. Even if dumbed down, it's fairly straightforward. So now that we've spent some time looking at the history of Project Readjusted, where does it stand now? It's been nearly 8 years since the first game was released, and the series as a whole has never been more popular. Something that I've noticed within the past 6 months is that more people are starting to look at this series than ever before. It's not just PR3 either, people are actively seeking out the other 2 mainline entries as well. Speaking of the other entries, everything that isn't PR3 has been delisted on GameJolt, and can only be accessed with a link. This is probably because they haven't arguably held up as well as the third, which is a shame to see. I firmly believe that Project Readjusted is one of the most unique and interesting fan series that we'll ever see. Yes, it has some paper-thin lore with some questionable games, but I honestly believe that's what makes the series so special. It's very evident that a lot of care was put into it, even if the care didn't fully translate to polish. But to me personally, that doesn't really matter. A full story was told from start to finish, and that in itself is a feat many developers can't accomplish. I've praised this series a lot in this video, and hopefully for good reason. Not only has it inadvertently changed my life, but for many others as well. This series means a lot to me, and it's with great pride that I can say that now, more than ever, people are looking into it. I've wanted to make this video for 2 years, but couldn't bring myself to do it with the controversies of the developer. And while we may never hear from him again in the same way, Project Readjusted is far from falling out of relevancy. Obviously, I hope this video does well, or at least inspires a few people out there to maybe try their hand at something similar. Who knows? Maybe someone will remake the series, improving all the faults I mentioned thus far. Only time will tell, but you better believe they'll be right here to experience it whenever it does. When I started work on this video, nearly 5 months ago, I didn't really know what to expect. I initially wanted this video to be a re-review of Project Readjusted 3, one where I'd actually go into detail about its story and try to fully break down every little detail, which was something I tried to do with my initial review, but evidently failed. I have such a massive appreciation for Project Readjusted 3. I think that's something I've made incredibly obvious if you've seen my Twitter. I've had so much to say on this game ever since I made my initial review. I knew I would be talking about it again someday. Even with all the ups and downs this series has gone through, I really do wish I took this deep dive sooner. Researching, planning, scripting, and editing this very video have been some of my favorite memories creating content in a long time, and I hope that I can continue creating and sharing these memories. As for the content I covered in this video itself, I knew that I would be in for a long ride when I realized how many games there actually are in the Project Readjusted series. But what I didn't expect was how much I'd enjoy them. Seriously, playing most of these games for the first time was an incredible experience. It's something I didn't at all expect, especially with how the earlier games were regarded by its developer. This series is admittedly very old. Well, as old as it gets for most fan games, and for that reason, I think I've tempered my expectations a considerable amount, especially for the earlier entries. So, thank you to the couple of comments on my original video asking me to check out the rest of the series. I also want to take this time to thank a few people who made this video possible. Starting off with Rainbow Hype and Ion, who both know a little too much about PR1 and 2. They inadvertently helped me get the gameplay of PR2 down. Rainbow Hype made an incredible guide for the AI in PR2, and Ion helped piece together a majority of the unknown bits from PR1. Seriously, thank you. I couldn't forget about Dice Games for his incredible support and generosity. I met him during the production of my original video, and he's been an incredibly close and supportive friend ever since. Besides maybe myself, he's also the biggest Project Readjusted fan that I know. So if it wasn't for his immense enthusiasm for the series, this video wouldn't have ever been released. If he hadn't released that guide for PR3, I probably would have given up hope on making my original video as well. And finally, of course, Mechless, for not only creating Project Readjusted, but for his incredible support and praise of my work, even when he evidently wanted to leave these games behind him. He also helped write a good portion of the story section in this video, which was much appreciated, considering I was pretty far off in my original draft. I don't know what's in store for you or your work, but I'm here for it. That's all I have for you from this incredibly long video. If you made it to the end, thank you. I hope this video wasn't too boring, but you'll have to let me know. In the pinned comment, I'll be making corrections, because I know for a fact there will be something that I missed. Other than that, thank you for watching. About a year and a half ago now, I made a video on none other than Grizzlies. For that video, I bought a VR so I could play the newly released Grizzlies VR. I'm not really proud to say that, but after that video, I used my shiny new Quest 2 a grand total of 1 time. And it was for Help Wanted 2. Hear me out for a minute. I simply do not get the hype around VR. Sure, it was super neat when it was that cool new gadget my friends had like 6 years ago, but the experience hasn't changed one bit. It's still as awkward, nauseating, and uncomfortable as I remember it being when I was like 12. I think the sole reason I never play VR games
ever is because I absolutely hate setting it up. Every single time something goes wrong, my drivers are out of date, it needs a system update, or it needs some very specific setting to be turned on. It just never works and is so frustrating every single time. Half of the time I don't even bother if it takes over 20 minutes and I go find something else to do. You'd think with something as mainstream as a Quest 2 it'd just be plug and play, but no. It takes so much unnecessary effort and I just couldn't be bothered. So why am I even bothering making another video using VR? Well, to be honest, the thing just sits on my shelf. I used it once for Grizzlies and once for Help Wanted 2, and that was about it. So I wanted to give it another shot, at least with some more quality fan games than Grizzlies. So I went to GameJolt and found some that looked pretty decent, and here we are. I'm gonna play each game and give a mini review of sorts, and then at the end I'll come back to this and see if maybe the games make up for a lot of the VR's physical faults. Alright, enough waffling, let's talk about some VR games. The first game I played for this video was PolarDread, a game which I had planned on playing way before this, but just never got around to. It's technically not a fan game, more so a FNAF-like, in the sense that there's a sit and survive element mixed with some animatronic threats. It isn't marketed as a fan game, and is even published to the Oculus Store. It's for sure in that weird gray area where I'm unsure if I should even be referring to it as a fan game or not. PolarDread was made by Squeakstacorgay, who is more so known for Shipwrecked 64, which is probably my favorite horror type of game this year, so I was definitely expecting the best, and to be completely honest, I was right. For some context, PolarDread takes place in the Cloud9 Resort, a place with a large winter-themed aesthetic. As to be expected, there's a bunch of animatronic characters. The game kind of just throws you into this environment where you're supposed to figure everything out on your own, minus a small tutorial, but I think it's where the gameplay shines a lot. Seriously, if you have not played this yet and you are able to, don't watch any further, go play it right now. Trust me, going in blind is the absolute best way to experience this. The one thing everyone says about this game, and that I can attest to, is that its gameplay is great. I agree 1000%. Like, it takes the absolute best mechanics from FNAF games and just kind of combines them all into this perfect balance of resource management and frantically trying to find and deal with threats. PolarDread gets so stressful so quickly, and with the added bonus of being in VR, just makes this one of the best experiences I've had in a while. As you'd expect, the main gameplay takes place in this office of sorts inside of the resort. One thing you may not notice on video but was super obvious in VR was just how dark the space was. Like, you could not see anything without the flashlight that's given to you. So in this office, there's a door on the far right side and a vent directly behind you. On the first night, there's only 2 threats you need to worry about. This seal named Perry that'll crawl through the vents and can only really be seen by shining the light down. There's also Snark, who will wander throughout the building, and we just have to close the door on him when he's there. There's a power meter that will slowly drain with the doors being shut and can be viewed on your watch, which also tells the time in game. There's not a lot of movement in this first night and only really serves as a foundation for the gameplay to come later. Night 2, however, introduces us to 2 new characters, Slushbear and this pink Bonnie head on the wall. Slushbear isn't fooled by the door, so when he shows up, you'll need to physically move down and hide under the desk. This mechanic is translated super well into VR and genuinely felt insane. Something I didn't know until after I finished the game was that if you can predict when Slushbear will enter the room, you can crouch down early and he'll skip the phase where he's just looking for you in the office. And instead, he'll just leave immediately. It plays a lot into the high risk, high reward factor of this game that you'll see later. The other character this night is a head on the wall that will start singing in random intervals. When it does, this will speed up the movements in which the characters can get to you. To get it to stop, you have to throw items at it. You can throw just about anything, from toys to office props to even glass bottles that'll shatter really loudly. This will be important later. In the later nights, there's even more threats, like this other head on the wall that will start doing the same thing as the pink body. So you have to multitask while these characters can start talking and completely mess you up. There's also this blind character named Wacky Mole, I think that's what I've been told, and his mechanic is the same as Music Man's from UCN, where he's noise activated, and by making too much noise, he'll aggro and kill you. There's Vicky, another character who will appear in another vent to your left when the TV in your office goes off. You have to do the same thing as Slushbear and crouch under the desk until it stops. There's also this mouse thing, like the mini arenas from Sister Location. You have to pick them off and remove them when they get in front of you and block your vision. You got all that? Basically, what I'm saying is that PolarDread goes from 0 to 100 really fast, and it's genuinely hard to keep up sometimes, especially with how difficult the game is at first. I did get it eventually, but after what felt like hours of trial and error. After each night though, you have an opportunity to play a minigame to earn some extra throwable items. You have to roam the basement and reset the power by pressing the buttons that are the same color as your watch. As to be expected, you're not alone. but thankfully it's just Wacky Mole, the blind guy I talked a little bit about earlier. Unfortunately, he's an alcoholic and has lots of bottles scattered all over. The bottles will break and alert the mole even by just touching them, so it's just best to avoid them altogether. It kind of works out like the main gameplay does, where there's high risk, high reward. You could risk shattering a bottle by picking it up, but if you can do so and throw it to the opposite end of the room, you can keep Wacky Mole away for a long period of time. However, if you're just super unlucky and step on a bottle anyway, it'll alert him to the location of the bottle. So if you're both super fast and careful, you can just move out of the way before he notices. I've always hated blind characters in video games, but to be completely honest, I really don't mind this guy at all. He feels super fair, and I never felt cheated out of a death. That's about it for PolarDread. There is an ending to the game, but I got the bad ending, and to be perfectly honest, I don't feel like trying to find the good one, if there even is one. Being in VR for a long enough period of time does get pretty disorienting, and I was just ready to move on. However, this was a very strong start, and an absolute must-play if you own a VR. UCN VR is another game I've wanted to check out for a while, but just never got around to. It's exactly what you'd expect it to be. Ultimate Custom Night in virtual reality. It's a pretty faithful port, all things considered, created by Euro, who's been porting some of the other FNAF games into VR. However, very much like normal UCN, this game is not scary even when everything is right in front of you. I don't get the impression that this game was meant to be scary though. Sure, this game got cleaned up pretty well compared to the original, but at its core, it's literally just UCN. I wasn't expecting anything more, but I don't have a lot else to say on it because if you've ever played UCN, you've also played UCN VR. There are some minor differences to accommodate being in VR, like how the side vent is moved to almost behind you. There's a trio of monitors on the desk that display all the information you'd ever need. It's all done in a really clever way that makes good use of the space. In fact, a lot of the character spawn locations are moved to either your left or right side as opposed to being directly in front of you. I noticed almost immediately how out of reach everything in the office was. Like, it does not come across at all on video, but it felt as if I was standing a couple feet back from everything. I play in a pretty small space as it is, and it felt a couple of times like I was going to hit something reaching for the mask or flipping through the cameras. I also found out a little after I played for the first time that I probably should have been sitting instead, so I did that and everything was much easier to see and reach. The main gameplay of UCN VR is just that of UCN, so I went ahead and played all of the challenges and ended up beating a couple of them. And yes, I did try 50-20. It's as overwhelming as it is normally, but with the added bonus of not being able to see anything in the office for multiple seconds at a time. Overall, not just in 50-20 is UCN VR much harder than the base game. I think it's probably in the way how you need to adjust to where everything is now and how there aren't any hotkeys at all, but just physical buttons in the office they need to press. I'll say this right now because I think it would be fun. 10k likes and I'll beat 50-20 in VR. I mean it, I'll do it. New Hire is another game I was recommended to play a while back. It's pretty short for what it's worth, but is another great example of a game using its eeriness to its advantage. There's no real tutorial or phone call like PolarDread, so you're immediately thrown into the game right away. There is a clipboard on the desk that gives some basic instructions on how to deal with the first threat, this animatronic dog named Shiba. There's also some exposition like the office is super messy and the equipment is broken, so you'll have to make do in the middle of this building. There aren't any cameras, but you do have a baby monitor that's hooked up to a microphone in each of the rooms. You can cycle between the rooms, and there's even a map to match where the audio is coming from. Shiba plays music, so if you hear something, you can just find out where he is using the map. Once he gets into your office space, you can just use the black light to see if he's there. If he is, you turn off the lights until he leaves. Super straightforward. Night 2 is essentially the same thing, but with Porter, this giant parrot that's been sitting next to you this whole time. If he turns on, you just have to press a button to turn him off. These mechanics are super easy to understand, which I feel is good because the game does manage to speed up quite a bit in the later nights. Night 3 is, again, the same as before, but now there's an endo walking around that will occasionally end up in front of you. Flashing the light in his face made him go away, so it's not a big deal. That's literally the entire gameplay, with nights 4 and 5 speeding up the pace a lot. However, each night there's a little bit of a story going on with the employees trying to get the security office back up again. They keep noticing this radio that everyone thought was broken that kept turning on periodically. Everyone thought it was creepy and hadn't bothered to fully check it out, so after our shift on the 5th night, we're asked to go back and take a look. The broken radio tells us to listen, and after a couple of seconds, the lights go out and Shiba can be seen at the end of the hall. He rushes us, and the game ends. While New Hire may have been pretty short compared to the other games I've played so far, it definitely was not bad at all. A lot of the ambience is just unsettling enough to be creepy, but not overly scary. My only real wish for this game, if it ever receives another update, is for some new mechanics that better utilize it being in VR. I could see this game being very easily portable to a flat version, whereas something like PolarDread, where you're constantly moving around or throwing something, I couldn't. But overall, a very worthwhile game to check out, and it didn't take very long to complete, which is also a little nice. The final game I wanted to talk about today is a game that's not even out yet. So my friend Hunter has been working on this FNAF version of Crawl Space called Claustrophobic Nights for quite a while now. It's supposed to be fully multiplayer on launch with a ton of maps and cool puzzles, and it just looks really good. Now the thing is, I've had early access to this for months, and I have yet to touch it, because as I've stated earlier, I hate setting up VR. I didn't even know if I'd be able to record this because it's like all early access and beta stuff, but when I asked Hunter, he was like, "You want even more footage?" So here we are. Now, like I said, this game is still in very early alpha, like probably a little too early to be making a video on this, but there is still a lot here. The main premise of this game is that you're a repairman or whatever and need to crawl through the vents and do puzzles, doing all of this while being chased by Ennard and the other threats. It's really simple, but works super well. The game, of course, being heavily inspired by Crawl Space, even down to the way of moving through the vents by using hand motions to simulate crawling. It's super well implemented and feels really fine-tuned. The version I played didn't have any animatronics working, so I didn't really get the full experience like I had hoped, but it's probably for the best since I would have for sure had a heart attack. Hunter is uploading devlogs every so often, so if you're curious about the game or its dev cycle, I'd recommend checking them out. As for the final release of the game, I really don't know. It's definitely upcoming, but when it does release, I'll have to check it out again. So, after a couple of days of playing, it's safe to say that a lot of the small indie projects are a lot better than some of the AAA VR games at the moment. I'm still super undecided if I even like VR or not, but at least there's some actual options of games to play. Again, I still absolutely hate setting everything up and how clunky it feels, but I can't lie, once it gets going though, it's really a lot of fun if you can ignore how uncomfortable wearing this thing is. Who knows, maybe in the future once everything seems to be stable, I'll come back to this topic and try some more games. Hopefully then most of my issues will be resolved. Who knows if that'll be the case then. When I started getting back into FNAF a couple of years ago, there was this one series that would keep popping up, and after a while of ignoring it, it was everywhere. My comments, my recommended pages, and even some of my close friends occasionally talked about it. And even still, I avoided it. Five Nights at Treasure Island is infamous in the FNAF space for being the first ever fan game. Unless you were to count Pizza Massacre, which, I mean, technically you'd be right, but come on. Treasure Island is widely considered to be the first fan game to take the core ideas from the main series and incorporate their own story into the same gameplay style. Released on December 1st, 2014, Five Nights at Treasure Island rose to the top of the community for its unique take on the sit and survive formula that made the horror of the first game so iconic. That, and the fact that Fnati was based on a creepypasta, made it one of the most popular fan creations to date. While on the surface the idea of Treasure Island is pretty simple, Five Nights with messed up Disney characters, it isn't until you look further into the game and realize that this seemingly simple game spawned in one of the most devoted fandoms I've ever seen. Pair this with one of the most convoluted development histories I've ever heard of, and we have ourselves one of the most daunting series to get into. I think that's why I didn't want to either play any of the Fnati games or even attempt to talk about them in a video. It's pretty inaccessible as an outsider to even get into the games. There is so much history and I would be concerned about not doing it justice by looking into it further. So when I finally released that obscenely long Project Readjusted retrospective last year, I thought it was finally time to give Treasure Island all the attention it deserves and really get into the history of it. But before we begin, there are some things worth bringing up to avoid confusion. I am only covering what is considered as official Fnati media. In its infancy, the very loose rights to Fnati were passed around frequently. So essentially, we're going to be covering mostly everything made by the developers when they were in control of the series. Hopefully that's not too confusing. This means we aren't covering any fan creations like Malrat's The Lost Ones games or any similar fan-inspired Fnati media. I will not be covering the Fnati story as a whole because, believe it or not, it's still ongoing in a couple of different mediums, but I will be covering the stories that are in each game. Finally, and most importantly, I will most likely get a lot wrong. I have tried my absolute best to make this video as objective as possible, especially on important details like time, place, and certain events in the community. However, because I'm trying my best to condense 10 years of a small community's history into one video, there's gonna be some errors. I'll try my best to correct any and all errors in the pinned comment. Additionally, if you notice something that might be off, leave a comment and I'll look into it. Long-winded introduction out of the way. Let's finally get into it. How many of you knew that Five Nights at Treasure Island was based on a creepypasta? It should be most of you. I think this is very common knowledge. FNAF was based on the creepypasta Abandoned by Disney, created by Slime Beast, which was released a year before FNAF in 2013. I want to make it immediately clear, I know little to nothing about creepypastas. I grew up hearing about them occasionally, but I never went out of my way to interact with them or the community they had built up. I mean, I knew Slender Man and Jeff the Killer, but apart from those two, I couldn't really tell you anything else. So I'm gonna do my best to summarize Abandoned by Disney. Abandoned by Disney tells the story of Disney's two real ghost towns, the Discovery Island, located in Bay Lake, Florida, and Mowgli's Palace in Emerald Isle, North Carolina. These are two real places on expensive pieces of land that Disney sunk millions of dollars into and then just abandoned. The protagonist ventures to Mowgli's Palace for some urban exploration. They bring along a camera to document their findings into a blog post. When they arrived and started looking around, they noticed some things seemed off. There are many other signs of life in the place as well. They just brushed it off as the mind playing tricks on them. But where the story hits a climax is when they venture into a room with costumes. The protagonist picks up a Donald Duck head and out falls a human skull onto the floor. In the center of the room lies an inverted Mickey Mouse costume. Before long it gets up and in a perfect voice says, "Hey, want to see my head come off?" The protagonist tries to leave, but as they turn around, they see "Abandoned by God" clawed into the wall. As they leave, they hear sounds of flesh ripping, the thing tearing its own head off. That's just the Cliff Notes version of Abandoned by Disney. It was actually a really good read, all things considered. Slime Beast would go on to write 3 more creepypastas in this universe. They aren't as heavily influenced in FNAF as this one was, but they still have references that I'll point out as we get there. I do highly recommend you read this for yourself, or at least watch Poster's breakdown. They're both really good. Some time had passed since the original Slime Beast creepypasta, and Five Nights at Freddy's had already taken the internet by storm. The idea of sitting in a creepy, almost dystopian place that used to provide fun and entertainment to those who chose to visit really struck a chord with horror fans. The parallels between Freddy Fazbear's and Mowgli's Palace were already there, and as we know, it didn't take very long to be adapted into a fan game. This is the very first version of Five Nights at Treasure Island, the one Markiplier and everyone else played in its infancy. It was widely considered the first fan game, or at the very least first popular fan game, as FNAF exploded in popularity seemingly overnight after Markiplier and everyone else, but mostly Markiplier, played it. The classic FNAF was created by Anart 1996 in the span of what we can assume was about a month. Anart would first reveal FNAF to the world on his DeviantArt page in early November, with a teaser showing photonegative Mickey and a Donald head. Those essentially were the only details carried over from the creepypasta at first. Everything else would be Anart's interpretation of FNAF, but at Treasure Island. Let me start off by getting it out of the way. The quality of these early versions is not very good. I'm not necessarily going to mention that going forward because it's not a useful thing to mention every time, because I'm sure you already know that just by looking at it. So take it all in. This is the starting point for many remasters and reworks and whatever else people decided the series needed. It generally improves from here. Starting off with this classic piece on the main menu, going for whatever style this is. On the menu, it's also shown that this is just a demo, so there was presumably a full game intended to come after this. And as we'll come to find, this never happened. There's one last thing about this menu before talking about the actual game. Sitting and doing nothing for a little bit will start to make the music, if you can even call it that, much louder and more distorted. It keeps getting worse until it stops entirely, and everything except for Mickey disappears. Now looking straight on, he laughs and asks if we want to see his head come off, jump scaring us before long. Just like many other things in this series, it's something that is heavily referenced and repeated throughout many official games and even some fan projects. Loading into the office, and we get a phone call, if you can even hear it over this loud ambience. The person calling us is Greg, who gives us a healthy portion of context as he apologizes for making us, an intern, watch over the island while he and the others are in Alabama, still getting their equipment sorted out before heading over to the island. Greg tells us that because this organization that we work for is trying to be professional, we actually have to act the part, as there are costumes that get up and walk around. The costume Greg is referring to is Photonegative Mickey, the most iconic character of the series and the face of both the fan game and creepypasta. It can't see anything, but does have good hearing, so if we were to wander into our office, we need to shut off a camera in a different room. This would make a loud enough sound and lead it out. Greg finishes off the call trusting us that we can handle ourselves for the rest of the night. And that right there is the general premise of FNAF. We're an intern working for a larger organization, and we have to watch over the island as it slowly comes to life. This will all make much more sense and be revealed much better with remakes and other content, but for the time being, that is FNAF at its most simple. As Greg alluded to over the phone, Photonegative Mickey will wander around this first night and occasionally get into your office.
Shutting off a camera is the only way to get rid of them. When you shut off a camera by pressing space, it expectedly disables the camera for a minute or two. This means that it's useless until it turns back on. There isn't another way to turn it back on or make it come back faster, it's just gone. It's pretty much the series' most iconic gameplay mechanic, in line with FNAF 1's doors. For this demo at least, there really isn't another mechanic. With the second night and the introduction of a few other characters, they're dealt with in the exact same way. Speaking of, if we make it to the second night, we get another phone call. Surprisingly, it's from a new voice, Lisa, who also gives us a good amount of exposition. The person we're playing as is Jake, the intern. Lisa says that pretty much everything Greg said to us last night was stupid. They're still getting equipment ready, and we're just over here now to collect data, so it'll be easier for when everyone else comes over. She also mentions that photonegative Mickey can actually see, just not very well. It doesn't really add anything new, but I guess it was to reinforce that you're supposed to actually, do something. There's also a new character that can wander around, Oswald. He's apparently an unfinished costume, and he was never colored, so he's apparently super dark and blends into everything. Sort of. Oswald will also occasionally walk into the office, and it's the same process for dealing with him as it is PNM. There is another threat in the second night that isn't at all mentioned by Lisa. This is the introduction of Disembodied, the head of a Donald Duck costume. In every rendition of FNAF, Disembodied is a non-lethal character, meaning that whenever he attacks, it's just to inconvenience you. In this game, and most of the others, Disembodied will spawn on the desk in front of you and make a loud noise. I'm unsure if it's supposed to make the other characters more aggressive, but I'm sure that was the intent since everyone is triggered by sound. But since all the AIs in this version are so random, it's hard to tell. Anyway, Disembodied can be warded off by shutting off a camera. Those are all the new introductions for the second night, so I'm going to briefly use this opportunity to talk about the way this game feels to play. I know I said I would avoid the repetitive, it's not that good discussion, but it really feels worse to play than how it looks. For starters, the game is in 4x3, which I know was standard for the first few FNAF games, but even in 2014 is a little weird. The game is seemingly in 16:9, but all the graphics are on 4x3 because even on the borders does the game respond, which is mostly noticeable when looking around the office. The camera flip, I think, responds to every frame the mouse is over the hitbox, so if you move your mouse at an odd speed, it'll double flip, which is very annoying, especially if someone's in the office. It just generally feels clunky. I believe this was Anart's first game, which, if it is still really good. This version of FNAF was made in Game Maker Studio, which is different from the usual Click team that FNAF was made in. You may see the game engine of choice switch a lot throughout its history, but the two main engines of choice were always Game Maker Studio and Click team. That's really all there is to say about the classic FNAF. There is supposedly more to this game, like an extended demo with a night 3 and 4, and a section in between, but I never found it, or ever got that far. Like, there's videos of it, but I can't necessarily confirm if this was ever official or not. It doesn't matter though, because we'll talk about FNAF Classic again in a future section. This was the very first version of the game, and is what kickstarted the craze of the Treasure Island games. Even now, it's crazy to think how an idea this simple started all of this. Like, we have so many games still to cover. So after the release of Classic, FNAF kind of blew up. I talked about it a little earlier, but the main reason for FNAF's success in its infancy was because of Markiplier and the other creators who made videos playing the game. Taking a look at just Mark for a second, his 2 videos on the game combined have a little more than 14 million views. It's actually kind of insane to think about. Anyway, because of FNAF's seemingly overnight success, Anart was pretty overwhelmed by the support and also a little upset that the game wasn't to the quality that he'd like it to be, especially since so many eyes were on it now. Anart would take the time over the following weeks to work on fixing the game to a much more polished state. But before all of that, in early January on the 12th, he would release a teaser game, TBMHC, which is the abbreviation for The Button Machine Hides Codes. Teaser games, especially FNAF teaser games, would be a staple in the coming years as a way of showing off new content. Think of it as if Scott Cawthon compiled all the teasers he would have generally put on Scott Games, and instead packaged them all into a single game file, and with clues around the game you could unlock each teaser. The Button Machine Hides Codes is a relatively small game, so upon booting it up you're met with a small interface of 5 red buttons, and on the far right side, 3 numbers, all 0. Occasionally, you'll quickly notice some numbers flash on screen for a moment. These are important to the game, so it's easier to use a screen recorder and slow the footage down. That is, if you were playing along 10 years ago, but I'm not, and thankfully all the codes were on the wiki. The way the game is supposed to work is by entering 3 numbers on the keyboard and pressing the corresponding red button. The buttons are labeled 1 through 5 going from left to right. Once a correct combination is entered, the teaser would be shown on screen, and you'd do this for all the numbers you found. The teasers in which Anart chose for his game would either be images shown off small portions of development, like a screenshot of assets being made, small looks at a character or environments, and even some voice lines. I didn't find very many videos of people playing it though, besides Risk Grim, who covered like literally everything Treasure Island during the earlier times. So it's safe to say that Anart didn't exactly catch the lightning in a bottle that he once had with the original demo. I mean, it's okay, this is only a teaser game after all. Because not long after, on January 26th, he would release the first demo to a remastered version of FNAF. This would go on to be referred to as 1.0. Every different remaster of FNAF following this one would have its own version of sorts. That's just the way the community has categorized everything, because there would be a ton of remasters and reworks of the original game. So now, after Anart gave his idea a little bit more time in the oven, here was the start of the new official Treasure Island. I'm gonna be very honest with you for a moment. I believe that this version of FNAF is infinitely worse than the classic build. For starters, the classic version already had a leg up on this version since it actually worked. I usually try to complete every game I talk about in its fullest, since personally I feel like you're infinitely more credible if you've actually, played the thing entirely, but I could not for the life of me beat even the first night of this. I have no clue what it is, but this game just does not work. Like, at all. I tried shutting off a camera when PNM entered, but I still died. I have no clue how Anart did it, if he at all playtested or if there's something I'm not getting. It's just very frustrating to see. However, a couple of days later, on February 1st, Anart would release the second teaser game, TGSEE, or This Gives Some Extra Enlightenment. The game was presumably made for the full release of 1.0, whenever that was supposed to happen. Anyway, the codes reveal some new characters as well as a new environment, the Pirate Caverns. The Pirate Caverns would become a staple in the FNAF franchise, being a common place to return to after night segments. There's also a teaser for another creepypasta to be added, Suicide Mouse. This in a way started the theme of FNAF being more so a celebration of all types of different creepypastas. This will become much more apparent later on in the series. Moving forward into June of 2015, and versions 2.0 and 3.0 would be released on the same day, both as demos. We need to take a step back for a moment, because in April, Anart would bring on 2 contributors to help create a version 2.0 of FNAF to fix a lot of the bugs and issues that came with remaking an entire game from scratch. He chose to bring on Stella Wisps, who at the time went as Subwoofer X3, and the Purity Sinners. There isn't a whole lot known about the Purity Sinners, if it's just one person or a small development team, but I've heard that it was likely just one person, with a couple of other people being added later on. Anyways, back to April. The small team would create version 2.0, which would improve on graphics and gameplay tremendously. This is where version 2.0 stands today. The Purity Sinners, however, kept adding on to the story, which was now getting too complicated. This would lead Anart to lose motivation in the project, and he would see himself out shortly. Stella would presumably leave around this time as well. Before Anart left the project, he gave the rights over FNAF to the Purity Sinners so they could create the game they'd envisioned. Some of the major changes made to 3.0 were the removal of Photonegative Mickey, who would be replaced by Willy, in reference to the Steamboat Willie cartoon. Photonegative Minnie would be replaced by Impure Mouse, who would be a normal colored Minnie Mouse. There would be another massive graphical overhaul, which essentially just retextured a lot of the assets, primarily Oswald, who no longer blended into the environment behind him. The first instances of lore were pushed in YouTube video form, called transmissions. However, they're now considered lost media. There were also rumors of a boss fight, with some community members recalling it had something to do with the face. This version would be cancelled for a number of reasons, including a feud between the Purity Sinners and abandoned by Disney creator Slime Beast. For reasons we'll get into shortly, the Purity Sinners had heavy ambition for their Treasure Island games, but were moving way too fast and too far away from what made the original demos so successful in the first place. In August of 2016, the Purity Sinners announced a new project. Their official sequel to Five Nights at Treasure Island, titled Oblitus Casa. The name would be a Latin translation of Forgotten House, which was the theme planned for it. The Purity Sinners' planned catalog of games is a rabbit hole within a rabbit hole, but Oblitus Casa would have been in relation to Project DI, which was a cancelled Unreal Engine horror game from them. It was essentially FNAF, but free roam and removed all the FNAF elements. Project DI and Oblitus Casa would not see their end in the FNAF community here, as they'd later be repurposed into the official versions of Oblitus Casa in about 7 years from this point. Not much information would surface from the 2015 version and would be cancelled near immediately. I'm Scared NBD is a cancelled FNAF fan game by Stella Wisps that has very little inspiration from FNAF, but instead, I'm Scared. I'm Scared was a pretty big indie horror game around late 2015 into early 2016.
I know nothing about it, short of its style, which is okay, because that's literally all I'm Scared NBD is, a tech demo with that style. Stella would tease the game in a video on their channel titled 001 in May of 2016. This video shows the bare bones environment and is just made to show off what the game would be. The video does feature a threat that will start to chase you, but they're blurred out and it's hard to see who this is. The game would go on to be cancelled sometime after September 2016. Nothing was heard of the game since. That is until December 1st, 2023, when they released an early build of the game before it was cancelled. At least I would assume before its cancellation. There seems to have been a massive graphical overhaul, especially to the environment. It's no longer all grey, and the floors and walls have texture now. Once you open the game, you're immediately thrown into this dark environment with wooden floors and grey walls. It's hard to see where we're going, since the lighting is super dark. There really isn't much to do though, besides wandering around the map. There is one active threat, Inkblot Oswald, who can't really kill you, but he can just follow you around. What we know of the gameplay is that you would have to traverse this maze collecting Mickey heads around the map to complete the level. I'm unsure of how many levels or Mickey heads there would be though. All things considered, I'm Scared NBD, while not really anything super impactful, was at least an interesting enough piece of FNAF history, especially considering it was supposed to have as much relevance as the other games. In early September 2016, Stella Wisps would create her own teaser game titled The Vault Hides the Key, or TVHTK for short. The game wasn't any larger than any previous teaser games, but it was meant to provide some exposition for two projects. Version 4.0 of FNAF and her own original project, Nightmare Before Disney. NBD, as it's commonly referred to, was supposed to release in 2015 as a spin-off of FNAF, but instead would be cancelled for various reasons. Now with the creation and continued progress of version 4.0, Stella could use NBD to tie into 4.0. There aren't any teaser images that can be unlocked in the application, but there are primarily logs, both for things we know would have been addressed in 4.0 and NBD. A day after TBHTK released on September 9th, Nightmare Before Disney would officially release. While the game would be created by Stella, there was assistance provided by Blackout 1912, or as they go by now as Nietzsche, the same person who would go on to create Dormitibus and also be later exposed for tons of things that I do not want to get into. If that name makes you uncomfortable, don't worry too much, because their only contributions to FNAF were NBD version 4.0 and the very brief 4.5. They would leave to do their own things after a while. Nightmare Before Disney was an official FNAF spin-off. It takes place in this nightmare realm of sorts, where you need to fight off the toons that still lurk the building by using the cameras, blinking, and keeping your heart rate at a steady pace. There are a lot of really cool gameplay ideas that were implemented into this game, my favorite being the way of dealing with Inkblot Hortensia. She'll occasionally leave her camera and spawn in a random camera, which is marked on your minimap. Once you click on said camera, her eyes will change color and you need to click on the corresponding button in the top of your camera panel. This cycle repeats a few times before she goes back to her camera. The other gameplay is essentially the same as other FNAF games, where most threats are dealt with by blinking instead of shutting off a camera. All things considered, the game would be received fairly well by the community and the team would return to work on version 4.0. But before all that, there's another game I want to very briefly talk about. Five Nights at Treasure Island Sister Location is a troll game created by Team Radiance and released alongside FNAF Sister Location back in October 2016, a month after NBD's release in September. This is a little weird to me because Radiance wasn't super prevalent in 2016 and wouldn't go on to make their impact in the FNAF community until a couple years down the line. They were starting to work on their own FNAF fan game, which kind of ties into this game, but we'll talk about that a little later once Radiance really starts to take off. Opening the game and loading into the main menu, there's a new character. We're not going to address him until a little later. You're just gonna just trust me on this one. Clicking a new game and yeah, it's a troll. Big shocker. All we have to do is press G on the keyboard to make Bambi jump. That's literally the entire game. We're moving on. The last thing the FNAF community would see in 2016 was another teaser game created by Stella and Nietzsche. It's essentially just a remastered version of the Button Machine Hides codes. However, 12 teasers would be shown in this application, including 7 renders, a view of the map of the main building, as well as pirate caverns, and 3 logs. It seemed to most that version 4.0 had strong potential. This was all good news for the community, but in January of 2017, Stella would leave the project entirely, leaving everything she had worked on to Nietzsche, who would attempt to finish the game on their own. The Nietzsche version is commonly referred to as version 4.5, which also didn't see the light of day. While there isn't anything actually playable, we do have quite a bit of information on what would have been new in 4.0. We know that the basis would have been version 3.0 by the Purity Sinners. However, once again, the main antagonist would be changed from Willy to Mick. a demented-looking Mickey Mouse. They chose to stick with version 3.0 because secretly the Purity Sinners would be assisting Stella and Nietzsche, but this was never confirmed. Allegedly, 4.0 and 4.5 were extremely rushed, with production beginning before the duo had even the slightest clue where the game would go. Night 5 was supposed to be a special night of sorts, with the Inkblot tunes from NBD being the only threats. There was an incredibly rushed story, including 2 endings, one similar to the ending of 6.0, which, don't worry, we'll get to, and another where the player ends up in the NBD office to survive against another new character named Inhuman. But I think my favorite fact from this era is that since Stella and Nietzsche had the supposed rights to Fnati, Nietzsche tried to stop fans from creating their own Fnati fan games, which obviously backfired. This whole era of Fnati history was pretty insane for only lasting a couple of months. Around mid-2017, Anart of all people would make his return to the series to create version 5.0, which was supposed to be the definitive version of Fnati, the way he had envisioned it in 2014. For 5.0, the game was back in its own roots, being heavily inspired by Abandoned by Disney and Five Nights at Freddy's. Because of this, none of the changes from version 2.0 onward were carried over to 5.0. However, Anart made some changes of his own. Photonegative Mickey was back and in the spotlight as the primary antagonist, however, he had another form called Paul. Paul was a photonegative Mickey Mouse costume, presumably with a human inside. Very reminiscent of the original creepypasta. Anart released a demo at the end of October 2017, showcasing the very early concept, which featured updated models and renders of the environments from version 2.0. However, Anart had some issues, not only with his dwindling motivation, but Game Maker Studio, his engine of choice, wasn't working how he'd liked it to, resulting in the game's cancellation. This is where things get a little confusing. Nietzsche, who was still around, just not super active in the Fnati space, was super unhappy with Anart's version of 5.0 and attempted to once again take things into their own hands by creating their own version of 5.0, which would be referred to as version 5.5 or God is Dead. The suits would be changed to tunes once again, cameras would be removed from some locations, and best of all, they completely spit on the story that Anart had been working on fixing. Their whole new story is that there were gas leaks on the island that would lead to Jake's hallucinations. There wasn't much done with version 5.5 before its eventual cancellation, but it's assumed that Malrat made an office for Nietzsche, which is funny because Nietzsche flat out despised Malrat's Fnati fan games, the lost ones. Like, Nietzsche alone has an insane history. Just reading up on them, I can't understand how no one called them out on their bullshit before all of this. Or maybe they did, I haven't found it. It is crazy to me that they were able to be a part of the community for so long. Anyway, after the game's eventual cancellation, we start a new era in Fnati history. Around mid-2018, a small group of developers headed by Nocturna asked Nietzsche for ownership over Five Nights at Treasure Island, in hopes they'd be able to produce a definitive remake of the game. Nietzsche accepted, and the rights to Fnati were handed over to the developers. They worked under the name of Team Radiance, which should sound very familiar to most in the community, as their contributions have extended far beyond what they would go on to do for Fnati. Radiance had already begun work on their own interpretation of a remake of Fnati, temporarily going under the name Five Nights at Treasure Island Rebirth. This would later be changed back to Five Nights at Treasure Island before long. This remake the team had been working on had a lot done, but would be scrapped around the time of them gaining unofficial ownership of the series. Radiance's first attempt at a remake would go on to be heavily repurposed in both the 6.0 version of Fnati and the official version of Oblivious Casa. However, what I believe to be more interesting than another remake is Radiance's take on Oblivious Casa, their first attempt before the version we know today. There still wasn't much known about the original Oblivious Casa by the Purity Sinners, so everything going forward would be Radiance's interpretation of what the game would have been like. A couple of things did say the same from the original version, like the cabin theme and the Treasure Island characters. Radiance would go on to add a couple additional characters for this version, including their version of Willy, named Walgo. There's a normal version of Mickey Mouse, named Technicolor Mickey, and an unknown, seemingly pair of characters named the Twins. There was also supposed to be another new character named Cactus Kid, who you may remember because their name is on the poster in the office of the original Fnati. This poster has been referenced in seemingly every build of the game, and even some of the later games going forward. It's cool to see this seemingly irrelevant prop be given some importance, especially since it's always been there. As for the rest of the cast, a lot of the characters from Treasure Island had been removed, leaving only Photonegative Mickey, The Face, Disembodied, and Goofy remaining. While there isn't much known about the 2018 version of Oblivious Casa, we have a couple early renders of some of the characters, including the new Walgo and Technicolor Mickey. But other than that, Oblivious Casa 2018 suffered the same fate as 2015, being cancelled seemingly very early into development. Most of the ideas in this version would then be repurposed to Radiance's later remake. Shortly after the cancellation of Treasure Island Rebirth and Oblivious Costa 2018, Radiant's team created their first of many joke games titled Red Oddities. While it's true that it was initially intended to be taken seriously, that later changed for whatever reason. I think it was partially because Radiance wanted to remake Five Nights at Red Island. However, I think doubling down on Red Oddities being a joke was a good move, because if it was another Treasure Island game that tried to add on to the already annoyingly complicated lore, it most likely would have complicated the later remakes and future projects. So we're left with this oddly enticing joke game that was allegedly Radiance's last fan game. I say that with heavy quotes because I'm sure we all know how that turned out. Red Oddities was made seemingly quickly and was released in late 2018 on November 17th. So with a lot of hype to live up to, let's check out one of Radiance's first contributions to Fnati. Right away, there's a lot to unpack here. So first off, what you're looking at is Red. Photo-negative Mickey, but the blue parts of his design are red. Hence the name. Even in 2018, Radiance was making huge creative strides. Hitting the new game button and loading into the office, there's even more to unpack here. If you needed any more proof that this game was a joke, seemingly the Flumpty poster on the wall will convince you. There's also a puppet mask, the Treasure Island sign, and even a gold badge reading Red Oddities Museum. In the office, there are two doors to your left and right, each equipped with a door light, a camera system, and a FNAF 2 styled mask. Opening the cameras presents you with a 5.0 level interface. 4 nondescript buttons to some of the rooms in the building. Camera 1 is a dull room with 2 characters, Red and a white Goofy. Camera 2 features the original 3 FNAF animatronics, Freddy, Bonnie, and Chica, in their only appearance ever. I can't lie, seeing them here in a Fnati game of all places was a little jarring because they do not fit in with the style at all. It reminds me a lot of The Return to Freddy's in the sense that it's just a collage of random characters. Cameras 3 and 4 are the hallways right outside your door, so these are the main cameras you'll be looking at during the night. There is a phone call on the first night, the only one of the entire game. The phone guy, who goes unnamed in the game, mentions how you're just watching over the building and some of the company's property while they finish renovations or something. It's never mentioned who this company is or explicitly where we are though. The phone guy gives us the typical reasoning for a night guard, that being looking out for robberies and intruders. He then brings up the fact that the characters have a chance to move around and how we need to deal with them. For both Red and the white Goofy, we need to shut off a camera when one of them is at the door. For Bonnie and Chica, we need to put on the mask. And for Freddy, keeping the door lights on will get rid of him. After some more encouragement from the phone guy, he hangs up and leaves us on our own for the rest of the game. I believe that all characters can move on the first night, but I only saw Red, Bonnie, and Freddy move on my playthrough. The white Goofy, who was never given a name in the game, can also move, but I never saw that. Doing some research to figure that out, I found out that he does actually have a name. I'll give you about 3 guesses as to what the creatives over at Radiance came up with. Naturally, his name is Shitass, and he serves no greater purpose to the story than being a shitass. It feels weird, but I literally have nothing else to say on Red Oddities. There are 5 nights with a slight increase in difficulty after each one, but not enough where it gets really interesting to talk about. On top of that, once you beat the game, you get a PNG or whatever this is. While Red Oddities is a joke, I feel like there was supposed to be something more here. I don't know, it's weird because the next 2 Oddities games, while obviously still jokes, I feel that I have more to say about it. Speaking of, let's talk about Green Oddities. Some time passed since the release of Red Oddities, and Radiance went back to work on various projects, all of which were unrelated to Fnati. In late April 2019, Radiance announced their official remake of Five Nights at Treasure Island, the same game that would go on to be Fnati 2020. With their newfound purpose of remaking Treasure Island, Radiance would pretty much devote themselves entirely to making Fnati-related media, including a sequel to Red Oddities called Green Oddities. From what I know, the game shadow dropped on July 1st and was shortly taken down. There hasn't been any talk of the game since its launch, and it's unsure how long it was even up for. I did find a copy on the Fnati wiki to play today though. Launching the game immediately throws us into one of the greatest looking menus I've ever seen. The title, Green Oddity Simulator, at the top, and below that, an orbiting new game button. On the other side of the menu, green, a new character can be seen coming into view. From this menu alone, you can tell that Radiance really stepped up the quality since Red Oddities. We finally have a soundtrack. Okay, so big surprise, this is one of Radiance's first troll games. Unlike Red Oddities, which is mostly unserious, this is the first time Radiance published a game as one thing, and the game itself would be completely different. The team would go on to do this a couple more times, which, of course, we'll talk about each of them later. In the actual game, after an amazing Night 2 title card, we load into this map area where we're playing as Green. There's a pretty distinct outline of where we need to go, but even still, there just isn't a hitbox keeping us in the light gray area. So really, you can just go about anywhere until you stumble into where you're meant to go. You'll eventually get to a room with a stock photo of a night guard, and as soon as you approach them, you kill them. That's literally it. That's the entire game. You know, it's times like these where I have to sit through and play dozens of shovelware-esque games that I really start to question what I'm doing with my life. But that's okay, because in August of 2019, a couple months after Radiant started FNAF 2020, which was called FNAF 2019 at the time, the team would actually release something. The amount of support they were getting at the time was unlike anything they had previously seen. So to celebrate it, they made their own teaser game, very similarly styled to The Button Machine Hides Codes, this one titled TSYKIAL. Doesn't really have a name, or at least one that I could find easily. The best guess people have for it is "The secrets you know is a lie," which sounds convincing enough, so we'll go with that. Opening the application presents us with a warning of sorts. It tells us that what we're about to play is a teaser game. It also asks the player not to decompile the game and just play along by entering the codes ourselves, which is fair enough. I'm not sure if that was an issue with the earlier teaser games similar to this, but it makes sense, since all the teasers in this game are just images and audio files. But agreeing and pressing onward brings us to the actual game. We're standing in front of 4 buttons. Clicking on any of them will turn them green and play a sound. We can turn around where we'll find 3 more buttons, each of them labeled with a color, either red, blue, or green. Occasionally on screen some codes will flicker in for a second. Just like all the games before this one, it's easier to use a screen recorder and slow the footage down to see the codes. The codes in this game all follow the same formula. 5 numbers, 1 through 4, one of 3 letters, R, G, and B, and a number. By now, I'm sure you already know what's coming. Enter the first 5 numbers on the set of 4 buttons, turn around and enter the color, and press the number on your keyboard. While there aren't that many teasers this time around, what is shown is pretty substantial. We have renders of completed rooms and characters, a couple teasers of Easter eggs, a wireframe view of the map, and some logs. The logs are pretty interesting as they detail some of the characters we know from the earlier versions of FNAF first arriving to the island. They even mention their original deals with Disney and how everything they've been told has seemed off. We even get some additional context to why everyone was so interested in Treasure Island in the first place. Something about a group of people showing up to the island only to never be seen again. What we get from TSYKIL is pretty substantial, and it makes sense why we wouldn't hear much from Radiance as the next year went by. They worked on a couple things here and there, and maybe dropped a teaser or work in progress screenshot occasionally, but that was the bulk of 6.0 teasing the community would get for a while. A lot of time had passed since Radiance had released anything. They were still updating the FNAF community via GameJolt with frequent updates in progress. 6.0 was coming along at a somewhat steady pace, and by mid-2020 they had most of the game finished. That was until they released Blue Oddities, the final chapter. The game was made by Peyton, Mr. Manatee, who was one of the founders of Radiance. Peyton was also Radiance's lead programmer for a while, helping create 6.0 and Chuck E. Cheese's Rebooted. However, while all of Radiance's games are made by multiple people under Radiance, this was pretty much all Peyton, with some small help from other members. I'm only mentioning this because Blue Oddities was officially released by Radiance, and it's hopefully a little easier to understand that this is who the game was made by. From my looking around, it seems as if Blue Oddities was shadow dropped in June 2020, meaning that there was virtually no teasing or any announcement of its existence before it was already out. So all we have is this file. The game opens with whatever this is. We're playing as Blue, a new character in Blue Oddities, and we have to smack Peyton's head and gain points. I'm just gonna let this play out.
Bruh. He needs some milk!
If we do what the instructions told us before the game crashed and restart the game, we load into the actual game. Already a much better start than Green Oddities. Blue Oddities is a one-night sit-and-survive game that has a lot more going for it than you'd think an Oddities game should. Starting the game, and we're in this weird office, in a good amount of darkness. On the desk, there's some Easter eggs like Birthday Boy Blam and the head of Nightmare Oswald from the 2015 version of NBD. There's also a monitor with a list of tasks, but this will be explained in a moment. We get a call from someone who seems panicked. The phone guy calls us and explains that he doesn't have much time. We've been lured into this warehouse to play a simple game. We have to complete all the tasks on the screen before 6 a.m. Just like most FNAF games, we are given a tablet that is connected to cameras in each of the rooms, as well as some other features. They're all listed on the side here, so let's just go in order. There's Reboot, which isn't really used for anything outside of the task to reboot the monitor. It just makes it so you can't use the monitor for a little bit of time. There's a Room Shutdown feature, which will temporarily trap whatever is in the room we shut down for a little while. And finally, we have the power, which can very easily be recharged or drained. I never actually figured out what happens when the power reaches 0, because it's just so easy to recharge it. In addition to the tablet, you're also given a flashlight, which can be used in 3 spots in the office: left, right, and middle. There are 4 threats that we have to look out for. The first of which is Blue, who will wander around the warehouse until he ends up at one of your 2 sides. When we see him, we need to quickly run to the opposite side. When we get to either of the 2 safe rooms, we'll need to quickly turn and increase the countdown counter to ensure that Blue has enough time to go away. When this timer reaches 0, the room will unlock. Unlucky for us, while we wait, we have to play a small game. In the safe room on the right side, we have to shine a light on one of 5 possible entry points. We'll know which one to flash when a voice tells us. Failure to find the right entrance in time, and you're as good as dead. For the minigame on the left side, a hand will offer us a card. We have to memorize how many symbols are on each card and enter them as a code when prompted. You get 5 cards, so there's a 5-digit code. Getting this code wrong in any way will kill you. When either of these 2 minigames have been completed, you are safe and can turn back to the lockdown counter and get out. The second character is Yellow. He'll always be found in camera 11 as he slowly makes his way up the stairs into the entrance in front of you. If he's not in the camera, he either hasn't spawned in for the night or he is right in front of you, in which case you need to shine the flashlight on the middle entrance. This will reset him and the cycle repeats. Yellow is decently fast, but thankfully he won't make any progress if you turn and leave to go to one of the safe rooms in the event that Blue were to attack. The next 2 characters are really easy. Red, for example, has a chance of appearing on the monitor in front of you, where all you need to do is click on him and he'll go away. Green, the final character, is also really easy, and he'll only appear and take away your flashlight and or tablet if you're using them too much. As for the actual gameplay of the night, we need to be completing the 5 tasks on the monitor in front of us. The first one is always to reboot the monitor, which you can do very easily while the phone guy is talking, since none of the characters are active yet. The second task involves finding 2 objects around the warehouse. There's 3 possible items that you could have to find: a star, a nail, or a rock. The star is usually the hardest out of the 3, blending pretty well into the UI on the monitor. The nail, I believe, can be found in one of the 2 safe rooms on the lockdown dial, so if you have that one, it's worth checking out or just waiting for Blue to attack. The rock can be found in one of the cameras, usually on the ground. I always found this one naturally while looking around, so it's not as big of a deal as the other 2. The third task involves trapping Blue in 2 specific cameras. This, I would assume, can be any camera, but will usually be 2 cameras on opposite sides of the map. The building can be split into 2 sections, the left and the right. When Blue spawns in, he'll be on either side, and usually stays on that side as he makes his way to the office. Unless you get really lucky and he crosses over at some point, you're better off just waiting for him to attack and trapping him the second time he wanders around, since at least from my experience, he always would start back up again on the opposite side. I've heard about an optimal way to get this task done, but it's primarily useful for the max mode. It just involves resetting if you have to trap Blue in a few specific cameras. There are some cameras that are more likely to get Blue to wander into. The fourth task is another easy one, requiring that you have your power at a certain percentage. You can do this after rebooting the monitor while the phone guy is still talking. The final task is the longest, and it requires you to listen to an entire song. You have to keep it playing whenever you have the monitor down, and it'll pause whenever you either flip the monitor up or leave for one of the safe rooms. The song is about 1.5 minutes, so it's important that you're playing it whenever there's some downtime. Once all the tasks have been completed, the monitor will light up with a green checkmark. A soft voice can be heard and it says the usual, "I can't believe you beat me" shtick. The voice says that we may have heard of red oddities, but he knows something we haven't seen. The lights turn on to reveal this thing as it slowly makes its way towards us. After doing whatever this is for a few seconds, the screen cuts to orange oddities. I'm assuming that thing we just saw was orange. Of course, it was all a joke and the credits roll. Back to the main menu, and there's now a custom night. It's decently packed with a lot of challenge presets, as well as the elusive all 100% max mode, which actually changes the gameplay loop a little bit as each character has a stricter timer that they operate under. I'm sure that's the case for the normal nights and other challenges as well, but at least from what I've seen, the room for error is much smaller. Beating all 100% does unlock a new ending. After completing all tasks, the same cutscene with Orange will start to play until it quickly ends with him jump scaring the player. After some static, it's revealed that Blue Oddities was all a dream. The person who had said dream is presumably Jake, and he wakes up to a phone call from someone congratulating him on getting the job. He tells Jake that his first assignment is a little strange. how they're in need of someone to watch over this island. While this cutscene is no longer canon, I remember thinking this was a pretty cool segue into Treasure Island, especially since we get a little exposition. As we'll come to find out in 6.0, a similar cutscene was made for the opening, albeit much more in line with the theme and tone of Treasure Island. And you know, also being a lot more serious and not taking place in Blue Oddities of all places. But that's it for Blue Oddities. This was the one game I knew about in a gameplay sense even before starting this video or playing any of the other Treasure Island games. It's cool that I finally found a spot where I could talk about it because for it being a smaller game, it does offer a lot. I also think that it strikes the perfect balance between being a joke and not feeling like a letdown. Of course, Radiance would go on to make a couple more joke games, both of which we'll talk about later on. And while I think in some aspects they are much better than Blue Oddities, I think it's entirely possible that they wouldn't have been as fleshed out without this game. This would be Radiance's final project before finally releasing 6.0. But before that, we do have one final cancelled project to talk about. Chaos at Treasure Island is more so known as FNAF Ultimate Custom Night. It was meant to be an official entry in the series, but as a non-canon trequel. If you remember when I talked about Project Readjusted last year, you may remember that it also had its own UCN of sorts, and this is pretty much that. There are a ton of parallels between the elevator build of Project Readjusted 3 and Chaos at Treasure Island. Because this was scrapped pretty quickly into development, there isn't a whole lot to go over. However, Radiance did release a thread going over their plans for the game, so I'll use this section to go over those plans. Chaos at Treasure Island was meant to be a less serious official FNAF 3, and the idea of it all was super ambitious. Radiance thought it would be best for a game with a less serious tone to be taken less seriously, so they leaned heavily into jokes for their mechanics. At first, there were to be 4 maps that were on the camera monitor, which would result in over 20 different cameras. Plans down the line made it so the office would be in an elevator and you could travel up and down between 2 floors and deal with threats that way. This was the version of Caddy that got the farthest, and Radiance thought it might be a good idea to recruit a ton of different FNAF developers throughout the community to help contribute their own camera renders and characters. There were even plans to collaborate with Malrat and his own Treasure Island fan game series that he had been building up for as long as the official series. There was a decent amount of work done, including some renders, concepts, sound effects, and art. Ultimately, the project was canned because of its ambition, and it's safe to say that Radiance then poured their energy into the actual FNAF projects instead. Speaking of... If you remember back around the time in between Red and Green Oddities, which would be around late April of 2019, Radiance would announce they would officially be returning to Treasure Island to make the definitive version of the game under the codenames of Treasure Island 2019 and 6.0. With the announcement of their remake, they had also received extra approval from Slimebeast, the creator of the original creepypasta. Treasure Island 6.0 had a lengthy development process from when it started back in 2019 to what released at the end of 2020. A lot had happened in the time between those two dates, including, but not limited to, a leaked build making its rounds throughout the community in around January 2020, the Radiance team expanded dramatically, bringing on a lot of new faces to the project. I'm sure we all know what happened in March of 2020, and the team used this break to make a lot of substantial progress. They would then delay the game a ton and release Blue Oddities in June. We're looking at a potential October release, but delayed once again to its final release on November 28th. While Radiance doesn't necessarily look back on 6.0 very fondly, in my eyes it's still impressive. So now that we've finally arrived at the latest version of Treasure Island, let's take a deeper look at the game and the story it was trying to tell. Yeah, I am aware that this is still pretty much like every other version we've played before this one. I went into this thinking it was the definitive Treasure Island experience, so we're gonna go into a little more detail and reintroduce everything from the characters to the environments as if we haven't seen them before. A lot of it does overlap from earlier versions, but I also think that it's important that we do this now so we don't confuse certain plot points and other things when talking about Oblitus Casa. The game opens on a cutscene of a voicemail. It's Greg from the Supernatural Studies Association. He's calling to inform us of an open position at an abandoned island him and his team are currently investigating. All we have to do is look after the place and collect some data while he gets things ready over at base. Greg finishes the call on a lighter note than usual, stating that it's an easy way to get credits, which, if you remember from the original, is exactly what Greg didn't want us to think. The cutscene finishes with what seems to be a view into the island from a pier outside, a gap in the fence visible, potentially hinting that even the SSA is not supposed to be here. After that, we're booted straight into the main menu, a super dark one at that. It's also interesting to note that it seems to be slowly moving away from the typical Five Nights branding that the series had built up, only the Treasure Island logo being present on the menu. The menu theme itself is a massive departure from the previous versions, no music or theme, just this harsh ambience. Of course, what FNAF game would be complete without a shaky photo-negative Mickey? Apart from that, there really isn't a whole lot else on the main menu. There's an options menu with a fair amount of accessibility features like customizable subtitles and even a face cam mode which rearranges parts of the UI. With really nothing else to do, we start our first night at Treasure Island. Just like the games before it, 6.0 starts off the main gameplay with a wall of text that tells us the different keybinds for basic functions. It also hints at some of the main gameplay like pressing space to shut off a camera, shift and control to turn off the lights in the office, and stand still. In comparison to some of the earlier versions, it's not a lot to remember, but I can't lie, in some of the later nights it had me scrambling for a second because I would forget a keybind. I think it would have been better if the only hint it gave was for the mechanics for that night, just to avoid confusion. I'll get into why a little bit later, but for right now we're getting a phone call. Just like the many versions before, the call on the first night is from Greg. In typical fashion, he thanks us again for taking the position, even if we're only an intern. A lot of what he says in this call is reminiscent of the earlier versions, so to be brief, he's still at base and is waiting for the equipment to be shipped over to the island. Greg mentions that we've probably heard the rumors about the place, and to sort of ease our mind, he tells us that he's not allowed to confirm or deny any findings, so he's about as helpful as ever. He mentions something about the team finding something suspicious with the costumes, and tells us about an inverted Mickey. This, of course, being photo-negative Mickey, is said to have a weak vision and will occasionally be seen wandering around. Just like before, if it does happen to walk into the office, all we need to do is shut off a camera, which will lure it out. Greg finishes the call on a pretty ambiguous note, not telling us any more. That's pretty much it. We're on our own for the first night with PNM wandering around. Just as Greg suggested, it'll occasionally walk into the office and is deterred by shutting down one of the cameras. You'll have about 4 seconds to do so, which is a lot less time than I thought it'd be at first. However, PNM isn't the main threat tonight. It's actually the power system that this abandoned building apparently has. It goes down really fast and doesn't allow you much time on the cameras. It can't at all be regenerated, but it can be turned off momentarily when the lights are off. This is the only real use for the lights at the moment, as there isn't a threat attached to them yet. The lights can't be kept off forever, as if they've been out for a decent amount of time, they'll break entirely and can't be turned back on. Something else I want to mention before we move on is that the office ambience in this game is incredible. It sort of blends into the background as the call goes on, and even into the first few hours of the night as you're watching the cameras. But the second you turn off the lights for the first time, everything stops and you realize just how quiet it can get. It definitely put me on edge for the first time, and is a really good way of building up the tension, even if some of the ambience remains in the back. Speaking of ambience, you'll occasionally hear a voice line from the costumes. It's still the usual weird shit like "wanna see my head come off," but it's way more distorted than before, which genuinely took a couple of times for me to get what it was being said. From what I can tell, when the sound is played, it doesn't really indicate anything, so I'd assume it's purely there for ambience. After we finish the first night in the usual 6 AM, another cutscene plays. This time we can move our head around as the scene fades in. We seem to be in a cellar sort of thing. What's actually going on here is never confirmed in game. It's the nightmare of another character we're going to meet shortly. However, as of right now, not much actually happens. We hear some strange noises from outside the cellar, but before long, the scene gets bright before fading into the second night. In typical FNAF fashion, the phone call on the second night is from Lisa. She once again chastises Greg for leaving out some important details from the previous night's phone call. She starts off by correcting Greg's assumptions that the tunes aren't costumes, but they aren't actually sure what they are. Also, how Greg mentions that some of them can't see, when in reality most of them can, just not very well. She also gives some subtle foreshadowing that not everything can be dealt with via shutting off a camera, and instead suggests to hide. Again, not sure why this was mentioned now and not later, because we don't really need to hide at all. The main new threat tonight is just Oswald, and in a similar way to previous versions, is lured out of the office by the sound of a camera shutting off. She finishes off the call by warning us not to go anywhere near a certain area of the island called the Pirate Caverns. She doesn't tell us much about it before hanging up and leaving us on our own for the rest of the night. As she mentioned, Oswald is here tonight and he functions the exact same way as before, even standing in the same spot in the office when he enters. He thankfully isn't that hard to spot, but I suppose if you're looking around quickly and not giving too much attention to your surrounding area, I can see why he'd slip by pretty easily. However, what Lisa didn't mention is the second threat of the night, which if you remember from the earlier versions is Disembodied, the Donald head that makes a lot of noise. I genuinely hate Disembodied in this game for the sole reason that he is so unreasonably loud. My ears aren't even that sensitive, but every time he'd show up, it not only startled me, but usually left my ears ringing for a second. I probably should have just turned down my game, but for some reason I just didn't and just got used to it. Anyway, Disembodied is also deterred by shutting off a camera, but I'm sure you knew that. After finishing up the second night, we return to the same room from the cutscene the night before. It plays out mostly the same, except at the start we can hear this weird screaming before something runs by. eye. The cutscene ends with a pair of eyes staring back at us. For the third night, we get a phone call from Henry, another SSA intern. He sounds desperate and worried and asks us for help. He had been there for a good amount of time before us and was stuck in pirate caverns. So it looks like after we're done here, we have to go rescue this guy. As for threats, there's two more. The first of which is Acephalus, the headless Goofy. When he enters the office, we need to stand still so he doesn't detect us. He's only one of 2 characters in the entire game to utilize the standing still mechanic, and honestly, I don't really have anything else to say about it. The second threat is Impurity, a twisted version of Minnie Mouse. Impurity is dealt with the exact same way as PNM and Oswald, by shutting off a camera. After finishing Night 3, we enter the Pirate Caverns section of the game. Before this section starts, a tip on the screen tells us that if we see eyes, use the flash, and if there aren't any eyes, stand still. These mechanics are for the 2 characters we'll encounter in the Pirate Caverns: the Face, who has eyes, and Undying, who doesn't. The Pirate Caverns are a point-and-click, free roam-ish environment where we need to look around and find something. We have a flashlight which can be used to see threats, and a camera to deal with the Face. The camera does have a limited battery and will drain quickly when used, but will slowly regenerate over time. I'm sure, as you'd expect, with each room we enter, we need to stop and look around for threats before moving forward. We eventually make our way to an office with a key in the desk drawer. We then need to backtrack to an elevator and take it down a floor to level 2. After a little bit of time, after the elevator music stops, we've arrived at a lower level of Pirate Caverns. Immediately, you can probably tell that it's much more run down than the level above, and is complete with its own much more ominous ambience. We make our way through these boardwalks in what looks to be a massive cave system. Somewhere along the path we'll encounter Undying, this human-like costume with a giant Mickey Mouse head and hollowed-out eyes. When we see him in front of us, we need to stand still. We eventually make it to the staff room where our key from earlier comes into use. As we enter the room, something isn't right. There's drawings of Mickey and the other toons, as well as scribbles about someone lying, and it's not safe. I genuinely love this room so much, and it's a shame that this is the only time that it's used in the series, at least so far. This is presumably where Henry was hanging out, and it's clear that he's 1, not here, and 2, gone insane. The 4th night starts before we can investigate any further. We don't get a phone call this time, instead we're all by our lonesome. There's one new character, the Face. He's the only character in the game that is repelled by the use of the lights. So if the Face were to get in, you'd need to quickly turn off the lights until he left. After the 4th night, we're back in the same place we were for the post-night cutscenes for nights 1 and 2. This time, the shadowy figure stares us down before disappearing. It then reappears directly in front of us before sending us into the 5th night. There's only one new character added tonight, that being Undying. He shares the same mechanic with Acephalus, where if he were to enter the office, you need to stand still until they left. He's pretty straightforward. After completing the night, another cutscene plays where Jake receives a phone call from Greg. He tells us that we are going to have to spend one more night on the island, as everyone isn't quite ready to head over to us just yet. A figure can be seen in the back as the cutscene ends. Here we are, everyone, what most consider to be the best and worst night in the entire game. So, going into night 6, the toons on the island have fused and merged into this larger figure. This is Hourglass, all the toons merged into one monstrosity. Hourglass combines every single mechanic into one, and it's not explained very well. Before we talk about this, I have a confession. I knew Night 6 was going to be annoying, so I looked up a strategy to help me get through it as smoothly as possible. So I did some looking and found a decently replicable strategy for Hourglass. The way Hourglass works is that whatever camera he starts in is the mechanic that it'll mimic. The issue with that is, there's zero incentive to check the cameras at all throughout the main game, so I and for sure many others just had no clue where each character started. So figuring out which mechanic he was going to copy was impossible. Thankfully, this is where the strategy comes in. If he starts in cameras 5 or 8, stand still once he enters. If he starts in camera 9, turn the office light off. And finally, if he's in 3 or 4, we need to turn off a camera. Those are the basics, and it's really easy to cycle quickly between these 5 cameras at the start of each cycle and just memorize what he's going to do. It's then just a matter of waiting before he gets to the office and the cycle repeats. I forgot to mention this at the time, so peep the headset mic, but this can be simplified even further to just checking cam 3 and 4, and then just turning off the lights and standing still when he walks in. This makes the Hourglass fight so much easier, and I beat it relatively quickly. So with night 6 out of the way, we head back to the Pirate Caverns one final time. We continue on to the elevator and to the 3rd floor, where we'll input the code we were given by Henry earlier into this vault, where it reveals a bunch of drawing equipment. The shadowy figure appears in front of us one final time before jumping in our face to end the game. A pretty abrupt and lame ending, if I'm being completely honest. And well, that's Five Nights at Treasure Island Remastered 6.0. There is a little more content in the game after this though, like a custom night with some custom night exclusive characters and challenge presets. As a fun addition after beating the main game, Radiance added a classic mode, a complete port of the classic version of FNAF that was released back in 2014. Classic mode is a replica of that demo, but entirely fleshed out and actually completed. There's 5 full nights in a pirate cavern section included where you have to survive against the face for a minute. There's a full game here, and you can unlock 2 characters from the custom night just by completing it. Back to the custom night for a moment, because completing the final preset, True Nightmare, unlocks one final cutscene. It shows a vault with Project DI written on it. For a split second, some numbers appear on the screen before the cutscene ends. We'll talk a little bit more about the implications about this in a moment. But that's really about it for the latest version of Five Nights at Treasure Island. While most of the people on the Radiance team have grown to dislike this entry, I think it still holds up pretty well, even if the gameplay is ridiculously easy. I do think that a rework of some of the mechanics are in order because of the foolproof strategy that can be found and implemented right away and last literally the entire game besides the hourglass fight. While I definitely don't hate the game, I think it could also benefit from a fresh coat of paint. But I can't lie, I was probably the most invested in this series with this game if we aren't including the future sequel, which I'll talk about soon. Shortly after everything with 6.0 was all said and done, Radiance would release another small game. TWGMS, or This Will Give Me Secrets, is a teaser game in which it takes the perspective of Greg accessing a computer at the SSA. What makes the game different from the other teaser games so far is that the codes are not directly found within the game itself. Instead, they are hidden around version 6.0. Inputting the codes unlocks many logs and additional renders from 6.0. But the 2 most important codes, found in the cutscene after completing True Nightmare, show the first look at Willy and the map layout for Abuelitas Casa. Radiance was coming back to remaster that too. Just so we're all on the same page going forward, Radiance's Abuelitas Casa is a direct sequel to Treasure Island 6.0. A couple days after TWGMS dropped, they released one more thing before they would start their work on the new Abuelitas Casa. Five Nights at Treasure Island Anniversary Edition was made for the game's 6th anniversary, and it serves almost as another remake of Treasure Island, but in the graphical style of something like 4.0. It for sure is an improvement over that style and looks pretty grungy and old, which is an aesthetic that Radiance can pull off pretty well. Something pretty interesting that I didn't know until pretty much just now was that Anniversary Edition, while planned to be released for the 6th anniversary, was made way in advance and was actually finished up way before 6.0 was. It wasn't released until a little later into December of 2020 because the team didn't want the release of yet another FNAF game overshadowing their much bigger 6.0. Anniversary Edition was also seemingly made by a studio that wasn't Radiance, instead being made by Acid Rain. They would also be responsible for the original version of another game that Radiance would go on to remaster, Five Nights to Remember. Even more interesting is that Acid Rain is just an anagram for Radiance. I have no clue if that's even common knowledge, but at this point it should be more obvious. Anniversary Edition is more so a FNAF game than it is a FNAF game, if that at all makes sense. The game follows a more typical FNAF formula, where it's 5 nights, you get a paycheck in the end, and fired after custom night. As for the actual gameplay itself, it's literally just FNAF. There is a mechanic for hiding under the desk, however, which is a new addition. Pretty much the way it works is that when something were to enter and you didn't have a camera to shut off or just weren't ready, you can hide and there's a 50-50 chance that you'll live. I'm pretty sure there's more to it, like one of the character's mechanics being directly tied to it, but I honestly cannot remember. That's kind of how much this game blended into the back of my mind for me, I'm sorry. One thing I will say about the gameplay that I do remember is that this is an absolute drag. Each night is 7 minutes long, which is the same length as a night in FNAF 2, which in that game doesn't necessarily feel boring because there's always something to do or to be looking at, but in this game, nothing happens. Characters move at seemingly random or pretty much non-functional speeds. None of the environments are necessarily that interesting compared to any other FNAF game. I remember specifically messing with the phone in the office, which has actual sound effects, which, come to think of it, makes me a little sad that this is the one thing I can remember about this. I know it sounds like all I'm doing is ripping on this game that honestly isn't even bad in retrospect, but this was one of the final games I played for this video, and I think I was mentally tuned out of everything FNAF at this point. But with that finally out of the way, Radiance would begin their work on FNAF 2, Abuelitas Casa. They would minimize the amount of posting they'd do on their social media, until one day, nearly 8 months later, at the end of July 2021, they released a demo for the game. When launching, it looked pretty promising, even with a unique animated opening. That is, until halfway through, Willy glitches out to reveal Funtime PNM. I'm not telling you his real name yet, you're just gonna have to trust the process here. So yeah, this isn't an Abuelitas Casa demo, it's another sister location game. However, this time there's an actual game attached to this one, it's not just a shitpost. Well, I mean it is, but it's at least pretty well made. Oblivious Casa's sister location takes 2 minigames from FNAF's sister location and remakes them using Fnati characters. I say that extremely loosely, it's literally just this guy. The first minigame is a complete remake of the Night 3 repair minigame from the original sister location. You have to press a certain amount of buttons on Funtime Mickey here until you can eventually get his innards and repair him. Just like the FNAF equivalent, Funtime Mickey has his own Bonbon, a puppet of Oswald, who also has a name, but you know, trust the process. It plays out exactly how it normally would, where you have to position your cursor around Mickey's torso until you can get Oswald to appear long enough where you can shut him off using a button on his chest. This minigame for sure wasn't anything too special, especially compared to the next one, but it does give a pretty good look at some of the detail on these models, and it's genuinely impressive. Funtime Mickey has a lot of scribbles and markings all over him too, and it's kind of fun looking around and trying to find Easter eggs and references. The second and easily best minigame is another remake, this time of the breaker room section. So first and foremost, we no longer have a danger meter, we have a swag meter, which is better in every way. Secondly, I'm sure the absolute first thought on your mind is whether or not Funtime Mickey over here has voice lines, since Funtime Freddy had them in sister location. And to that assumption, you'd be right. Funtime Mickey is voiced by none other than Coach Carter. All of his lines that are used in this game are from Pulp Fiction, which oddly kind of works in this incredibly out of context situation.
What?
Anyway, the minigame plays out exactly how it does in sister location. But once you complete it, it turns out that we weren't just powering the building, but instead a self-destruct sequence that's going to destroy everything in the building. As to be expected, everything blows up, followed by an end screen. There's also a small teaser of this box thing. So back on the main menu, and we finally get access to an extras menu, where we can finally see what the Funtime Mickey is actually called.
Animatronics D's! Nuts!
We're moving on, I don't care. How does one even start a section like this? After playing literally everything the Fnati series had to offer, Oblivious Casa stands far above it all in many ways. I have a lot to say about it. I'll start off by saying right now, playing Casa was the best experience I've had playing a FNAF-like game since my original playthrough of Project Readjusted 3, which, if you know anything about me or my content, was the game that got me back on board with FNAF. As I was playing Casa, I probably wouldn't say that, but after closing the game and letting it all sink in, I'm pretty confident in saying just how good this game was. In many ways, Oblivious Casa is a very natural step forward. Not just for Radiance, but the Fnati series, and I guess the fandom as a whole. While on the surface, Casa still has its roots in FNAF, I don't think I would consider it a fan game that much. It's been increasingly more clear that Radiance is moving away from FNAF, which is fine. Five Nights at Treasure Island, while very obviously being restrained to the fact that it is a remake of a fan game, still tried its best to differentiate itself from FNAF while still being faithful to the source. Oblivious Casa takes it another step forward. Not only by dropping pretty much any sense of branding related to FNAF aside from the UI, it's pretty much its own game now. I guess what I'm trying to say is that I would pay money for this. It feels wrong that this is a game you can play for free. There is so much love and care put into this game that it's genuinely hard to try and point out every little detail and reference to other mediums. And trust me, if I did, we'd be here all day. The fact that Radiant saw Casa 1.0, which was an already solid enough experience on its own, and decided that it needed more says a lot in itself, even if 2.0 was to fix bugs and not much else. But they didn't even stop there. It's a whole other game now. One that's genuinely far beyond what I think anyone was expecting it to be. I know this very long introduction to Casa segment is pretty much me glazing the game, but I guess it's me trying to understand how a game like this even exists, given everything we've looked at so far. Casa isn't perfect, I have some complaints here and there, but it's so hard to even factor those in when I think of Casa as a whole product. Alright, I'm gonna stop my ramble there and continue essentially where we left off. Shortly after 1.0 released in November 2022, Radiance would spend many weeks patching and locating bugs that people reported. And I mean, there were a ton of bugs. However, whenever they tried to fix one issue, it would create two more. It got so bad to the point that the team thought it would be easier to recode the entire game from scratch than to patch it in the current version. So, a couple days after launch on December 2nd, Radiance announced that they would be doing just that and recoding the entire game from scratch. and a new version they called 2.0. This version would see a different development team, a much smaller team at that. Since there was already a basis of what they wanted, keeping the team small to prevent issues, trading the files back and forth could actually be possible. Along with the announcement of 2.0, they announced it would be the definitive experience, with all the bells and whistles that 6.0 had and more. Development for 2.0 went mostly as planned, although Radiance was relatively silent on it. I remember hearing rumors of stuff they were adding from some inner circles, and I can't lie, some of the stuff people were saying were to be implemented into 2.0 legitimately sounded impossible. It took the 2.0 team a little over 10 months, but they had the definitive version of Oblivio's Casa, the one that Radiance wanted people to play. I remember briefly talking to Nocturna around August, about a month before launch, and I said something along the lines of, I meant to go back and finish Casa, and the answer I would keep getting would be, wait for 2.0. And I mean, the 2.0 team said this to literally everyone. I can really see why now. The difference between 1.0 and 2.0 is night and day. But finally, at the end of September 2023, Radiance released 2.0.
Today is December 1st, 2004. This is Dr. Jared Rowley speaking, and my patient's name is Jake Smith. Jake Smith was declared missing in 2003 during the Discovery Island incident. A year later, on July 23rd, 2004, he was found and taken into custody after displaying signs of delusions and paranoia. Currently, he's a suspect in the disappearance of Greg McLaughlin, Lisa Birch, and Henry Miller. Now, Jake, can you tell me anything you recall from your time on Discovery Island? Maybe you'd like to talk about what exactly caused you to vanish like that, or where you were when you were missing. Don't you want to put all this behind you, Jake? You spent a year on that island. You lost a year of your life to it. 3 friends. Do you really want it to take even more? Thank you, Jake. Now please, tell me about the cabin.
I've always loved that opening. I couldn't pinpoint the exact thing about it, but every single time it's super exciting. So, as we just heard, we're still playing as Jake after the events of Treasure Island. It seems as if we've located some cabin on the island, and this is the place we're taking refuge in, to stay safe from Hourglass or Mother or whatever else is still lurking in the employee building. The cabin always struck me as a cool place for one of these games to take place in. I think it strikes the perfect balance of the home-like environment that works so well in FNAF 4, but also the weirdly uncanny feeling a lot of older, rundown restaurants have. It's a great set piece, and I'm glad it gets as much focus as it does. The last thing I'll say about the menu is how much I adore the focus on the cabin, and not what's in it. I've never really cared for the menus with the animatronics having a seizure occasionally. It works when it works, but most of the time it doesn't, and it looks a little goofy. Having a set piece, especially one with as much focus in the game as the cabin, I think was a good move, mixed with that really good menu theme as well. I know at this point I'm overanalyzing for the sake of it, but these details rarely get pointed out, so I might as well. One last thing I'll say before we move on to the actual game, you can actually change the menu background if you wish in the settings. You can change it to the background used in 1.0 or even the beta version. However, my absolute favorite feature of the menu is dragging in literally any photo. I didn't know about this until after I beat the game, and therefore didn't get any footage of it, but seriously try it. I did end up with a screenshot of one of my friend's face taking up the entire menu. With nothing else left to do, we start the first night. Once we've loaded into the office of sorts, it's important to figure out where we are in the building. Opening up the camera and looking at the map, it seems as if we're in the lower left-hand side of the cabin. There are 2 entrances that lead into our room. On the camera panel itself, we're given some tools. There's a music box in each room of the building. It's used to lure things around. However, it only has a limited use, and once it's out, it's out. There's also a camera flash in each of the cameras. This can be used indefinitely, but there's a short second or 2 cooldown in between each use. This works the same way as the music box, where it's meant to push things back. Putting the camera down and looking over to the right side of the office, there's a notepad. Someone has left a note for Jake. Your friends are dead. I am here to help you. The music on the cameras fools him. Check this notepad frequently. The notepad has 2 purposes. The first is to provide tips on how to survive with the new tunes that are added each night. It's also a defense against another character, Belial. Over time, Belial will begin to draw herself on the notepad. We need to erase this drawing before it completes itself, which will spawn her. If this were to happen, she can't kill you, but she can sit in the office and make a lot of noise. On top of this, every threat present will speed up and Jake can no longer visit the attic. Speaking of, if we move over to the left of the office, we can go upstairs into the attic, where we can use a lighter to look around. There isn't anything up here yet, so for right now we don't have to worry about it. What we do have to worry about is the only active threat, besides Belial. which is Willy. He'll start in Cam 1 and work his way to your office throughout any of the 2 entrances. Once he's in, you're as good as dead, so we need to actively keep him from getting towards us. We can do this by using the music box in any room adjacent to where Willy is. He will always move to said room as long as the previous conditions are met. We'll spend most of the first night moving Willy around the top of the map, far away from us, and occasionally checking the notepad and erasing Belial's progress. It's a pretty simple and straightforward first night. This is Postmortem, one of the most divisive sections in the entire game. I think it's entirely because people think it's not explained very well, which I guess I could see, but reading the paper with instructions given to you really helps out. Every time you die, with the exception of one night we'll talk about later, you'll be sent here instead of the immediate game over screen. All you have to do is collect however many Mickey heads are required in the cameras. This mechanic was directly lifted from the cancelled I'm Scared NBD fan game that we talked about a little earlier. The number of Mickey heads I'm pretty sure varies between 3 and 5 depending on what night you're on. However, I'm not entirely sure, so don't quote me on that. What just happened prior to being sent to Postmortem was a scripted death, just to introduce the mechanic. When you load into Postmortem for the first time, you'll be presented with a slip of paper explaining the rules. As to be expected, we aren't alone, but I'm pretty sure you could have figured that out by now. The tunes we have to defend ourselves from are known as the Shades. They come in many forms, but they'll take up PNM, Oswald, Minnie, Goofy, Sadie, and Donald. The Shades as a whole are less mangled versions of the tunes from Treasure Island. They were originally meant for version 2.0 of FNAF as characters who would appear when the lights shut off. In Oblidas Casa, they have a much more prominent role. Anyway, back to the paper. Your best friend will ward off the mouse and the rabbit. Your best friend, or YBF for short, is a Mickey Mouse voodoo doll of sorts. Whenever you see either photonegative Mickey or Oswald in either of the 2 doorways in the office, pull out YBF and give him a good stab. That'll send him away. The dog does not like the light, is in reference to Goofy, who will enter in either entrance. He's warded off by using the light on him. However, failure to do so will result in YBF being stolen. The duck will try to trick you. Watch what you collect. Refers to Donald. He has a chance to replace a Mickey head with his own. However, it can be hard to see if the head is real or not. The way to tell is if it's glitching out and a somewhat transparent outline of a Donald head can be seen. Then it's a fake. Don't click it. If you do click it, it'll spawn Donald, and just like Disembodied, he'll spawn in front of you and make a ton of noise. As a bonus, you'll be essentially paralyzed for about 5 seconds, so in most cases it's game over. The other mouse does not like to be watched is referring to Minnie, who will occasionally appear in front of you. She can also pull down your monitor when in use. Her mechanic is exactly like Golden Freddy, where if this happens, you just have to flip the monitor back up and you'll be fine. The last line of the note reads, "She is impatient. You must work quickly before the time runs out." The final character of Postmortem is Sadie. She'll stay in Cam 9 the entire time in the carousel. She'll start to leave the room over time, and when she's fully left the room, will insta-kill you. There isn't a way to slow her down or reverse progress, so work quickly and get out of Postmortem as quickly as possible. Once you collect all Mickey heads successfully, you are let go and return to the night, exactly where you left off. The whole section is really cool in my opinion, and is a very skill-based minigame to get back into the game after a slip-up. One more thing I want to mention before moving on, the whole environment is very reminiscent of the Treasure Island office. This is intentional, as it's alluded that Postmortem is Jake's own personal nightmare limbo thing. It's a neat detail, and I'm glad Radiance opted for different mechanics this time around instead of rehashing the same old ones again. After we leave Postmortem for the first time, the night is over. The morning sun has driven them back into darkness. We now enter my personal favorite part of the entire game. These are the tunnels. They function similar to the Pirate Cavern sections in Treasure Island. However, we have to venture into the tunnels after every night. We get a slip of paper that gives us some basic instructions, but I'll save some time and explain what we're doing. For whatever reason, we are down in the tunnels and need to escape. We can do so by collecting a key in a room on the outskirts of the map. We need to bring said key to the entrance to escape. We're also being stalked by Hourglass, who found their way out of the employee building and into the tunnels with us. The first thing I'll say about the new tunnels is just how impressive this is. Like, they are better in every single way. There are finally walking animations where you can physically move between different halls and rooms by clicking and holding. It really gives off the free roam feel that a lot of popular fan games these days have been implementing, while still feeling grounded in Click Team. Yes, the literal most impressive part of this all is all of this that you're seeing was made entirely in Click Team. The engine went from 2D platformers to FNAF to full 3D environments with pseudo free roam. Keep in mind, this is without the use of Click Team's weird 3D experiment known as Firefly. For a further demonstration of how cool this all is, Click Team feels like a fancier version of PowerPoint. The latest version of Click Team, which this game was made in,
was released back in 2013, a near 12-year-old engine that was made exclusively for 2D platformers with extreme memory restrictions is the same game engine that this is running in. The 2.0 tunnels were made by Sunken Studios, who I know knows way too much about ClickTeam, so it's no surprise they found some crazy workaround to get a near 3D environment in a 2D engine. I could probably say a lot more about how cool this is, but I mean, like just look at it. The tunnels take heavy inspiration from Room Zero, from the Utilidors-esque environment to Hourglass's new redesign featuring a gas mask, which was symbolic in the creepypasta. Everything in the tunnels were made to be where the horror peaks, and it definitely succeeded. The sound design, which I rarely mention, works super well here. The plain ambience matching the plain and repetitive walls works so well to make you feel uneasy and claustrophobic. As soon as you start to tune everything out, a second pair of footsteps can be heard getting louder. It's a stark contrast for sure, and can be super alarming the first time you hear it. A lot of people regard the tunnels as one of the harder parts of the game, but I didn't understand that. By sticking on the edges of the map and making your way around the perimeter, you can find the Mickey room easier and then simply backtrack. If Hourglass does spot you, it's just super easy just to go in pretty much any direction. As long as you remember to go back to the edges of the map once you're far enough away, you can just repeat the cycle and be out in no time. The map itself increases in size with each visit, so if you're not careful, you can very easily be stuck wandering around for way longer than expected. I believe after the first night, the map's area is 3x3 rooms and increases by a multiple every time. So after night 2, the area will be 4x4 rooms and so on. I didn't find this to be very difficult to get a hold of as long as you stick to my strategy, or as long as you get good at getting Hourglass off you. Speaking of, can we talk about Hourglass for a moment? He got a complete makeover after 6.0 released in what Radiance calls it his Gen 2 model. The entire Treasure Island cast got the same treatment, getting new models as well, to be used for another reboot we'll talk about later on. Hourglass's new model was the first to be shown in its entirety because of its prominence in Casa. It's now much dirtier and has accentuated details like hands on its back or the weird vine things. Revealed in a very recent render, Hourglass has a more muddied green hue. Something else I noticed about its design is how it now has a more pronounced human anatomy. I'm sure it was always there, even in the design in 6.0, but I noticed what seems to be a skull of sorts, beyond the Mickey head and even what appears to be actual gums. I could just be looking into this way too deep. I think overall, its design is more in line of it being an amalgamation, more than a giant inky flesh brute thing that we saw in 6.0. Hourglass is the primary threat for each of our visits to the tunnels, and the gameplay loop is pretty much the exact same after each night. Back in the cabin for the second night, and we're joined by 2 more threats. The first of which is Daisy, who has a chance to appear in any one of the cameras. She only acts as a distraction, as if you change the camera from the one she's on, she'll do whatever this is. To counter this, you need to use the camera flash. Just like Belial, she's another threat who can't really hurt you. However, as long as she's in your office, you'll be unable to do anything. She's another threat that blends into the background once the gameplay really starts to ramp up. So as long as you aren't switching the cameras too quickly, you'll be fine. The second threat is the Face, now going by Corrupted Face. He resides in the attic, and you'll occasionally hear a sound like someone walking around upstairs. This is when you go up to the attic and defend yourself. You use the lighter and hover it over his face to make him go away. He can spawn in one of 4 possible spots in the attic, and using the lighter on him twice will complete his attack phase, so to speak. And you're free to go back downstairs. This whole section is much different than the gameplay up until this point, almost resembling the rat from Candy's 3, where you'd need to shine the light on him to make him disappear. The Face, however, is much faster, and even missing the sweet spot on his face for even a second can kill you. I found that I had to be oddly precise each time I went up to the attic. It was weird at first, and I felt like I was dying a lot more than I should have. Regardless, it's not a hard mechanic to grasp at all, as long as you listen out for the footsteps, which can sometimes be a little quiet. All the mechanics so far are meant to be understandable, covering all the bases for locations and possible entry points for future threats. The gameplay really starts to pick up speed with the next few additions. Speaking of, on night 3 with the addition of Photo Negative Mini. This is a reimagining from the earlier versions of Treasure Island. Eventually, in 3.0, her color palette would be changed to be unphotonegatived, and that version would later evolve into Impurity. She starts off in Cam 2, hanging from the ceiling. Once she's down, she'll make her way towards either office entrance. She can't be lured using the music boxes, but instead can be pushed back a single room by using the camera flash. Since the camera won't run out of flashes so long as it's charged, you really don't need to worry about managing another resource. However, as a trade-off, you no longer have as much control over where she goes. Ideally, you want to keep her in Cam 9 for as long as possible, and only really take the time to deal with her once she progresses 2 or 3 rooms. You can usually do this in between the others. Night 4 introduces the final 2 threats for the main cabin segments. Dippy, and Pete. We'll start off with Pete because he is for sure the easiest character in the entire game. Occasionally, when you hear the sound cue to go up to the attic and deal with Face, you'll instead see Pete standing there. As long as you don't use your lighter at all and go back downstairs, you'll be fine. It takes like a split second whenever in the attic to make sure it's not Pete, and if it is, you can just go back to doing whatever you were before. The only way I think people would ever die to Pete is if they were instinctively holding right click for the lighter when going up. So don't do that. The other, much harder threat is Dippy, very much resembling Goofy. Dippy is a new character that was made for Oblivious Casa. His name and design were heavily inspired by the early cartoons from the 30s. Gameplay-wise, he's essentially Willy, however, he'll try to get into your office through the window, so that means keeping him away from Cam 9. Willy and Dippy are on opposite tracks to the office, so it's ideal to lure them both together. The strategy that I found that worked the absolute best was starting off the night by getting them both into Cam 1 and then down to the bathroom in Cam 5. This is where they would be lured to whenever they leave until 2 AM. Then the spot they'd be sent would change to Cam 1 until 4 AM, and then finally the kitchen, Cam 5, from 4 AM to the end of the night. This works pretty well for me, but does require that you're also fast with the other threats as well, since once they get too far out of reach, it's much harder to get them back into the same camera again. After night 4, we're back in the tunnels like usual. However, after making our way to the exit after completing the section, something different happens. Hourglass is no more, being burned alive in the supply closet. The tunes from Treasure Island are no more. However, the burning of Hourglass was not liked by a shadowy figure. Its presence consumes the screen as we're reminded what this is. It's the same Shadow Mickey from the ending of Treasure Island. This figure thing is Mother, and finally we have the primary threat of Oblivious Casa. Mother is a little upset at us for killing Hourglass. This whole monologue, from what I've heard, was written to recontextualize the characters we face on the island as more than just threats. In Mother's words, they're her children of sorts, and she's become this parental figure of them. Killing off Hourglass was the only thing she had left of her children. She phrases the tunes as if they were confused and unsure of what their purpose was or what we wanted coming to the island. With that bit of context, she reveals that she's an embodiment of the island, of everything. Mother was heavily inspired by God from the earlier FNAF games. God was only what I can assume to be an attempt at adding additional lore onto the original creepypasta. Abandoned by God, they said. Who's God? This thing. The influence on Mother is there, but beyond that, it's really hard to say what Mother actually is. Mother finishes her monologue by ensuring that we end here. And hey, night 5! This is the boss fight of sorts. It's a night entirely dedicated to Mother and the Face for some reason. I don't know why, he's just there. There's only one active character that's roaming around the cabin, Mother's physical form, Mick. Mick actually had a more prevalent role in both 3.0 and 4.0 of Treasure Island, originally being the replacement for photo-negative Mickey in 3.0 before being replaced by Willy, and in 4.0 being the final replacement and main character. Obviously, since 4.0 never released, getting to see Mick again in a prominent role is pretty neat. Mick, in a similar way to Hourglass, is all the mechanics meshed into one. Unlike Hourglass, he's infinitely easier to read. He will try to make his way into your office through either of the two entrances. He thankfully cannot get in through the window, so that means you're best off keeping him in Cam 9 as far away from you as possible. Mick can be lured by both the music box and the camera flash, but which one works is dependent on his eyes. If you can see them, use the camera flash. If not, use the music box. Mick also fills the role of Pete. Just like the previous nights, when you hear footsteps above you, you need to go into the attic and deal with Face. However, there's a chance that the one making these sounds is Mick, and going upstairs will result in an insta-kill. So every time you hear the attic sound cue, you need to quickly search the cameras and make sure that he's still there. If not, you just wait for him to get back. Mother is also a threat despite also being Mick. She's mostly there to fill the spots that Mick couldn't. Just like Daisy, she'll occasionally be on one of the cameras making the same sound effect. She also replaces Belial appearing on the notepad.
The same mechanic applies here too. I said earlier that the face is here for some reason. It's most likely because of Micmec's attic mechanic, and not having a reason to go up there at all would make it completely pointless. In the extras menu, it's revealed that this version of Face in Night 5 is a completely different version than the one we had been encountering in the attic before. This is Inkblot Face, and he's fundamentally the same as Corrupted Face, but his design and mechanic have been altered slightly. His jaw is more unhinged and he seems to be sporting some red clothes. Inkblot Face's mechanic requires that you use the lighter on him 6 times in quicker succession. At 3 AM, everything stops for a moment. The outside goes black and this weird sound can be heard. After a moment, everything appears to have returned to normal. Micmec, however, has increased in size, gaining a more lanky appearance. His proportions, while still very cartoony, are more human, especially in his hands and feet. This kicks off the second phase of the fight, where everything is now at a much faster pace. I'm gonna be honest, I didn't really notice that much of a difficulty increase like I was expecting. I think I died maybe once past 3 AM. Night 5, from my general experience, is not as hard as I was expecting it to be. I did for sure struggle figuring everything out, like exactly how Micmec behaved, but once you've died to everything once or twice, everything becomes much easier. Just like every night before it, once 6 AM comes around, it's all over. And that's Oblitus Casa, the main story at least. We still have a lot left to cover, don't worry. Coming back to the main menu after the credits, we get our first star, and clicking on it brings us to 5 Nights at Treasure Island Oddities. Oh, no, just kidding, sorry. The blue screen does have some stuff written, however. It goes over the idea of how a FNAF 3 would be amusing, but the team is ready to move on, especially from fan games. Instead, they've put the games in the series in a place where if you really wanted a continuation, you can always just make one yourself. I thought it was pretty sincere, and it's worth reading. After coming back to the main menu, we also unlocked a secret 6th night. Going in, I thought it would have been a much harder Night 4, but no, it's a harder Night 5. There's also a custom night complete with challenge presets, as well as another row of characters that are locked. We'll talk a bit more about them in a minute, but they can individually be unlocked in a pretty unique way. We can also switch modes from the main cabin segments to a post-mortem custom night. The post-mortem custom night as well has its own challenges in max modes. I think it's a really cool addition. We don't get a custom night for the tunnels, which I guess makes sense since there's only one threat and I can see how people would much rather have the tunnels be used in a unique way. However, there's one more part to the custom night. As another piece of extra content on top of the already pretty deeply packed main campaign, Radiance threw in a set of 4 new challenges that better utilize some of the locations featured in the story. Better yet, these challenges feature some of the most iconic creepypasta icons. We got Jeff the Killer, Slenderman, Smile Dog, and Eyeless Jack, some of which I didn't even know had canonical designs, and yet here they are. I know that creepypastas have had a lot to do with some of the earlier pre-Radiance era games, but seeing them back included in a canon game with this much prevalence is undoubtedly super cool. I want to take a moment and talk about each of the 4 challenges, as well as gush about some of the new gameplay choices for a moment. Starting off with Jeff the Killer, the first challenge most players will play. This I found to be the second easiest of the bunch, only taking me about 20 minutes for my first completion. We're back in the post-mortem office for this one. The gameplay is very reminiscent of Funtime Freddy's minigame from Sister Location, where you need to slowly reboot, in this case, all 10 cameras. Jeff the Killer will at first slowly make his way to your office by entering through either door. As a general rule of thumb, it's important to always reboot cams 7 and 2 immediately, as these are the 2 entrances in which Jeff will be last seen before attacking. After rebooting these 2 cameras, going in any order is fine. However, after this point, Jeff will attack increasingly quickly, so that means only rebooting the camera a couple of ticks before checking those 2 cameras. I found the best strategy was to reboot about 5 ticks and quickly cycle between the 2 cameras, and go back for another 5 ticks. If he was in any of those 2 cameras, I would go back and reboot for about another tick, and then immediately put down the camera and flash the hall. Anything past about 5 cameras rebooted, and Jeff will move extremely quickly. Not only to the door, but it feels like maybe a second from when he leaves the camera to him killing you. This is where about 90% of my deaths in this one were, right at the end when I underestimated how fast he'd move. There's also another factor on top of this that makes this one challenging, and that's the power. You only have a certain amount of light power that will ward off Jack, so that means if you aren't quick enough or use the light more than you should, you're as good as dead. Overall, not a super hard challenge, but it's still tricky, especially if you lose your cycle and have to make decisions on the fly. The second and probably second hardest challenge is Slenderman. This one took me about 40 minutes to beat for the first time, and most of that time was spent aimlessly wandering around the tunnels. The goal is to collect 8 pages, which should be very familiar given that it's the same gameplay as Slender the 8 pages. As I alluded, we're back in the tunnels and with an actual reason to wander around as we're set out to collect the pages. This challenge will take a little bit, so a strategy I had at the start was to walk around but not collect any of the pages. I would literally pull up MS Paint and draw the locations of each page so I could cut down the time in between looking. This one gets super monotonous because once you collect the first page, Slenderman will start following you around. He will generally spawn in front of you and will teleport again in front of you when you turn away. Losing him is for sure what makes this one as hard as it is, because it definitely takes a while and you need to be extremely patient. He'll always turn the screen grayscale whenever he's looking around, so it's not like he's super unfair, he's just annoying. Paired with the fact that you're looking for white pages on white walls, and this one can become mildly aggravating. It never felt unfair, but I had to stop in the middle of my playthrough and go try out other challenges before I sunk more time into it. A lot of people I've talked to about Casa have said that Slenderman is the hardest, but I'm gonna disagree right now, because there's another that I felt was a little harder. But let's first talk about the easiest, Smile Dog, the third challenge. This one takes place in the cabin and uses the same mechanics as in the base game. We need to erase Smile Dog's drawings from the notepad. Periodically, it'll start to repair itself. This means we need to go into the cameras and use the flash when we see Smile Dog. If we can't see him in the cameras, then it means he's in the attic and we need to use the lighter on him. This can happen multiple times, and it'll sometimes take multiple flashes in order for him to go away entirely. This one wasn't too difficult since I completed it on my literal first attempt. It also was pretty short, all things considered. It only took me about 2 minutes compared to the 5+ minutes for the others. Okay, I have a love-hate relationship with the final creepypasta, Eyeless Jack. For me, this was the hardest of the 4 challenges and took me multiple sessions to beat for the first time. I'll explain the reasoning in a moment because it's not entirely because it was hard. I mean, it definitely is difficult, but it's not like the hardest skill-wise. So we're back in the tunnels in complete darkness. We have to navigate around by using the compass and Eyeless Jack's footsteps. We do have a camera and can use its flash to briefly illuminate the surrounding area, but it has a small recharge. Besides, it's important not to spam it. Our goal is to take 5 pictures of Jack. We have to do so by listening for his footsteps and getting close enough to get a good picture of him, which will add 1 for our counter and reset Jack. However, if we use our camera flash and we're close enough to Jack without being in picture range, he'll give chase for a moment before going back to whatever he was doing before. Once you get all the photos you need, the minigame ends. No stumbling around for an exit. So if Jeff took me about 20 minutes, Slender about 40, and Smile Dog on the first attempt, I'd say all my attempts combined, Eyeless Jack took about 2 hours. For starters, I found walking around in the complete darkness to be a little difficult at first. I eventually relied entirely on the compass in the top right for pretty much everything movement-wise, and the audio for where I needed to go. Speaking of audio, I found the headset that I brought to college, where I played pretty much every game in this video, has horrible directional audio. I think it's entirely a SteelSeries issue with their awful software, but I genuinely could not for the life of me track where Jack was. I waited until I got home to use my better pair to beat him. I think in general, Eyeless Jack is difficult because it uses a completely different skill set than the one that you've been building throughout the playthrough. While audio is a large factor sometimes, especially in the main night segments, it's never really impressed upon until now. At least that was my understanding. While Jack's footsteps are really loud, it felt that they were a bit louder than they should be, and I would often take a photo while not in picture range. For the first couple of attempts, this would usually result in an insta-kill until I realized Jack is pretty slow and running away is actually really easy. But even still, after running away, Jack disappears for a while, or at least spawns in a new area, making you repeat the process all over again. On top of that, there's an added time limit. I'm not really sure how long it is, but from what I've been told, it's at least 6 minutes. I never had an issue with it, but knowing it was there in the back of my head always stressed me out a little bit. Aside from the confusion of the audio and the lack of sight, I absolutely adore the atmosphere in this minigame. The ambient music box track is perfect and doesn't get in the way of the footsteps you'll need to be listening for. The general gameplay loop is really good, having you chase the enemy in the tunnels for once. Although it took me way too long to get the hang of, this is a really fun challenge. Oddly enough, I'd consider this one my favorite. And with that, we've finished all the creepypasta challenges. They're probably my favorite addition to the game that really honors its source material and the communities which spawn from them. I just really like stuff like this, and the fact that each challenge is super well crafted too. As a reward for beating each challenge, you unlock a new character in the custom night, as well as the creepypasta themselves as an entry in the extras menu. If you complete all creepypasta challenges, you'll notice that there's one more character to unlock to complete the custom night. They're unlocked by completing Nightmare mode, which is essentially one of the first max modes of Abletus Casa, this one having you up against all the base game characters at their hardest. Something that a lot of newer Radiance games have done is having multiple max modes, usually for different parts of the game. Nightmare mode is the first max mode, and completing it unlocks the final custom night character and the final challenge, True Nightmare. Unfortunately, I haven't beaten True Nightmare yet. Believe it or not, it is quite literally many times harder than 50-20. I promise I'll do it someday really soon. My best time is about 3:30. Beating True Nightmare unlocks the final cutscene. I'm gonna summarize this because it's really worth unlocking and watching on your own, so spoilers ahead if you don't want that. The cutscene is of Henry, somehow beyond the dead, sitting in front of us with a Mickey mask covering his face. He talks about how he didn't believe in Jake at first, and how it's truly a miracle that we were able to stop what had been happening on the island. Apparently, deaths and disappearances had been happening over and over again. We were the ones to finally put Mother and her children down and stop it altogether. Henry reveals that he was Undying, the weird Mickey suit in Treasure Island. After the events of that game, he was the one leaving the notes for us around the cabin. Henry is the reason we are still alive. He thanks us for giving him and the island closure. The cutscene ends before we can learn any more. There are a lot of really neat details that this cutscene provides. In general, it's an incredibly cathartic 3-minute watch, but with that cutscene, we've finally completed everything Oblivious Casa has to offer. In my time writing this video, I don't think I've thought longer about a game than I have with Oblivious Casa. It's not like anything in Casa is necessarily thought-provoking. It tells a decent story about seeking refuge in a cabin while defending against cartoons, killing a goop monster, and God alongside it. But I think the reason I've thought so much about Casa is just in reflection to the developers and listening to the people on the team gush about the game they were making. I've talked to a fair amount of people on either the team or those who playtested, and as far as I can recall, not a single one of them has had a negative thing to say about either the project, the other team members, or even the community as a whole. Every conversation with some of them, they'd mention something about Casa, and usually include a play Casa or wait for 2.0 somewhere in the conversation. It's very obvious from the amount of depth and detail Casa has that it was carefully made to be a game that not just Fnati fans wanted to play, but others who aren't even remotely involved in the abandoned by Disney / Fnati fandoms. This work very much paid off, as it's become increasingly more evident that Radiance uses Casa 2.0 as a benchmark for their future projects, including their remake of 6.0, which we'll get to in a minute. All of this rambling and weirdly introspective thought to say that I don't believe the point of Oblivious Casa was what Radiance was directly putting in front of you. Instead, everything around it. It takes everything we've known about Treasure Island and Abandoned by Disney from the past 9 years at that point, and ties all the loose ends. But instead of leaving it there, they hand it off to you to do whatever with. As Radiance even said in their little troll blue screen, they've opened up the series to the fans to make whatever interpretation they wish going forward. You don't need Radiance, or Anart, or Slime Beast, or really anyone else to build upon the story, or hell, any other story than yourself. And the result of that is an incredibly dedicated community. Seriously, the Fnati community is one of the strongest and most populated subcommunities in the horror space. Even more so as they distance themselves from FNAF. Casa was made for the community, by the community. And who knows, maybe there will be another developer or two to carry the torch and continue the story from here. I'm not trying to say that Oblivious Casa is some super deep game with these crazy meanings, because it's very much not. I think it's interesting because of what it came from and how it evolved. Most games that make such an improvement over time as this aren't because of an entire community, but usually one person or a group of people that helped to make it happen. But this is one of those rare cases where it was a community effort. I'm going to finish the section off here, asking you to try Casa for yourself. It's seriously one of the most impressive games I've played in a while. I don't see discussion for it dying down anytime soon. So you know how I just said that Radiance had come to terms with leaving Fnati off after Casa to move on to other things? Well, scratch that, because sometime before Casa 2.0's release, Radiance posted models of some weird looking characters for some project they were working on. Radiance's promise to move on from Fnati didn't last long because these are characters for Nightmare Below Disney, better known as Fnati 3. Literally a month is all it took for Radiance to crack and make another Fnati. The game was teased with some really good nightmarish renditions of the nightmares from NBD, and that's pretty much all the teasing we got for this thing. I'm dead serious, 3 teasers just kind of appeared, and then a final one at the end of October announcing that on Halloween night, Nightmare Below Disney would be releasing for everyone to play. And yeah, sure enough, a game did release on Halloween night, and after downloading and opening the file, it's apparent what this is. The game opens on a TV with the Nightmare Below Disney logo. Interacting brings us to the menu, which only offers a custom night. The custom night has 12 characters separated into 3 different branches. Each branch has its own theme of sorts, like Branch R is all the new Radiance modeled characters, Branch C is the remade NBD characters, and Branch D has either miscellaneous or previously scrapped characters. Hitting start brings us into the main gameplay. Oh yeah, I forgot to mention, this is another troll game. We get a Pizza Sim inspired cutscene that explains our job, how Disney wants to shut down Animal Kingdom and reopen Treasure Island. but renamed to Red Island. You can see where this is going. There's a good amount of details to the earlier FNAF games as well. After that cutscene, we get another cutscene with some Mickey-looking thing. He's really only there to give us some extremely vague exposition about what we're doing here and what the plot of the game is going to be. Pretty much, we're being sent below some facility and have to spend 5 nights there completing tasks. And if that all sounds familiar, it's because this is just Pizza Sim, but without the sim. So, just pizza. The gameplay takes place over 5 nights with salvage sections breaking up the nights. I'm gonna quickly run over the Office gameplay and salvage gameplay because it's pretty much all the same, just a new character gets added each night. This is the Office. It's very reminiscent of Pizza Sim's Office segments. This time you can also look behind you. For each of the 2 vents on your left and right, you get a mask, which works how it always does, and behind you get some sort of flashlight that shines a bright light down the hall for a second. On the monitor in front of you there are 3 tabs, one for tasks, another for cameras, and one for ventilation. All of them are straightforward. You can complete the tasks by clicking and waiting, and the cameras can be used to view different parts of the area around you. Although I'm unsure of exactly where they're located, the final tab is for ventilation, which is only used for one character, so we're gonna ignore it for now. Speaking of, on the first night, all we have to deal with is Scrap Candace, who will come from the right vent, and we have to use our mask whenever she's in the vent. On the second night, we have to listen for a directional audio cue from Molten D's and turn on the heater in the side of the vent he's on. For the third night, we'll have to occasionally turn around and flash Scrap face whenever he's in the hall. For night 4, we have to use the mask again when Charmy can be seen in the left vent. And we'll talk about what to do in night 5 just in a moment. I said earlier that in between each night there's a salvage scrap section to break up the gameplay. It's almost identical to how the scrap segments in Pizza Sim play out, the main difference being there is literally no reason to try to play these. I mean, you don't have an option to accept or deny the salvage, and they're always going to be added the next night regardless of what happens. If you did want to try, the minigame plays out exactly the same, except you have to smack the robots with an empty soda can if they're about to move. You only get 3 cans, kind of how you only get 3 shocks on the animatronics in Pizza Sim before you lose money. These sections are alright, I guess. They just weren't my favorite things to play ever. Night 5, however, is where I believe the main game peaks. So you'll have to complete tasks as usual, but you may notice that the tasks take only a second or 2 to be completed, so naturally you'll finish in like 10 seconds, and that's when a 5th task appears on the monitor. Order weapon off Deep Web. Once you do, you'll be given a gun and the real night begins. There's this undying wannabe wandering around with a chainsaw, and whenever he steps into the office, it's our job to shoot it. This is far for, and sadly, he only gets a couple minutes of screen time before we shoot him enough times and he just explodes, thus concluding the masterpiece that is Nightmare Below Disney, or 7 Days Free, which is oddly enough what the actual game is called. For some reason, I'm in the special thanks section of the credits, making me official in the FNAF canon. I don't remember what I did, or even if I did anything at all. I didn't even know I was there until a couple months after the game had launched. It was definitely a surprise seeing it on my first playthrough because I completely forgotten about it. Also, because of this, I have an IMDb page. I don't know how to access this or how to add other stuff to it, but you know, it's there. Radiance always puts their projects on IMDb, although I'm not sure why. It's possible that it's for a resume or portfolio of some sort. However, after the credits end, a small cutscene plays, thus officially confirming the remake for 6.0. So now it's officially confirmed by Radiance. Later that day, actually, after the game had been out for a few hours, Radiance would confirm the game themselves on their social media, so I'm sure there wasn't a massive incentive to play the game after this. But yeah, that's really about it for Nightmare Below Disney, or 7 Days Free, whatever you want to call this thing. There are some extras and a custom night with 2 additional characters, but I really didn't look much further than that. We're finally closing in on the end of this nightmare. There's just one more game left to talk about. As I was desperately trying to finish this video up in time for a release on December 1st, Radiant started to hint at something that would happen within the near future. First, they changed their social media accounts to feature a yellow color scheme. Then, their logo started to warp and distort. Everyone, including myself, thought it had something to do with the FNAF 10th anniversary, and while we were right, what they were doing was still a mystery. I even contacted Nocturna, who I had told previously I was making this video, if I should just wait until after the anniversary, you know, just in case. I didn't get a very straightforward answer. About a week to go until the anniversary, and Radiance uploaded a cryptic video onto their channel. It featured a new but dated version of Photo-Negative Mickey, as it showed him taking his head off. The description reads, "Have you seen this game?" 2 days later, another video was uploaded, the description also reading the same thing. This bi-daily upload schedule carried out until the early morning of December 1st,
where the fourth and final video was posted. A couple of keen-eyed viewers took each video when they were uploaded and brightened them, each revealing a 7-character code of sorts. Because of the way each code was structured, it appeared to be part of a link, and it didn't take very long for people to start plugging each code into Imager, where they'd find 4 pieces of a larger teaser. If you brightened that teaser, you'd find a link for the game page for Treasure Island Abandoned Enigma. The game page would remain hidden for most of the day until Radiance posted publicly that they had found a build and it would be out for all to play. So yeah, we have another game to play. Just when I thought I was finished. I do have to say though, I was pleasantly surprised that this game actually holds up really well, given the dated aesthetic the developers were going for. Radiance posted the game with the context that this was an old build for a FNAF fan game based on Abandoned by Disney, with the old game page being publicized on December 1st, 2014, the same day Anart released a demo. Something interesting to note from the supposed Wayback Machine screenshot Radiance provided, that Abandoned Enigma was developed by Acid Rain, which, if you remember from earlier, was the same development team responsible for Anniversary Edition and other Radiance Remaster 5 Nights to Remember. You may also remember that Acid Rain is just an anagram for Radiance. Speaking of Anniversary Edition, there are a ton of parallels between the two games. Initially, Abandoned Enigma was teased under AE, which also stands for Anniversary Edition. I'm sure this was done on purpose, as Abandoned Enigma feels like a much better version of that game. Come to think of it, it makes a ton of sense since I'm sure by now you know they're remaking 6.0. So a remake of Anniversary Edition was probably in order. Anyway, the build Radiance had released was being labeled as just a demo. There isn't anything beyond that. Just a relic of the past being publicized once again, supposedly. Okay, I'm gonna drop the act. Abandoned Enigma is a full game that is labeled as a demo for a pretty clever reason that I'll explain shortly. Enough wasting time, let's open the game and get going with this. Abandoned Enigma has a menu very reminiscent of Anniversary Edition, but with a much more dated style. There actually isn't a lot to do on the menu right now, so the only thing we can do is start the first night. Loading into the office, and we're hit with just a wall of text in the top left. You can hide under the desk by pressing Shift, turn off cameras with space, use left click to shut a door, and right click to use a flashlight in the doorway. You can even turn around to a power box behind you. We do get a phone call from some unnamed phone guy, and he gives us the basic rundown. It's exactly how literally any version of FNAF, so by now you should probably know exactly who's active this night and how to get rid of them. So I'll take the time to explain what the power thing does behind you. But let's just say you're in a position where you're essentially dead. You can flip the power switch and it'll start the power out sequence. This will take exactly 1 hour of the night and reset the main cast when it's complete and you've survived. The mechanics are completely different, where you have to use your flashlight to ward off the spirits, as they're called. There are some that will growl at the light, in which case you don't use it on them. Some of them may ignore the light entirely, where you just shut the door on them. And finally, if any of them were to get too close, you would have to hide under the desk. This section may be pretty reminiscent of Postmortem from Elita's Casa, where you have a second chance at life if you can complete a skill-based minigame. I really like this idea if I hadn't already made it pretty obvious, and I wish more ideas like this were included more often. But back to the main night after we successfully fend off Photo-Negative Mickey, or as he's called in this game as Inverted Mickey, we can move on. However, after the 6 AM screen, the File Explorer opens. It's for a folder on the desktop titled Output, and in it is an untitled text file. It appears to be a chat log from some group chat in early September 2014. To summarize, it's essentially a group chat that was created for the creation of the very game we're playing. This is where things can get a little confusing, so I'll try my best to explain everything. This group chat contains members of Acid Rain, and all of these characters are a part of the Abandoned by Disney universe. Each one of these characters represents a different member of Radiance. Pretty much, these guys want to make a FNAF fan game based on the blog post about Discovery Island. This first log is essentially one of the members explaining their idea for said game based on the creepypasta, which in their case isn't a creepypasta, but something that really happened. That's pretty much where the based on a true story tagline comes in. Anyway, it's important to check this output folder frequently, as there will be new logs for completing certain parts of the game. The logs going forward give hints towards certain mechanics and how to access the later parts of the game, considering that it's still pretty much marketed as a demo. Something I didn't know until much later is that these logs are presented in a similar way to I'm Scared, which, if you remember from earlier, was the inspiration for an early NBD/FNAF game. The way this series has managed to come full circle in some ways is just amazing. Going forward into Night 2, and again, it's exactly like how every FNAF Night 2 goes. Oswald, now named Darkwald, gets introduced and, just like Photo-Negative Mickey, is dealt with by shutting off a camera in another room. I promise that's really about as far as it goes for mechanics that carry over. This is because Donald makes his first appearance as well tonight, and he has a different mechanic. When he's seen in the doorway, we need to hold it shut and listen for his footsteps that tell us he's left. After the second night, we're met with an end of demo screen. You know, it's too bad there's nothing that could tell us how to potentially bypass it. Oh wait, the logs. Just like the first night, there's a new text file in the output folder. It tells us that by pressing 3 specific keys on the keyboard when on the demo over screen, it'll load us into the third night. Anyway, now onto the third night, we get introduced to 2 more characters. The first of which is Goofy, and he shares the same mechanic with Donald, needing to hold the door shut on him. The second new character is Inverted Minnie, who has a similar mechanic to her Oblivious Casa counterpart. Essentially, you want to continuously be pushing her back. To do so, you want to shut off a camera in a room adjacent to her, which she'll go into. I found what worked best for her was whenever she got to cam 2, you'd switch to cam 9 and shut off that room, and then go one back to cam 10 and shut that off too. This would keep her 2 rooms back in an area pretty much secluded from any other threat, so you realistically wouldn't need to worry about shutting off the camera with anyone else inside. Just like her mechanic in Casa, if she were to get to your door, you're pretty much dead. There's nothing you can really do in that situation except toggle the power down sequence if you hadn't already. Halfway through night 3 at 3 AM, the gameplay switches to Pirate Catacombs. Our goal is to find 6 pieces of paper scattered throughout the map, each of them containing a number. This 6-digit number is then used to unlock a safe near the elevator we came down. Just like pretty much every version of Pirate Caverns, we also have to avoid the face. We just have to shut off our light whenever he's on screen. The Pirate Catacombs in Abandoned Enigma is for sure where a lot of the 5.0 and older FNAF fan game aesthetic really shines. A lot of these areas look really accurate to how the game would have looked in 2014. After we have the code and unlock the safe, Undying will make an appearance and will chase us back to the elevator. I probably shouldn't even refer to this as a chase because moving too quickly will result in being killed. I actually died multiple times where I backed up too quickly. It's not super clear how you're supposed to avoid him, and paired with the intense-ish music that plays when he spawns, really gave me the wrong impression. However, this counts for completing the 3rd night, and we get another file. This time, it goes over how to defend against the 2 characters that were in the Pirate Catacombs, but since they'll both be added to night 4, I might as well just explain how both of them work. Face, now going by Distorted Mickey, will occasionally climb an event and appear in front of you in the office starting a FNAF 2-like blackout sequence. During this, we have to keep the monitor up until it's over. The same can be said for Undying, whose new name in this game is the Red Man. Real creative, guys. He's always in the office, in the supply closet directly in front of us. Over time, he'll slowly make his way out of the closet until he's right in front of us. In this case, we have to hide under the desk until his blackout sequence is over. Another file is added to the folder after night 4, and it shows the group chat getting into an argument about the game work distribution. I think it's supposed to show how similar this group chat is to potential real-world development chats and how a similar thing can happen. For the final night of the main game, we get introduced to Old Timer, this humanoid hourglass equivalent. He works the exact same as the Red Man, as we'll just need to hide under the desk. The file we get after night 5 tells us how we can access the 6th night, which adds one more character. To get into the night, we have to wait on the menu and trigger the classic menu jump scare, where instead of crashing our game after, it'll put us into the night. The new character this time around is Harry Gravel, and is essentially our equivalent for Henry. Harry is a headless corpse thing who shares a similar mechanic to the Red Man and Old Timer. You have to hide under the desk when he enters the room, and you can preemptively lure him into the office by shutting off the camera he's on. The 6th night in general wasn't too complicated, and we got another file for completing it. Basically, there's more drama in the group chat, and we get some more keys to press to access the custom night as well as extras menu. There are a total of 9 files you can collect, from what I've been told, so I'll quickly go over how to get them and what they talk about. You can get the 7th file by going into the custom night and turning Pete, or the captain, a custom night exclusive character, on and dying to him. The file is the group chat talking about the captain's importance in the game and another member attempting to convince the others to add some George character to the game. I actually don't remember how I unlocked the 8th file, I just kinda had it when I checked the folder after getting the 9th file. If I remember, I'll put it in the pinned comment. But the file talks about the scrapping of Captain and Dismembered, who is Daisy but uses Disembodied's old mechanic. The 9th file can be attained by completing the Abandoned by God preset in the custom night, which is just 1120. The team is in disagreement about the current state of the game and are wanting to spend more time redoing certain portions. There's also an Imager link for what appears to be a remake of the oldest FNAF teaser, the one Anart posted to his DeviantArt page in November 2014, but remade in the Abandoned Enigma style. I think it's really cool, but after this file, that's pretty much it for Abandoned Enigma. If I hadn't made it very obvious from this section, I really liked Abandoned Enigma. I feel like it really gets what made those early fan games so special to a lot of people, and some of the details and callbacks to projects around the time. I don't think I could recommend this enough. This game is absolutely fantastic. And with that, we have completed every FNAF game, at least for the time being. So what's next for FNAF? Well, we can expect a couple of things in the coming months or even years. While Radiant said that their involvement in the FNAF series was practically over, we know that not to be the case with the ending of their last game. There are 3 upcoming official FNAF projects that haven't been released yet, so I'm going to take a moment and go over them all briefly. The first upcoming project has already started. Addendum Discovery Island is one of the first non-games in relation to Fnati. It's a writing project created and ran by Radiance, taking place after the events of Treasure Island and Oblivious Casa. It's more so Radiance's way of wrapping up their story without the need to make more games, which I find pretty interesting. It even feels super faithful to the creepypasta's origin, each page of the project getting released one at a time. I haven't read it because I've been so busy with the rest of this video, but it's entirely free and you can find it on Twitter. The second upcoming Fnati project is a game by Wisps called Hypangogia, I think. I'm unsure if it's technically considered official, but it's a reimagining of what could have been NBD 2. The game page says it's the official rebirth of the entire NBD concept. It's being made in Unreal Engine, and from the teasers looks to be a free roam horror game. However, it's been stated that they are trying to shift the game to a more original concept because of burnout with Fnati. Regardless of its future, it's worth supporting. Alright, finally the big one. As stated earlier, Radiance is remaking 6.0. They made it very clear that it should not be considered as Fnati 7.0, but rather as a remaster of 6.0. So the community and team have opted to call it 6.5. The whole remake exists to live up to the standards of gameplay and presentation that Oblivious Casa 2.0 had. So far, it looks to be doing exactly that. Everything from the ground up is being remade, including the models. All characters now have a Gen 2 model and a similar upgrade that Hourglass got in Casa. Visually speaking, the game looks really good. I'm sure you could pick that up yourself though. As for the gameplay, there still isn't a whole lot known. We know it was one of the main things that Radiance wanted to fix, not having every character function similarly. It's safe to assume that everyone will be getting a bit of a rework, but I'm also sure that the typical shutting off camera mechanic will still be included. I would also assume that Hourglass would also be reworked to be a bit more readable and fair. Finally, arguably the biggest change is the rework to Pirate Caverns. I'm unsure how it's different, but the environment got a massive upgrade. I'm also curious if the system for navigating the tunnels in Casa will return in some way just for this section. Again, while there isn't too much known at the moment for what 6.5 will look like on release, Radiance is posting screenshots of their progress frequently on their socials, and of course I'll be playing it when it releases. This video was kind of a nightmare to make. Fnati being notoriously hard to find accurate information on was annoying. It didn't help that I tried my best to finish this video in a little under 2 months. Originally I wanted this video to be released on December 1st, the 10th anniversary, but I very much did not make that because of other obligations outside of this video. Regardless, I'm still proud that I managed to finish this thing after many months of work and many more months before that planning out how I'd go about this. I do plan on making more videos like this in the future, going over the entire series instead of individual games since it's more interesting and it helps add more context. I think that's why I enjoyed 6.0 and Oblivious Casa as much as I did, because I had the background of the other games that came before it. As per usual with these videos, I have some people to thank. Of course, the people in Radiance who gave their support and thoughts during the video's production. I know there's a ton of other videos that cover the series, but their support of mine and really helping me understand the series was super appreciated. I also want to thank How To Animate, who made the new channel art and also convinced me to look into Fnati again. Milkburger, who made a ton of renders for this video that I couldn't find a way to use, but I just wanted to mention him here. The Fnati community in general has also been a massive support, whether that being with fact-checking, proofreading, or providing some general insight. I probably wouldn't have included most of the details and little insights as I would have without them. This as well includes the incredibly useful Fnati wiki pages that lay out literally everything the series has to offer. Finally, I want to thank the 3 channel members that I have at the moment. I re-enabled memberships a little bit ago and I don't think I've mentioned them before, so the support is always appreciated. If you want to see more videos like this just early, consider becoming a member. That's all I really have. Thank you for making it to the end of another outrageously long video. I need some time to rest, so I'll see you in a few weeks.